Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry's success fully saved Dobby and Dobby helped Harry? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original stories link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Dobby's Help by Hermione Potter 1989. Come Dobby and take this blasted book while you're at it. Lucius snapped as Harry whispered that Dobby should open it. He shrieked upon doing so as the sock fell out into his hands. Master has set Dobby free by giving him a sock. Master is actually kind for once, he said as Lucius exclaimed that he had done no such thing and growling with rage when he saw it was true that Dobby did have a sock. Wondering how it could have happened, he got his answer when Harry lifted his pant leg to show that he was minus one sock. You insolent little brat. You lost me my servant and I will not fail like the Dark Lord did Avada. He started but was promptly flung so hard against the wall he knocked unconscious by Dobby, who smirked as he shoved Lucius into the nearest flow and mispronounced his address, sending him God knows where. He did deserve it after all, and bad men deserved to be punished. I is sorry, but he is being a very bad man and I cannot let him win or hurt my Harry Potter, sir. Are you okay? Dobby asked as Harry looked bewildered where he stood. I am fine, Dobby. Can you promise me you'll never try to save my life again, as this year was too dangerous with what you did to me? You meant well and I know that, but your actions caused more damage than they should have. It was, if I'm honest, at times scary, he said as Dobby burst into tears. But nothing is as scary as old Master. You don't understand how evil he was. The bludger was an accident, and had I not been so focused on stopping Happy Hairman from hurting you, it would have been fine. I did it wrong because he was being dangerous, over loving himself, and I couldn't help myself. The bludger thingy was not aimed at you but at your broom. I thought without it you couldn't play games anymore and would have no choice but to return home, he said as Harry stopped at that, looking shocked. Dobby, who is Happy Hairman? He asked, sounding worried indeed, as Hagrid was always happy and rather hairy. He couldn't imagine Hagrid wanting to hurt him though, but he needed to be sure nonetheless. He was, if he was honest, apprehensive about what Dobby would say to him. Lockhart, sir. He is wanting Harry to get hurt so he can look good and save him when it suits him to make him more famous, he said, pulling on his ears in concern. Harry growled at that. Typical. It just would be Lockhart's fault that he got even more damaged in the long run. I mean, he vanished the boy's bones for goodness sakes and was only concerned with how good he'd look doing it too. What had Dumbledore been thinking hiring a man like that? It was more than obvious even to the likes of Ron that he'd not done the things he said in his books. Harry was just happy he was in the psych ward now, where he could no longer harm anyone ever again. Well, Dobby, I didn't know that about the bludger, but it's nice to know it wasn't actually aimed at me. I wouldn't have ever gone home, so to speak, by choice unless it was in a body bag, and I mean that. The Dursley residence is hell for me, and until I ever have a residence of my own, nowhere will be home for me, not even here. In fact, here is very dangerous. At least I could do one good thing and free you from the Malfoys, who were truly awful. Have a good life, he said as Dobby cried once more. Harry Potter, sir, is good to free me from the Malfoy family, as they be doing such bad things. However, without a family to serve and magic to sustain me, I will die. Please, sir, can I work for you? You are so kind and such a friend to me, he asked, perking up slightly. Dobby, in all honesty, I would love to have you working for me, but I can't, as I can't do magic outside school, and if you were to do magic in the Dursley residence, I'd be caught for underage magic and banned from ever returning to school, much less the wizarding world, he said sadly as Dobby perked up even more before looking scared he'd get in trouble confusing Harry. I can use a ward so you can do magic in that house without being caught. The last time I be needing you to be caught by Ministry to stop you going to school. I can stop the Dursleys too if you like. No one will ever hurt my best friend Harry Potter, sir, he said adamantly as Harry smiled, then a slightly sadistic smile. It would seem he needn't have worried, for Harry didn't care what he'd done, just that they could be stopped. Well, if that's true, you can work for me on 3 conditions. The first condition is that you promise me right now to never punish yourself ever again, and I mean that. The second condition is that you will eat with me and wear always the best clean clothes while you work for me, and the final condition is that you always tell me the truth about people should I ask for it, no matter how it may make me feel, okay? Even if it will truly hurt or annoy me, you must tell me. Can you agree to my terms? He asked as Dobby looked highly thoughtful. Yes, I can, sir, but can you please just clean up my pillowcase, as we elves don't normally wear clothes and I would stand out for this reason," he said as Harry waved his wand, cleaning and repairing the elf's pillowcase so it looked brand new and could never get old or tear again. "Now Dobby, before we leave to go home, is there anything you need to do or say?" he asked as Dobby nodded yes. "Do you know how to protect your things, as Ronnie Weasley is always taking things from Master Harry's trunk when he is not there?" he said seriously as Harry smiled. Even now Dobby was still concerned for him. In fact, actually he felt amazing for someone to actually care to such a degree for him, as no one had ever expressed such care for him. It annoyed him that it was a house elf who did this, but the fact that it happened at all was wonderful and filled him with a sense of pride in the little elf. He actually felt good for the first time in ages. "Dobby, it's alright, I always tell him he can borrow things anytime he needs them, so don't worry about it," he said, shocked when Dobby looked angry. Why did he now look angry? He looked rather scary when angry, so Harry decided right there that he'd always try to do anything asked of by Dobby, if not to receive that look again. "That is not safe to do. Does that also include food and money?" he asked as Harry looked thunderous indeed. Just what in the hell was he even saying or implying? "That does include food, should there ever be any in there, but that definitely does not include money, and there is always money in there. Tell me, Dobby, has Ron ever taken anything asides from food and or school supplies from my trunk when I wasn't there? I know you've been watching, and it's okay, you're not in trouble, you need to understand that," he said seriously, leaning down to hug the elf, making him perk up at once, jumping from foot to foot in joy. "Yes, I have. You know me well. Ronnie has taken your invisibility cloak a number of times, but I don't know what he did with it, just that he always took it for an hour or 3 and put it back again. He helped himself to 3 galleons a while back and he didn't put that back either," he said seriously as Harry fumed. He had known for quite some time that the cloak was a family heirloom, and whether he chose to tell anyone that or not was really not his problem. Ron had no right to take it like that. I mean, who knew what he'd been doing that for? "Okay, Dobby, I will go now to the feast. When I am home again, we need to visit the bank and sort things out there, okay? I know they have healers and I want them to treat me as I don't trust wizards would be truthful with me right now, and I need the honesty they're honor-bound to give me at the bank. Please seal up my stuff so no one but me can access them for now. The money and cloak later. Hopefully it's the first time he's taken money." "Has Hermione ever taken anything from me?" he asked, dreading the answer. "You are most clever. We will indeed go to the bank. Ronnie has taken 3 galleons 3 times from Master Harry Potter, sir. Hermione has taken a few books and some potions ingredients, but she gave them back when hers arrived for her a little late. Enjoy your meal and I'll be there to help you should you need me. I can only talk this well as you love me. If you did not like with the Malfoys, my speech would be terrible like it was with them. Also, should you inquire about anything in your head, you may get an answer from me in the form a note only you can read, which disappears afterwards if I know the answer, that is," he said as Harry fumed even more. He hugged Dobby once more and went to the feast, seriously thinking things over about Ron. He hadn't asked if anyone else had been in his trunk, and as he thought about it, a note appeared in his hand giving him the answer he needed, just like Dobby had said would happen if he had the answer available to him. Neville Longbottom put something in Master Harry Potter Sir's trunk for safekeeping, as he was scared it would be stolen from him. He has since taken it back and didn't want you to know he'd done it, as he was scared of what might happen if you did. Dean Thomas took some sweets from you and didn't replace them. Seamus Finnegan took Harry Potter Sir's pants to wear them from time to time when Master Harry Potter Sir was not wearing them, but he did not do so knowingly. He was cursed. Ginevra Weasley put chocolates and flowers in Harry's trunk and took 2 galleons every couple of weeks this year. She's been stockpiling them and didn't spend them. I think she will use them this summer. Albus Dumbledore searched the trunk on several occasions, taking many sweets and a couple of books he didn't feel belonged in there to his office, where he is keeping them from you. That is all who have entered your trunk." He read it once more as the writing disappeared, and then the note, which Ron noticed. "Harry, mate, what was that?" he asked, sounding highly nosy. Harry looked up with an expression on his face that said, "Are you for fucking real, mate?" before he actually responded. "That was just a stupid note telling me to stay away from someone, nothing to worry about. Ron, I want you to know if you ever need anything you can always ask me, even if it's money or food or anything. I mean that, okay? I just hate the thought of someone stealing from me, so that's why I am saying this. Now obviously you'd never steal from me, as you know how wrong that would be, don't you?" he asked Ron, who looked shocked. Why was Harry suddenly being weird? Of course, now that he was asking, he'd definitely be asking Harry for money for sure. Yes. Yeah, I do indeed, mate. So very wrong. Yeah. Can I have some money, please? I need like 20 galleons for something I want to buy over the summer, and I know that Mum will never give it to me, he said when Harry looked scandalized. First he was stealing from him, and now here he was boldly asking for money. Had the boy no shame? I mean, I know his family didn't have much, but to seriously be this bold was outrageous. We'll see about that. I'll have to think about it, because I know for a fact that someone has been stealing things from my trunk, and God help the person whenever I find out who that was. I do know who it was, by the way, and he's not going to get away with it either, motherfucker. You see, Ron, I always know what goes on whether people like it or not. I choose to say nothing because it suits me not to. Would you care to explain to me, please, where my 3 galleons went? I have been saving it in there because I get nothing at my damn relative's house but abuse and things, so every penny counts, so to speak. Please, Ron, just tell me why you took it. I don't even have the energy right now to care. I just need to know what in the hell you were thinking, he said, looking sad instead of angry. He felt angry inside but forced himself to appear sad in the hopes that Ron would trip himself up and reveal something else. I mean, everyone had been in his trunk, like what the hell? Wondering if Dobby could get the books back from Dumbledore, he received another note to say it was done, which disappeared once again before anyone could notice it. Ron looked away and then back to Harry's slight rage on his face. I know you have a shit life at home, but you have way more money than I'll ever have, and I really didn't think you'd miss it. It's just 3 galleons and you're overreacting as usual. I mean, when or where will I ever get that money myself? He said angrily as Harry made a choice that night that they would all play a game in his dorm because he wanted to help Neville and figured 100 galleons to help out his dorm mates would be nothing in the grand scheme of things. Later that night he produced some blindfolds and informed them that they would be playing a guessing game where you would hand them a potion's ingredient in a jar and they would have to explain how it made them feel, and he'd have to guess what it was. He'd have 3 goes before they'd need to reveal it to him. They all agreed to play as it could be fun. In the jars were wood blocks and cores. As they played, he got Dobby to photograph each of their wands and record what each person said. He then sent him away to make replicas of their wands with the ingredients they'd personally selected without knowing. By the morning all of their new wands were with them, while their old ones had been snapped and banished to the house fire, where they disintegrated. Everyone now had their perfect wand designed to look in every way like their old ones, with a compulsion on them which would make Ollivander believe they were the ones he had sold them all. Using another compulsion, Dobby had them all cast spells for a moment, holding them until their power returned to normal. There was an explosion as Neville and Ron both blacked out and were sent to the hospital wing. When they arrived, Dumbledore was present, getting his yearly summer checkup, and asked what was wrong with them. Madam Pomfrey examined both boys and gasped. For some reason, Albus, a blockage on their cores was released, probably by all the ambient magic they were exposed to this year. It probably chipped away at them all year until it finally disintegrated this morning, knocking them out. I don't know what their cores were before now, but they are now full, she said as both boys woke in their own time, Neville no longer feeling nervous. For once he could see why he'd been put in Gryffindor. Harry had decided to get everyone their own custom-made wands so that things would be safer for them in the coming years at school. He didn't want any accidents like the ones Ron's broken wand had caused this year and couldn't be too sure. He had only spent 100 galleons on the whole thing, with Ollivander working overtime to get them done and believing he'd wanted to charge that much. It wasn't even a dent in his money, and Harry knew that. He would now focus on dealing with Ron and Ginny's theft of his money. He could not merely let that slide and wouldn't be pressured into doing so by anyone else either. Things were about to get interesting indeed for him, as this was merely the tip of the iceberg. Chapter 2. Here is the next chapter. I hope you like it. Please read and review. Love, Hermione XXX. Ron and Neville were released from hospital after being informed that they now had full cores. Both students were given an exam before they could go on the train and asked 2 questions of importance from the various classes they had taken. The results were then graded on the spot for them, confusing them greatly. Ron's grade increased by 1 point, and much to everyone's surprise, Neville's increased by 3 points. He now had O's on all of his subject bar potions, for which he had and exceeds expectations. However, that didn't surprise anyone given how Snape taught his classes. His grandmother would be proud indeed, and was sent a note about his remarkable P-core. She was at work when she received the note and smiled. This certainly explained why Neville had always been so jumpy and quite frankly crap at magic. She knew to expect a completely different boy when she collected him later today at the station. Molly had also gotten the notification at home about Ron and was delighted for him. His good grades would stand him in good stead throughout his life. Things were looking up for him at last. Harry walked beside a more confident Neville to the train, delighted for his friend as he practically beamed with new confidence. They boarded the train and got a compartment with Hermione and sat down. Hermione took out a journal and began writing in it while the boys played Exploding Snap. Harry scarcely pretended to play properly as he had other things on his mind. The trolley arrived, and as the witch asked if people wanted anything, he ordered some chocolate frogs and every flavor beans whilst declaring that Ron was paying for it. Harry, don't be so mean. You know Ron hasn't got 2 pennies to rub together. For goodness sakes, if you're that hard up for money right now, I'll pay myself, but don't ask Ron to pay for it when you know he can't. You shouldn't be so selfish, Hermione scolded, reaching into her purse before an irate Harry stopped her. What if I told you I knew he had the money, huh? Would your opinion be different then? Stop jumping to all kinds of conclusions before you actually know the facts. That's the first stupid mistake you've done today, he snapped as she looked thunderously at him. How about I know he doesn't have it because I saw in his trunk when he was packing that there was no money in it, she snapped as he once again looked thunderous. Yes, he does. He stole it from me. It's my bloody money, and yet he took it from me. He exploded, blowing up in her face about it as she watched him in horror. Harry, I don't know what happened in the Chamber of Secrets, and I don't want to know either, but it changed you, and not for the better either. I will not stay here in this compartment with you while you slander Ron for doing something he did not do. You don't frighten me, and I would rather see you burn in hell before I'll ever believe that about Ronald Weasley. To hell with all of you. She snapped and got up to move but couldn't do so. She glanced around, panicked, when a note arrived in Harry's hand only he could read. Miss Grangy has been charmed by old bad wizard Whiskers. He makes her hate you and say anything in the defense of Ronnie Weasley. I will remove it now, please prepare for fireworks. As Harry read the note, he noticed some color returning to her face, which had not been there before. He raised his eyebrows as she looked at him and fumed. What the fuck happened to me? Look, I'm going to have a chocolate wand and I'll pay for everything. I don't know who cursed me, but when I catch them, they're in for a world of trouble. As for you, Ronald Weasley, I know you didn't deny stealing his money despite whatever was wrong with me. Did you steal his money? Don't look at him, look at me. She blew up as he cowered slightly. He'd never heard her so annoyed in all of his life. He seriously didn't understand it. Yes, he'd taken the money, but he never had any, and it was all of 10 galleons maximum. He didn't really see the need to get pissed off about it, as Harry had thousands of galleons in the bank. What were 10 lousy galleons to the likes of him? As I told Harry yesterday, I did take the money, but as it was all of 10 galleons, I didn't think he'd mind. He overreacted as usual, putting 2 and 2 together and coming up with 5. What's 10 galleons to someone with thousands or what have you in the bank? As I say, I don't ever have any money, and thought he might want to support his best friend in his hour of need, he said seriously as she slapped his face and grabbed him by the scruff of his collar. Ronald Bilious Weasley, you idiot. Even I don't have that much money, however I know never to steal from anyone, especially not my best friend. Did it never occur to you that if you asked him he'd probably have given you the money anyway? My goodness, you can't half be thick sometimes. I'll be telling your mother when we arrive too, she said, and sat down looking disgusted, but not before paying the trolley lady who had been waiting patiently and saying nothing for the last few minutes. As the train moved on, Harry seethed internally. Not only had Hermione been very obviously charmed against him, Ron didn't really seem to understand why it was wrong, or indeed so serious that he'd stolen money from him. He seemed to have no problem admitting why he'd done it, but still couldn't see why it was wrong. Harry steeled himself as they arrived at the station, and Hermione was first to get out, finding Mrs. Weasley. Hello, Mrs. Weasley. Ronald stole money from Harry, and I feel you should know about it, as he doesn't care that he's done it and doesn't deny it either. Please speak to him, as he shouldn't have done it and I shouldn't have to tell him that. Have a lovely summer, she said, smiling and heading to her parents as Molly scowled at her behind. Ronald, you should apologize to Harry for taking his money. That was not okay. Say you're sorry and we'll forget this ever happened, she scolded lightly as Harry got very angry from Ron's side. How dare she brush it under the carpet as though it was not wrong when it was indeed. You had better keep your son in check because I will not be lenient again. Do not ever forget that I said this. I didn't have a loving family like he did, far from it actually, and I don't steal from people. There's no point looking at me like that. He admitted he did it, he said seriously as she came back up to her full height to glower at him with a highly bitter expression on her face. You have changed, Harry, and not for the better either. He will apologize to you, and you are lucky I am getting him to do that at all, because you are lucky to have him and he you. Why can't you see that he doesn't have money because we don't have it to give to him? Are you happy now? We're poor. There, I said it. You should have given him some money without him needing to ask for it. Some friend you are. Come on, Ron, there's no point wasting our time with him for now. He needs to cool off, and remember that being generous is always good when you have so much and others have so little, she snapped as she led him away, reeling from the tone she had used to speak to him. Part of him wanted to chase after them and apologize, but he thought twice as those thoughts disgusted him as soon as they entered his head. He exited the platform to find the Dursleys waiting for him, looking highly pissed off. Get a move on, boy. We don't have all day to wait here for you, you know. We do have lives, snapped Vernon as he stared at him for a moment, daring him to do something. I will see you all at home later on. For now I have somewhere to be. Please give me a copy of your house key. Do not make a scene here, because if people see you they will not hesitate to curse you, and I don't want them to do that. I want you to be as safe as you can, so please give me the key now, he said as Vernon looked ready to punch him in the gut, but then thought the better of it and threw the key at him. Take it, and I want it back again at the end of the day. Make your own way home and don't expect a damn meal, because I will have eaten it all, and even if I haven't for some bizarre reason I will still keep it from you, he thundered as he left with his family in tow. Harry cursed him under his breath and took the night bus to Diagon Alley, where he got out. He entered the leaky cauldron with his hood up and sailed out to the alley without being hassled by anyone. He approached the bank with his trunk and empty cage in tow and entered the bank. He walked up to a teller who looked up to ask him for his key if he wished to make a withdrawal, and then gasped upon seeing him. Mr. Potter, please come into this office here and bring your stuff with you. We have been trying to reach you all year, and judging by your expression you were not aware of things seriously wrong. Please stay here because we have a major problem, he snapped as a chair appeared for Harry to sit in. They had been trying to reach him? This was sure news to him. Things were indeed about to get interesting. Chapter 3. Here is the next chapter. I hope you like it. Please read and review. Love, Hermione XXX. They had tried to reach him. Something was definitely not right. He hadn't sent Hedwig to them, so maybe that's why they couldn't reach him. However, the more he thought about it, the more he realized that they would be getting in touch with him in their own way, with their own owl. He was still reeling after the cheek of Mrs. Weasley at the station. She really didn't seem to get the fact that he didn't mind helping people when they asked, but taking and stealing from him was tantamount to bullying in his eyes, and he would never put up with that from anyone, even Ron Weasley. He'd been bullied before, but never again, and he meant that. When he'd asked the headmaster if he could go somewhere else for the summer, he'd been told about the blood wards keeping him safe and that he'd only have to stay there for 2 weeks for it uphold each year. He'd said if Harry was lucky, after the 2 weeks he'd be able to spend time with Ron's family, but that this might not happen. He didn't believe the man, but after researching it in the library found out it was true. He would need to spend 2 weeks a year there, but that would be fine from now on, and he'd make sure of that. A goblin rushed in he recognized immediately. Hello, Griphook, and may your enemy's blood flow in a river at your feet, he said as Griphook and the goblin with him gasped, looking shocked to the core. What had he done wrong? I'm so sorry if I've offended you in some way, Mr. Griphook. It was not my intention, he said nervously as Griphook seemed to snap out of it and laugh slightly, confusing him. Mr. Potter, you are quite all right. I was just highly shocked you remembered my name. Most wizards do not remember our names, he said seriously. But you were the first wizard to show me to my bank account in first year, and no one ever forgets their first visit to this prestigious bank. Well, no one with a tack of sense, I would hope. I have actually come here to ask you for some favors, however it would seem you need to speak to me first, so off you go, he said as Griphook smiled. He was the smartest wizard he'd seen in the bank in many years, that's for sure. The amount of respect he was showing was remarkable. He truly did care for them, and that was rare indeed. Please tell me, Mr. Potter, what you need assistance with, and then I will tell you why we need to have a serious discussion, Griphook said, waving his hand as a tea service arrived for them there with cakes and pastries for them to eat as he poured Harry some tea and sat back in the chair. Well, I need to see a healer, and I do not trust wizards as they do not believe most of things I say these days. This year I slayed a basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets with the sword of Gryffindor, and I was bitten by a fang when I did it. Dumbledore's Phoenix Fox came and cried his healing tears on my wounds, saving my life, but I'd still like to get checked out to be sure. Also, I know this may sound ridiculous, but it only just occurred to me that as a wizard I should be able to cure my sight somehow. If that can be arranged, I'd like that very much. Once I am done with that, I wish to buy a house and have it put under the Fidelius charm, which I found and read about during my research on blood wards. I cannot remain where I live now, and I know that my parents' house is now a national monument, so living there is out of the question. Can you help with that? He asked as Griphook fainted and was revived. He looked highly panicked before he remembered his surroundings and took a big gulp of his tea before he spoke. Mr. Potter, do you give me permission to remove a copy of the memory of your encounter with the basilisk and call Lord Ragnarok, our head of the Goblin Nation, to view it with us here? He asked as Harry agreed. The memory was removed and placed in the pensive, where the regal king and Griphook viewed it, coming out moments later in shock. Mr. Potter, in the Goblin Nation, we use basilisk parts for almost everything we do, and as you slayed the beast, it is yours by right of conquest. How much money will you take for the carcass plus the skin we saw there? He said as Harry looked very shocked indeed. The King of Goblins was talking directly with him causally, it would seem. It is an honor beyond measure to meet you, King Ragnarok. I've never been in the presence of a king before. I will be honest and say I know nothing about money, so have it valued by someone authentic and tell me whatever they say about it, please. After that we can talk, he said as Ragnarok smiled at him. The carcass and skins have been moved to our harvesting facility, as we have the ability to summon them from anywhere, as that is how we often do things here. I am linked to people who know what to do. I am being informed there was more there than even you realize. Some artifacts belonging to Slytherin were found, which will be brought to you in due course. I am willing to give you a sum of 8 million galleons, as I have been informed that this is the worth of the animal, he said as Harry looked shocked. Thank you for retrieving it for me, as I didn't want to have to go back there again. I will take the money and thank you very much. Please leave a fang out for me and a suit of protection made from the hide and 1 pair of boots. After that they may do as they please with it. Is that agreeable? He asked. Yes, it is indeed. I have news of a bad nature to report to you, and it is in fact why I have summoned this goblin here to be with you, he said as Harry smiled. Griphook is more than just a goblin, sir. He's the first goblin who ever showed me to my vault in my first year, and no one with a brain ever forgets their first experience in Gringotts, he said as the king laughed a hearty laugh while Griphook looked around nervously. He wondered why he'd been called, but maybe that had been why. I mean, he had been the first goblin Harry had ever met, and so the assumption was that Harry would feel more comfortable with him there. Yes, you are right indeed. You are funny, and I like you, Mr. Potter. Mr. Griphook is here because not all is well with your accounts here, and your old account manager Sharpfang is currently being questioned about illicit activities within your accounts. He severely mismanaged them, and now I want to ask Mr. Griphook to take over as your new account manager. I will explain momentarily why Sharpfang is your old account manager, as he broke many rules we have here in relation to client-manager confidentiality. He is a disgrace to the Goblin Nation as it stands. Now I believe you want a health check by us here at the bank, and so we will get to that now. Griphook will scan you quickly and tell us what needs attention, if anything, okay? He asked as Harry sat there looking gormlessly at everyone present. If he'd expected to hear anything that wasn't it. Griphook began his scan, moving his finger up and down when an alarm in the office went off, both of them screaming. Mr. Potter, you have the foulest dark magic on your person this bank has ever seen, which I am disgusted to say resonates with something in the Lestrange vault. Do you know the Lestrange family? I can only tell you about it being in the Lestrange vault, as that dark magic resonates so well with the magic currently within you, he said as Harry looked very worried. I don't know them other than that they harmed Neville Longbottom's parents beyond repair. I only know this because I overheard someone at school talking about it before. For that reason I despise them. Neville has never been okay because of them. At least I can say my parents died. He cannot and is still without them. I shouldn't have lost my parents obviously, but he has had it tougher than me because they are still alive and can never be home with him ever again. He told me so himself once, and it was heartbreaking to hear. He said, need to come with me to a deep chamber of the bank where you will be asked to pass through a grade 10 decontamination shower. It will drench you from head to toe in a Specialized liquid that will aid any and all problems you have on your person and will do so in 20 minutes. Do not be fooled by the short time, as it will seriously hurt you but needs to hurt in order to work. Come this way, please, he instructed as a nervous Harry went with them into the deep bowels of the bank. They entered the room with the decontamination shower in it, and everyone who was not needed was told to leave the room. Harry was instructed to get naked and get in as soon as he felt ready. They would wait behind a screen until he was done. The shower beeped, letting him know it was ready as he slowly undressed and thought it's now or never before, bravely rushing in and screaming his head off as several old broken bones which had not healed properly disintegrated, only to be regrown with a special Skele-Grow option the shower had given him. That was a total of 10 bones. Goblins had developed a method of giving someone Skele-Grow in one go instead of many installments of the potion over 2 days as normal healers in St. Mungo's did. It caused more pain but for a much shorter period, and generally people did feel better about it afterwards. He felt his body stretching, his height increasing slightly to what it should have always been but never was over his abuse at the Dursleys. Moving up his body, he felt his internal organs being righted, and then his vision became blurry as everything went black and he couldn't see a thing. He called out that he was blind and then felt a pain unlike anything he'd ever felt as he had an extreme headache that didn't seem to want to dissipate. As he cried his eyes out from the sheer agony it was causing him, his scar burst open, blood gushing out as black followed it. There was a blood-curdling scream as another one was heard in another distant part of the bank, and Harry blacked out. What should have taken 20 minutes took 1 hour for him, as he had been so malnourished and sick that he'd needed the time to seriously heal. This did beat the equivalent month he'd have needed to spend in St. Mungo's getting everything fixed. He was moved to the infirmary to sleep and would be awake in 2 hours or so. At that point all he needed to discuss with them could be dealt with. Griphook was honored. He was asked to be the new account manager for the Potters and vowed to do his best by Mr. Potter for as long as he lived. All would be well with the world soon. A device in Albus Dumbledore's office monitoring the horcruxes went off, telling him that 2 had been destroyed by natural causes, and he breathed a sigh of relief, even if he was annoyed that it was 2 less Harry would need to be finding and destroying. His device only told him the status of them and not where they were, so he would still need to look for them. However, he'd have Harry for that. Once Harry had found and destroyed them all, Harry could die for everyone and he'd live to take the glory once more. He did love it when a plan came together. He could have had no idea what awaited him next year though, and would be in for a world of shock and awe. Chapter 4. Here is the next chapter. I hope you like it. Please read and review. Love, Hermione XXX. Dobby had been waiting by his master's side as he slept with the permission of the goblins. It was clear he loved the boy and the boy in return. It was heartwarming to see, and Griphook knew he'd been assigned to the Malfoys as his own house elf had told him that once years ago. Clearly he was free now, and he was all the better for it. Malfoy never knew how to treat his so-called hired help, and as a consequence Dobby never did much to help him. Boy, was Dobby wasted on Lucius. He had so many talents they'd never known of. Because it never entered their small-minded pureblood brains to ask him what he could do. He leaned down, brushing Harry's hair gently off his forehead, and kissed it. He would need all the care in the world when he woke up, and Dobby would be there for that no matter what. Griphook watched Dobby proudly. At last Mr. Potter's care would be put first instead of last, as it had been all his life. Right now he was putting himself first and was entitled to be a little selfish for once in his life. Harry had mentioned something earlier today which had him mildly concerned, but he'd ask him about it later. Harry stirred, opening his eyes, blearily squinting as he adjusted to the bright lights in his face, and once he fully adjusted he smiled. He could now see without his glasses and was delighted to be free of them. He had slept without a nightmare and actually felt well rested for once. He adjusted to his surroundings further and smiled when a glass of water and sandwich was handed to him. He was actually starving from the ritual, stuffing his face, embarrassed, but calmed down when he learned everyone did this after the ritual. As he dressed he rejoined Griphook in the office where Dobby and King Ragnarok were now sitting and awaiting his arrival. "How do you feel, Mr. Potter?" asked Griphook, who was now smiling kindly. "I feel wonderful, thank you. I can now see without my glasses, so that's another hassle off my shoulders. I really am grateful for the help, and trust me, I won't be forgetting this anytime soon," he said happily as he relaxed back in his seat. "Harry, I heard you mention earlier today that you were researching blood wards. Could you please tell me why? I only ask as they are illegal in some cases, and I wouldn't want you to get into trouble with the authorities," said Griphook, eyeing him seriously. "Oh, that, yeah, sure. I live with my aunt and uncle who do not appreciate magic, for they live in the Muggle world and consider me a freak because of it, and I didn't want to go back to their house this summer, but Professor Dumbledore told me that there were blood wards on the house protecting me from Voldemort and his Death Eaters, and that it was my mother's sacrifice which was keeping me safe there. He said I'd need to remain there for 2 weeks a year to keep the ward going, and that I might be able to see the Weasleys afterwards, but given recent events I'm not sure I want to see them. I was researching them to see if he was telling the truth, and I found out he was. I do have to be there 2 weeks a year," he said as Griphook took notes whilst listening to him intently. Ragnarok was silent in the corner. He was merely overseeing this meeting due to the last account manager's crimes. He'd need to be sure Griphook was the right fit, although he could already tell he was. "Very good. Yes, you are right about the wards, as I know those types of wards, and it would require you to stay there for 2 weeks. However, that is no reason for him to abandon you there for the whole summer either, where the situation is less than ideal. I will assume that this is why you wished to buy a house. The cottage of your parents in Godric's Hollow was destroyed and is now a national monument, so you can't live there, and Potter Manor was destroyed by Death Eaters, so that's also out. You do have one property left in your family, but it is a townhouse in Paris, and you may not access it until you're 17. Having said that, we can indeed buy and ward a home for you after your inheritance test, of course. Now what happened with the Weasleys? I gather from your statement earlier that you don't trust them," he said as Harry looked up in surprise. He had a home in Paris. He didn't know that. He suddenly felt very fancy and could imagine Petunia's face if she ever found out about it. When he was 17, he'd make sure to tell her that and watch as she looked distraught that the house wasn't hers. Bringing his mind back to the situation at hand, he realized he'd have to tell them about the theft, something he was not happy about in the first place. "One of my best friends is Ronald Weasley, and it's no secret that his family doesn't have a lot of money, and so in light of that fact I have often told him that he may borrow writing supplies and or food from my trunk fro he need to. There is no reason he should suffer because he couldn't afford enough quills or parchment or something. However, this year Dobby was watching my things without my knowledge and saw him steal 9 galleons from my trunk. Top that off with the money his sister Ginevra was stealing, and you can see why I got mad with him. I informed him that had he only asked for money I'd have given it to him, but was incensed he'd stolen it. My other friend Hermione Granger had been cursed by Dumbledore to defend him in any situation, and did so until Dobby was able to remove the curse from her. She was very annoyed about it and told Mrs. Weasley all he had done before wishing her well and going to her own parents. Mrs. Weasley asked Ron to apologize to me and said we could then all forget it, but I can't forget it that simply. When I told her that, she said I had changed and not for the better, whilst then blurting out that they are poor, and now I've forced her to say it publicly. This is why I no longer trust them. However, I don't like that, as he is my best friend and I am so hurt by his actions towards me," he said as Griphook growled and smashed his fist on the table, making Harry jump. "If you only knew how ridiculous her statements sounded given what she's done to you, you wouldn't be so forgiving. I can understand that, however, it is not wise to allow everyone to have access to your school trunk. Dobby informed me what happened with it while you were sleeping, and it alarms me greatly that nearly everyone but you was in your trunk. I mean, you were in it, but not as much as the others. It doesn't surprise me to hear that Albus Dumbledore cursed Miss Granger, as he is not above cursing someone to get what he wants. It would be my guess he wished her to end up with a light family and intended to force her to marry Ronald Weasley. I am not saying this is a sure thing, but if it was uncovered it would not surprise me either. Your old account manager Sharpfang, who was responsible for your accounts, was taking personal cuts financially from your accounts, which Dumbledore told him he could have for giving your money away to various people including the Weasley family and ignoring what he was doing. Essentially, he was to give them 10,000 galleons every second month since your first year. That makes 60,000 galleons a year they stole from you with Dumbledore's assistance. Dumbledore also took so far 200,000 galleons from your accounts so long as you have been alive. He has also created an illegal marriage contract for you to marry Miss Ginevra Weasley. However, it is null and void as your parents didn't sign it. They had in their wills that they wished for you to find a love of your own. He sealed their wills off so no one could read them, but you may do so right now if you wish, he said as Harry burst into tears. Everything around him wasn't real. Everyone had been lying to him, and now he was being forced to marry Ginny, and there was no way in hell that would ever happen. He knew obviously they couldn't really force him, but the fact that they were even trying was enough to make anyone mad. Please, can I hear their wills? Would it be possible for me to hear them alone? I just really need this time alone to process everything, he said as he was informed that he could indeed view their wills alone. A device was summoned to the table, and when Griphook pressed the rune on it with his finger, it began talking. Is this thing on? Oh right, I see it is now. Well then, let's get this done, shall we? I, Lord James Charles Potter and Lady Lily-Anne Potter, do make this our last will and testament, revoking any and all other wills before this, so mote it be. These are dangerous times we are living in, and I am not willing to ignore this, so in the instance that I should die, but my darling wife Lily survive me, everything will go to her, and our son Harry James Potter, should she die with me, everything will go to him. I leave the family vaults and property in Paris to Harry James Potter, and he has received the keys and deeds to the Paris property on his 17th birthday. Son, if you are reading this, it means we are no longer alive, and for that I can but apologize. Always know we tried our best and could do no more than that. Harry is to go and live with his blood-adopted godfather Sirius Orion Black, and if for some reason Sirius Orion Black has died, he should then live with our good friend Amelia Bones. Our secret keeper Peter Pettigrew is a rat animagus and knows the whereabouts of home only. Should we die there, he will be the one responsible for it. It is his responsibility to ensure we are most safe at all times. Should he feel like he can no longer perform this duty to his best effort, he is to appoint Sirius Orion Black our new secret keeper and relieve himself of that burden. To our wonderful friend Sirius Orion Black I leave 1,000,000 galleons and the message to get out there, Padfoot, and live your life to the best of your ability. Find that girl I know you love and propose. Have loads of kids and wonderful life. You deserve the best of things always. Sirius, we love you so much, and as James said, enjoy your life. Finish that Marauder's journal for me and have it published. I am sure it will be most successful. To Minerva McGonagall, my favorite teacher, I leave 20,000 galleons and an apology for always being such a jerk in school. I hope you are having a good life, and we love you very much. Minerva, you were my best teacher aside from Professor Slughorn, and I will always admire you so much. You are such an inspiration to us all. To Severus Snape, I am so very sorry I was an asshat in school. I'm wrong, and I say I'm wrong. I have since grown up, and I can see that bullying you all throughout school was not right. I don't want to ask for your forgiveness, and I would not deserve it, but please watch out for Harry, my son. He did not harm you, and I would very much like him to have some level-headed guidance from you. I leave to you 1,000,000 galleons and the advice to get out now while you can. Live your life to the fullest and marry and have children if it is your wish to do so. Even I don't have a potions mastery at my age, and you must admit you are rather impressive. Don't ever forget I said that, as I'll never be saying it ever again. Severus, you were a wonderful friend to me, and I'll always love and care for you deeply. I am so sorry I couldn't patch things up before now. Please watch Harry, as he will need it, and if he ever turns out like James, please feel free to hex him. I don't care what anyone says, I will not have a bully as a son. Yes, James grew up and out of it, but he never should have been like that in the first instance. I may love him dearly, but I'll always resent that he was a bully. To Remus John Lupin, I leave the sum of 1,000,000 galleons and the message to get the fuck over yourself and get out there and start living. I am sick shit of your poor me routine. We all know you have your furry little problem, but none of us give a damn. The only person who cares about it is you, and I'm sick of it. I don't hate you, but hate the way you see yourself as no one else does. Please humor me and look into why Albus Dumbledore allowed you to have an education when he has never allowed people like you before or since to have an education. Something is wrong there, and I can't figure it out. Just stay safe, okay, and don't ever forget your occlumency. Look, Remus, I need you to promise me that whatever you elect to do in life, that you will live it to the fullest. I don't care what you do, and I will never judge you no matter what others might say. You are my best friend, and I shall miss you and our talks about everything so much. You really have no idea how much you brighten my days now. To Amelia Bones, I leave my collection of horrors, notes, and crime journals, as they may help you to further develop the horror core as it stands. Please take 20,000 galleons to further that department only. With Voldemort or Tom Riddle, that half-blood scumbag on the rise, we can't take any risks, and Bagnold isn't taking that seriously at all. Amelia's, and remember, as Moody would say, be always vigilant. Your niece Susan is so beautiful, and it is my hope that herself and Harry might be friends one day. Please call on Remus Lupin if you ever need help in raising her. He's a dab hand with kids, although he would never tell you this. Harry just adores him. To Professor Albus Dumbledore I leave a 1 kilogram container of lemon drops as I know you love them. I also leave you with the advice that not using the killing curse on Death Eaters is now no longer an option. How many more of us need to die before you will see that? Also don't forget that a well-aimed Diffindo kills as well, and that's not one bit dark. See? Try and wriggle your way out of that one now. Also I leave you 10,000 galleons, dear friend. You have been a good mentor to me over the years and I appreciate it. Professor Dumbledore, I am most disappointed in you for lying. I never thought you capable of it, and all I can say is I looked up to you and you let me down when I needed you the most. I just don't know anymore. There will come a time when everything everyone does will have to be explained, and I hope you are ready for that day. Enjoy the sweets. To Petunia and Vernon Dursley I leave a voucher for elocution lessons. See to it that you use them so you may be better equipped to speak to other people politely without sounding as though you want to kill them at every turn. I also leave you the sum of 2 nuts, as that is all you will be worth in the future if you don't straighten up and fly right. Know always that Lily always loved you even if the feelings were not mutual. You let her down when she needed you the most, and I cannot forget that. Toonie, I cannot say that I have enjoyed this year with undiluted pleasure, because I have not. Despite what Mummy and Daddy said, you were always special to me. You were my big sister, and no matter where we ended up I always looked up to you. I am only sorry you hadn't the sense to see that. Please love your son as much as you can, because I can only hope that Harry never needs to hear this message and that we grow old as siblings together. We are in a war and the time for hatred is long gone, so shut the fuck up and accept that I'll always love you. You are a vile bitch and you have changed beyond measure, however that does not have to mean I don't love you. To Peter Brian Pettigrew I leave 1,000,000 galleons, which he is to obtain if he is found innocent in a court of law. If he is not, my will is to be read out in the Wizengamot in front of Albus Dumbledore and everyone else without him stopping it. Albus Dumbledore performed the Fidelius charm, and so he knows this is indeed true, whatever he may tell you. If we die at home, Peter will be guilty of our deaths. If we die outside our home, it will be down to us, but I hope that never needs to happen. Peter the First, am trusting you, and if something should happen to us I know it will be down to you. Suffice it to say I have given Sirius the Godfather ritual with Harry, and as we all know, if he anyway violates that he dies on the spot. Please help him, as he will need help raising our son should we die outside the home. Please don't let me down as so many others have, I'm begging you. To Rebius Hagrid we leave a niffler of his own choosing from the local pet store. It's already been paid for, so don't worry about it. It's about time you got a break and a nice pet to boot. We love you so much, Hagrid, but don't always believe everything someone in power tells you, as they may try to manipulate you, and I don't want that. I am disgusted to say this includes Albus Dumbledore, as he lied to me about something and I found out about it, although he didn't think I would. More fool him. The fact that he lied at all blew my mind, as I thought my idol could never tell lies, but I was blind and wrong. Don't be like me and let me be an example to everyone else of what not to do. As James says, be aware always of everyone and everything they do. People who go to war don't always wear war clothing. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. We love you so much, sweet man. To Narcissa Malfoy I leave a journal my mother wanted you to have when she dies. If she is not dead now, you will receive it when she does die. I am told you will find it highly instructive and useful. Please raise your son respectfully and have a good life. I may disagree with your opinions, but I do not hate you, and you must know this. I cannot say the same about your husband, though, as he too lied about things which I never imagined him doing. I'm just saying, like I did with Hagrid, that not everyone who goes into battle wears battle clothing. You're a smart woman, figure it out. Narcissa, please raise your son right. Don't allow people to try and interfere with him as they might do. I know what your husband does, and quite frankly he has made his bed and he will bloody lie in it. You do not, however, have to. If things get too tough, get out, and I mean that. Don't come crying to whoever it is later on, as no one will want to know. You were told to be smart, now do it. To Draconis Abraxas Malfoy I leave 2,000 galleons for your education, and I think it would do you good, and besides which my mother has asked that I do so. We are related in a way, and so you are like a cousin to me. Do not ask me to explain it, as it is too complicated for me to do so. Just accept my gift and be happy. Also please ask your dad what shampoo he uses and have it published in the paper. People would love to know how he keeps his amazing hair so great looking. He may be a vile creep, but damn, his hair is fantastic. Hopefully you do not see that side to him and he can be a Loving father. Draconis, you are but a baby, and yet I still wish you well. If you see Harry, treat him as well as you can. He will not handle being without us, and I am certain of it. Maybe you can even be friends. I don't know. If you cannot, however, just be civil with him. It is all I can ask of you. To Lady Augusta Longbottom I offer my sympathies. What happened with Alice and Freddie was just awful. We will get those bastards, I promise you that. Neville will grow up proud of his parents if we can help it. Please remember, he will be unique when he grows up, and nourish that as much as you can. He is Harry's god brother, as we did the god brother ritual, and so I am just informing you of this fact so you can know if they spend a lot of time together this will be why. Augusta, we love you very much and wish only the best for you and Neville. Please watch out for Algernon, as he is not well, and I am concerned about what he may try to do with Neville. Neville may be a late bloomer, as with all the trauma he's suffered with his parents it is understandable. Please try to see that he will come into his own one day, and when he does it will be amazing. I know you are concerned about him, but don't worry, it will all work out in the end, I promise. To Neville Longbottom I leave 500,000 galleons for your own use, absolutely, and I request that you live your life and go and do something crazy and have an adventure. Don't wait for the moment to become perfect, take whatever moment it is and make it perfect yourself. Your parents were great friends to us and would be so proud of you, young man. Neville, please allow Harry to help you heal and help him heal too. Both of you will have lost your parents in a way and could really help each other. You are god brothers and love each other dearly. See to it that no one ever tries to pull that asunder. Your parents would be so proud of you, sweetheart. To Harry James Potter, our son, we love you more than life itself. We leave you our familial vault with 1.2 billion galleons in it. In our world there is a list called the Sacred 28, and any family mentioned on it is exceptionally rich. We are one of those people, and it is for this reason we have so much money. I leave to you also the secondary vault with 100,000 galleons in it. We have set up a trust fund for you which will refill each year when you go to school. Use the money however you see fit, okay? In the vault you will find many things, edients, jewelry and clothing, etc. Use the Potter betrothal ring in there and marry whichever witch you choose. If you choose a wizard I will not judge you either. I just felt it was important to say that to you. You may give out money to anyone you like, however our account manager Sharpfang will advise you on how to go about doing it if you like. When you put on our family ring you will automatically be emancipated, as we want it that way, however it will only be announced that you were emancipated when you turn 17. I will always love you forever, Dad. Sweetheart, my brave little boy. Grow up smart and always study well and get good grades so you may get a good career. Eat all your vegetables and have good manners. Marry someone wonderful and have beautiful babies of your own. I've never loved anyone as much as I love you, and I have never been prouder of you. You are the best and fuck the rest. Give hell, son. Love you always, Mum. As it switched off, Harry sat back wiping at his tears and thought long and hard about what to do next. Chapter 5. Here is the next chapter. I hope you like it. Please read and review. Love, Hermione XXX. Harry sat forward and looked at Griphook with an interesting expression on his face after his tears had dried. Griphook, is this legal? I only ask that because as a child I had to go with my uncle Vernon to a will reading for his mum, and that will only included her and not her husband, he said as Griphook smiled. In the Muggle world you are not allowed to have a dual will, however here in the magical world dual wills between spouses are exceptionally common. It is indeed legal. I would personally advise you to wait until another year to have it read in the presence of everyone else. No one would need to know you've already seen it. Would that be agreeable to you, as that way you can know more than Albus Dumbledore realizes? Also, whilst looking into what he did, we can now surmise he put money into the account of Hermione Jean Granger, however she flagged the money herself and didn't spend it. Her account manager has informed me that she didn't care where the money came from, just that she herself didn't put it there and refused to spend it. It has since been returned to your accounts. You can rest easy, as she appears to be one of the only honest friends that you have right now. What most customers here don't know is that if money is transferred illegally to someone's account, we can tell how much went there because of trackers and so on the cash. We can detect the money which went into the Weasley family account further went on into the accounts of both Ronald and Ginevra Weasley. Because the money is stolen money, we can see what they spent it on. We couldn't see this otherwise. I will tell you that of the 60,000 galleons they took in total, 20,000 remained in the main account while 20,000 went into each of the other two accounts. Would you like to know what it has been spent on? asked Griphook as Harry looked thoughtful indeed. Did he really care what they'd been spending it on? He actually was curious now, as he could only imagine what Ron had bought and sighed loudly. Now he was furious Ron had the gall to ask him for more money to his face. What a fucking prick. He'd be dropping Ron like a hot potato, and indeed a conversation with Draco Malfoy was necessary. He did severely dislike the boy, but that was because of Ron, and in light of his recent findings that was no longer fair. If Draco screwed up by himself, then he was on his own totally, but he did deserve one chance knowing the truth. It might change his views of Harry. Yes, I would like to view what they've been buying, please. Also, when you're done, please send a message to Draco Malfoy stating that I wish to meet him here alone. He and I need to have a serious talk, he said as Griphook prepared the files and then read out the contents. This is for the account of Ronald Bilious Weasley. He has spent 3,000 galleons on the latest top-of-the-line broomstick and accessories to go with it. He spent a further 1,000 galleons on books to do with Quidditch. 1,000 galleons were spent on new clothing. 1,000 galleons were spent on new shoes for every occasion, including Quidditch and balls should the need to attend one ever actually arise. He spent 5,000 galleons on sweets, drinks, quills, parchment and robes. He then spent 2,000 galleons on jewelry. He has 7,000 galleons left in his account, he said as Harry sneered. Why am I not bloody surprised that most of it went on food? I swear to God he's a savage. I mean really, and the asshat couldn't ask me for it, no? Oh, he'll be in for a shock for sure the next time we meet. No one ever steals from me and gets away with it. He'll be made to suffer for sure. Now tell me what Ginny spent the money on and let's get this charade over with. He snapped, banging his fist on the table in rage. I mean, even thinking of Ron was infuriating right now. I understand your ire, but together we'll get them all, I promise you. Now Ginevra Molly Weasley's account was filled with the same 20,000 galleons. As I said before, we can only track what she did with the money, as it was stolen money. If it were not stolen, we could not track it. 3,000 galleons were spent on a racing broom of the highest order. 2,000 galleons were spent on racing gear to go with the broomstick, again of the finest order. 2,000 galleons were spent on sweets and drinks. 3,000 galleons were spent on shoes and clothing. 3,000 galleons were spent on makeup. 2,000 galleons were spent on a new trunk and school supplies. Lastly, 5,000 galleons were spent on various jewelry items. She does not have any money left in her account, as she has spent it all. It would seem Miss Weasley likes shopping and sees no problem spending all of someone else's money. I have been informed Draconis Abraxas Malfoy is here with his father, who insists he cannot see you alone. Don't fear him, however, as he is not allowed to use his wand in the Goblin Nation without risking being killed on the spot where he stands, said Griphook as Harry snarled and then asked for both of them to be brought in, whereupon Lucius sneered heavily at him. Please have a seat. I owe Draco an explanation about something and he needs to hear me out. I will not harm you. When my parents died, I was sent to live with the vilest muggles known to live. I was abused all throughout my childhood, living in cloakroom or cupboard, if you will, under the stairs. I learned 1 month before I came to Hogwarts I was a wizard from none other than Hagrid. He was not a good choice, as he might have meant well, but he was not well equipped to give me any useful information I could learn from about our world. All he had told me was that any wizard who ever went into Slytherin was evil. Because I was bullied all my life by my relatives, I was worried I'd never even make a friend in this world because I'd never had one before. That was when I met Ronald Weasley, and he repeated the same things about Slytherin to me. When I met you and you acted in a very spoilt and arrogant way, I immediately assumed you would mean me more harm, so I rejected your offer of friendship, and for that I am sorry. I judged the book by the ridiculous-looking cover, and I should not have. Having come from the life I had in the Muggle world, I can say I was willing to trust anyone who showed me a shred of kindness, which happened with that scumbag Weasley. Let's just say he and I will never be friends again. When it came time for me to be sorted, I asked the Hat not to place me in Slytherin over all the bad things I'd heard about it, which is why I then ended up in Gryffindor, he explained as Lucius' jaw fell slack. If he'd expected Harry to say anything, it wasn't this. Mr. Potter, if I might, may I please ask you to forget what happened between us before. I had no idea about your childhood. Who is your magical guardian? He or she must have known life was bad for you there. I am a lot of things, a lot of peeper child abuse I will never tolerate, and I don't care who you were either. Even if it was Weasley, I would still object. To ever harm someone as gentle and innocent as a child is unforgivable. If I may ask, why are you no longer friends with Ronald Weasley, as you say? Asked Lucius, who oddly looked like someone had thrown something highly distasteful at him. Harry had never seen this side to him. Draco just sat there quaking, not knowing what to do or say. My magical guardian is Albus Dumbledore, and he didn't wish for me to know anything of our world until the right time, which is why he sent someone as useless as Hagrid to come and show me our world for the first time. Hagrid is an idiot. I'm sorry, personally he's lovely, but when it comes to anything magical he's a total fool. He just doesn't know an awful lot about magic, so he often sounds like an idiot when he tries to explain any of it to me. Dumbledore put me with my relatives, and because of a blood ward he placed there, I have to spend 2 weeks a year with them, but convincing them to go on vacation at that time will be no problem, as it's the house the blood wards are keyed to, not the people. Albus Dumbledore has been taking money from my vault and giving it to the Weasley family. Just before you came in here I was learning what Ron and Ginny had spent my money on. It is for this reason I am not their friend any longer, and they are in for a rude awakening when school resumes. Hermione Granger was given money also, but flagged it and refused to spend it as she didn't place in her account herself. Dumbledore did that for her. She at least was honest enough in that she didn't spend the money at all, and the amount was returned to me. None of the other Weasley children were given money, so they are innocent in this. He snapped once again, banging his fist on the table as Lucius watched his magic swirl out from around the boy as it momentarily trashed the office, surprising all present. His rage was palpable, and you could certainly feel it in the air. Once he was done, Griphook looked at him in surprise. Mr. Potter, it is safer to get this done in here when it can be rectified in an hour. Gringotts will charge you 50 galleons for the damage done, as we know you couldn't help it, however the repairs to be done will cost that much, okay? He said as Harry looked at him seriously. Griphook, I am very sorry about that, but I am so angry right now I could not help it, he said as Lucius righted himself and seemed to remember where he was. Mr. Potter, I am indeed troubled by what you have said, and must admit what you have told me changes everything, and I mean everything. House Malfoy is now willing to offer you any assistance you may need should the need arise. I can surmise from what you have told me that after the 2 weeks are up you will need somewhere to go, and I was wondering if your family has any properties you can live in? He asked as Harry looked thoughtful. The man had tried to kill him yesterday, but here he was in awe, offering all this help to him because he'd been abused as a child. It was quite clear that child abuse was something Lucius would never get over. Possibly he'd been abused as a child. Maybe this is why he hated it so much. He'd need to look into that idea one day. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Malfoy. My family has one remaining home which I can only live in when I'm 17. I shall be purchasing my own home when we are done in this meeting, after Griphook brings me a possible prospectus on homes to view. Forgive me, sir, for asking, but did you have a troubled childhood? It's just you seem so concerned about child abuse. I'm sorry if I've offended you or anything, it's just I didn't realize people could care about things like that. When I first came to school, Poppy Pomfrey treated me for broken bones and severe malnutrition, but did so anyway without saying anything to me about it. I mean to say, she merely healed me and got on with it. No questions were asked. He said. Lucius looked ready to spitfire. Clearly he'd touched a raw nerve. Mr. Potter, I am on the Board of Governors, and I can tell you that all cases like this must be reported to us all at once so the situation can be dealt with despite who the child is. It is quite clear she didn't want to tell us, but the more likely story is that she was somehow prevented from telling us. I've known that witch more than 30 years, and she'd never ever willingly let something like that slide. I will investigate it at once with the witch in question. As for your question, I did not have a nice childhood, and we will simply leave it there. I will never allow the abuse of a minor while I am still breathing. Despite my bad choices in the past, I care very much for children and indeed their welfare, he said as Harry looked annoyed, surprising him. Pardon me, Mr. Malfoy, but I may hate Ginevra Weasley over all that she has done to me, but I would never put her life at risk like you did. That book you gave her, which I in turn destroyed, was a horcrux, and I bet you didn't know that, did you? He snapped as Lucius shocked everyone by fainted out cold. He was revived and placed in a chair with a calming draught handed to him. I was naive in my youth. The Dark Lord was a charming man and could make you believe anything he chose to if he wanted to. He promised me power and luxuries beyond my wildest dreams, and like a fool I believed him and he marked me. It was a grave error, but I had no idea those items were horcruxes. I know where they are but not what they are, as I didn't hear him say that. He was talking to someone before about them and I was eavesdropping on him. So focused was he that he didn't know I was there. There's a horcrux in a shack in Little Hangleton. One resides in the home of Regulus. Blacker did before he died. One is in the Lestrange vault and one is in the room in which all things are hidden at Hogwarts on the 7th floor. I don't know what they are though. Would this mean if you find them all and destroy them he can never return? I don't wish him to return, however I don't wish to share our world with mudbloods who wish to challenge our every way of life and why we do what we do. Just come into our world, do things as we always do happily and leave whenever you choose. Don't try to question and change everything as that will never work. I can see Dobby chose to bond with you. He will keep you safe, he said as Harry looked at the man who somehow seemed as though he'd aged horribly in the last few moments. It was then that Draco found his voice and spoke. I am in Slytherin and I would advise that we keep up the rivalry between us whilst at school, as it can be useful if people think we still resent each other. This will allow people to believe we do not have contact and they may tell either of us information which would be useful to both or one of us. I can see why you did all that you did. You were a dickhead last year and so was I. That is all I can say on the matter. I have no idea why Snape resents you so much, but for the head of our house he is shocking at hiding that he does. I don't know why, but I hope he gets better because it's a bit annoying. I am sorry for everything that happened with your vaults and the manipulations of the people who were supposed to be your friends. I, Draconis Abraxas Malfoy, do hereby swear on my life and magic that any information shared with me by Harry Potter will not leave this room or my lips unless he should give me express permission to do so. Even if I should be potioned, I vow to never reveal anything without your permission. I gave you that vow because I know otherwise you will be stressed out thinking we may tell others about it, which we won't. I wish to start over and say I am sorry you were misinformed about our world and my house. May we be friends one day, because I sure hope so. I'm so sorry you didn't have a good childhood and then got abused here as well, he said as Harry looked shocked to the core. He didn't expect Draco to do or say the things he had just said and done, but here they were. Lucius looked proudly at his son. He still hated mudbloods but didn't wish to be Voldemort anymore. He had a reputation to keep up after all. Draco, I think a fresh start would be good for us all, to be honest. Thank you for understanding. I regret to say I know why Snape hates me and I won't be tolerating his crap next year. I don't care what he does. I am not my father, and the sooner he realizes that the better. You did not have to give me the vow, yet you did anyway. Thank you for that. I must say I am relieved. Me being abused as a child won't get out unless I say it should. For once I have some control over my life. Because you have given me a vow without being prompted, I am shocked to be saying I trust you more than any friend, excluding Hermione, that I've ever had. Possibly when I get my new home you could come by and visit sometimes. It would be nice to be able to talk to and trust someone other than just Hermione, as that would get lonely after a while, he said as Draco smiled slightly, extending his hand to Harry once more, who took it. Unbeknownst to them, Griphook had alerted the goblins to the locations of the objects and they had gone to get them separately with teams of Cursebreakers, Bill Weasley in one of them. They could not get access to the Black property, but the Black House Elf, which was listed in the House Elf family register, was called and came looking very confused. When questioned about an item his master Regulus had left, he burst into tears and handed the locket over and was told to wait for a while. They went into a warded room and returned 10 minutes later with the destroyed object, as he thanked them profusely for doing the right thing and helping him to fulfill his master's last dying wish. At last he had done it. Master Regulus would be so proud of him, he just knew. I did it, Master, he muttered before going home full of the joys of life, and began cleaning his home with vigor, as it would need to be spotless in case anyone from the Black family called to visit. Elsewhere, Little Hangleton was eventually found and the ring destroyed, but not before it claimed the life of a goblin who had tried it on over the compulsions on it. He had died as the ring didn't know how to react to being worn by something which was not a human and had reacted violently, killing him. It was quickly sequestered into a bag and brought back to the bank, where it was still thrashing about, trying to harm others around it. This was the darkest cursed item Bill had ever seen. He shuddered as he slit the bag and released the object, which flew into the warded room, where it was promptly destroyed, but not before putting up one hell of a fight. Bill Weasley flowed over to the school with an order from the goblins to search the room of requirement for a dark and dangerous item which could be a danger to the students. If it is this dark, Mr. Weasley, I should accompany you to aid you in your task, said Dumbledore, looking very concerned indeed. Merely he was concerned with what it was and taking the glory of destroying it for himself. He would be most popular after saving the lives of the students once again, even if no students were currently at the school. He could merely say he destroyed it later on or something. He could also get glory this way. Man, did he love hero worship and glory when it was aimed at him, that is. I am afraid, Professor, you may not interfere in this case, however you may come as an observer if you wish, he said as Dumbledore smiled. He attempted mind control on the boy only to see he was probably wearing something to protect against it when nothing happened. They both went to the room of requirement where Bill and his team spread out searching everything, monitors in their hands. 2 whole hours later one of them went off, making Dumbledore jump as he hadn't expected it to be so loud. They all went to the sound of the beacon to see him levitating Ravenclaw's diadem. Before Dumbledore could say anything, however, a bowl was produced from somewhere which had a huge cavity in it, and the diadem was thrown in the horcrux being destroyed, the wailing spirit of Voldemort dying out and screaming, shocking Dumbledore as he stood rooted to the spot in fear. He had planned to be brave and save the day, however, as he felt his wet robes he realized he'd pissed himself with fear. Embarrassed, he asked to be excused and returned to his personal quarters to clean up. Checking his monitor, all of the horcruxes were now gone. His attempt to control Harry had gone out the window and all was lost, or was it? Maybe at 17 Harry would have to have a serious accident after he'd married Ginny and have that accident blamed on Voldemort while she was left with all of his money. That could work too now, considering that Voldemort was now gone for good. Back at the bank they'd been talking for ages, so much so that they didn't notice 3 hours had passed. They only reacted when Lucius' arms burst into flames, causing him agony as he whipped out his wand, severing it off at once, as did most Death Eaters in the country with a wand. The arm fell off, burning to ashes and dying as he cauterized the wound quickly. Draco had screamed, but if he'd not done it he'd be dead. For an expensive fee, a limb regrowth potion was supplied by the goblins, who informed him that the arm would grow back, but he'd need to spend the night in their infirmary before heading home tomorrow. He was taken to bed, whereupon he asked Harry and Draco to come nearer to him. Elsewhere, Severus, who had secured this potion years ago from the goblins for a hefty price, took the potion and headed straight for bed, as it took 12 hours to complete the healing process. Once a limb had been severed, the witch or wizard who had done so had a maximum of 1 hour before they would be unable to replace the limb. Bellatrix Lestrange and those in prison with marks without a wand had all died as the spell consumed their bodies, killing them as the dark magic attached to their marks died, bringing them with it agonizingly. Mr. Potter, now I must rest, but at last I am free, which is good. I am a master occlumens like Severus Snape, and it is for this reason only the Dark Lord does not know I never killed anyone. I did torture people, but I never killed anyone. If I did not torture people I would have been killed on the spot by the lunatic, and I needed to live to support my family. What's done is done. Please allow me to help you in choosing your new home. I feel it would be good to get good magical advice on what type of home to buy, he said as Harry looked genuinely impressed. I am disturbed that you tortured anyone, but at least you lived to see your son grow up, which my parents did not. I would appreciate your help. Griphook, I will be buying 2 homes. One in the Muggle world, for future use should the need for me to be in that world arise. However, I want the Wizarding home to be more opulent, he said, smiling as he was handed the prospectus for the various homes. After looking through the book, he eventually chose a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom detached home in the Muggle suburb of Brixton, London. It would serve him perfectly well in the Muggle world when he needed to be there, and he would be having it warded and a flow installed there. The home he chose in the Wizarding world had 6 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms, a large kitchen and pantry, formal dining room, office and informal dining room. He was delighted with his purchases. Changing his mind, both homes were put under the Fidelius charm, with him being the secret keeper. Draco was safely returned home after he was given the address to the magical home so he could visit Harry there. He was only given the address after giving a vow to never betray him or his address to anyone on his life and magic, and he had done so. He was very excited with his new homes and would be returning to the Dursleys soon, a changed man. They'd better watch out, because when he does it will be explosive for sure. Chapter 6. Here is the next chapter. I hope you like it. Please read and review. Love, Hermione XXX. I will be heading back to the Dursley residence soon, however I would like an inheritance test before I go there. Also please tell me how to access my EY can be warded and put under the Fidelius, said Harry, smiling as he was deep in thought. Well, first things first then. Here, please use this blood quill to legally sign these documents, and once you do that they will disappear to be filed with the right departments. Once they have arrived in those departments, the money will be taken from your accounts and the homes will be yours. When that is done, the rune above the door will flash red in color," he said, sliding a document and blood quill across the table to Harry so he could sign the purchase agreements for the houses. It was 41,000 galleons for the Muggle home and 500,000 galleons for the Wizarding home. He was impressed by the amounts and was shocked to hear it didn't even dent his funds in the bank. He signed, and as soon as the rune flashed red, 2 boxes appeared there with a watch in one of them and a ring in the other. "Okay, so for the Brixton property you will wear this watch, and I will also give you a key in a moment. If you do not feel like using your key, you may tap your watch with your finger or wand and say 'take me home,' and you will arrive in that house in a moment's notice. Now, because of the various wards we will put on the house, you may use magic in it without it being registered or detected by anyone. This means that when you portkey into the house, even if it doesn't take you always to the same part of the home, no one outside will notice. The same goes for the ring and the magical property, however you will not get a key for that one. We have charmed the ring so it may never be removed by anyone else from your person. The same wards will be on this house as well as the Fidelius, which will of course be on both homes. The warding and such will be ready in 1 week, and then we will take you through them and you can then move in whenever you wish. I should have said earlier that anything you do in these homes can never be restricted or monitored because you own them, and the wards we are placing there will essentially take you off the magical grid. Now, is there anything else you want to ask me?" he asked as Harry looked at him thoughtfully for a moment. "I want the Muggle home connected to the Flow network, and its password is to be Brixton House. So I should say Brixton House in the Flow clearly to get there should the need to do that arise. After I am done here, I will visit both homes momentarily at some stage. However, I would like permission to be able to flow directly into the bank and go to Diagon Alley from here. I only ask, as should I do so from the leaky cauldron all the time, it will raise suspicions where they are neither necessary nor wanted. Essentially, too many questions would be asked of me which I'm not prepared to answer. Also, please tell me how to get to the leaky cauldron from my Brixton home should I want to do so by foot," he said as Griphook smiled at him. He was smart indeed, and asking all the right kinds of questions most people didn't think of. "Yes, well, given who you are, for a fee of 25 galleons a year you may flow here at any time, day or night. We are all about money here, hence the fee. I can tell you that from Brixton you should get the Muggle tube to Victoria Station, and once you get there leave the station, and the leaky cauldron is a 5-minute walk from there. I would advise you to withdraw 100,000 galleons and transfer it into pounds and on a check so you may use it and open a bank account. It will be 500,000 pounds, and it means you may have a bank account in the Muggle world you can access when you select to live there. I would not advise having Mr. Draconis Abraxas Malfoy to visit you in that home, as he may not be comfortable in the Muggle world. I am just guessing this, however he may be fine there, we don't know until he tells us. Do you want me to get you a check for the amount I mentioned earlier?" he asked as Harry face palmed. Why had he not thought of this himself? It did seem like the most logical thing to do. "I can't believe I didn't think of this myself. However, now that you mention it, yes, please see to it that it is done, and I will open a bank account on my way home. I meant to ask this earlier, but over everything I forgot. Is there a way to remove the trace on my wand without it being noticed?" he asked as Griphook clicked his fingers, a weird-looking long box with a needle pointing out of the top of it appearing before them. "Humor me please and place your wand in this slot here, and now prick your finger on the needle. Afterwards I will heal you, and then we shall have the results from the test this machine does," he said. Smiling, Harry did as instructed and pricked his finger, feeling sore for a moment until it was healed. The box glowed blue and his wand was levitated out of it, spinning around rapidly before settling back in the box as a percentage appeared above it which said 50%. "What does the percentage here mean?" asked Harry curiously. "This, Mr. Potter, means that this wand is only 50% compatible with you. However, as you have it, I would hazard a guess that it was the only wand in Ollivander's which did not react badly with you. Which is probably why he sold it to you. You may find that big spells come easily to you, where smaller, more normal, commonly used spells are very hard for you. What we can do is scan this wand from all angles and have an exact replica made for you which has no trace on it and is made from the materials you select. It will be a custom wand and will cost you 200 galleons, but it truly is worth it. Would you like to do that?" he asked as Harry then smiled brightly. "You are so right. It took me 2 weeks to learn the Lumos spell, where everyone else had learned it in a day. I was so embarrassed as everyone thought I was useless at magic afterwards and were confused by my great display of bigger spells later on when I needed to use them for protection reasons. Please do it now, he said as different cores and woods were selected. He actually chose for himself an ebony wood for the wand and a thestral tail hair soaked in phoenix tears for the core. The wand was completed dyed to resemble exactly his old wand, which was snapped in half, incinerating at once. Harry held his new wand and called out Lumos, almost being blinded by the light it offered to him. Once the spell had been held for a while, it petered out to an acceptable level where it looked normal like everyone else's and not overpowered as it had 2 minutes ago. No one would be able to tell this wand was not legit, even Ollivander, because of the goblin methods employed in the crafting of the wand. The check was prepared and Harry settled in for his inheritance test. He was presented with a bowl and blade with a quill in the bowl. He was instructed to slice his palm and allow some blood to drip onto the quill inside the bowl. After 10 minutes the quill floated out of the bowl and towards a parchment piece on the table where it began writing and eventually came to a stop. Okay, Mr. Potter, I will now read you the results. You have inherited from 4 different families. You have obviously inherited from the Potter line, which you knew about anyway, so I won't repeat that to you. You have also inherited from the Evans line. You inherited 2 vaults. One with 2 million galleons in it and the second vault containing the Evans family grimoire and various items such as jewels, wands, potions and clothing, etc. He said, pausing to see that Harry had understood all he had said so far. When it was clear that he did understand, he then continued on with the reading. You inherited from the Black family, and pending what happens to Sirius Black, you will be the new Lord Black, as he has stated you should be the new Lord Black should anything untoward happen to him where he is not eligible to care for you any longer. You have inherited 2 vaults, the first with all the possessions, the magical family grimoire and potions ingredients belonging to that family. In the second vault you have 2 billion galleons. There is a third vault containing 10 million galleons, however. Draconis Abraxas Malfoy by the late Orion Black, and it is stated that it is his money to do with as he pleases. I can only tell you about this as the inheritance test tells me I can, he said as Harry smiled. It was good that Draco was being recognized here. Please see to it that he is informed of this change in the status of his wealth. You may tell him I did an inheritance test and we discovered we both had connections to the Black family and that this is his connection. He will be happy to know that, I am sure, said Harry as he motioned for Griphook to continue. The last family you inherited from was the Peverell line, however this line is as old as the hills, so they didn't have much money in this bank. The account has 10,000 galleons in it, including their family grimoire and all possessions of that family. In the days of the Peverells, people put much more stock in possession than money, which is why there is so little money and so many possessions here. Here are the family rings. You will need to place them on one after the other until they amalgamate into one ring. You will then be able to call forth the ring you wish to wear at that point in time. These rings can be invisible if you like. Just tap your wand to your rings and say goodnight to them. It is weird, but this has always been the incantation to hide them from magical and all eyes. To make them resurface once more, you need to simply tap with your wand on the ring and say the name of that family and it will appear there. Do you need anything else before you leave? He asked as he then presented Harry with the check, which was now ready for him. Harry placed all of the rings on his fingers and said goodnight, laughing. This was a very funny incantation indeed, and could imagine how ridiculous someone might look at any time of the day saying goodnight for no apparent reason. I need one last thing before I go. I need a disguise which cannot be penetrated by magical eyes or anything which would usually reveal a disguise. He is to have a deeper voice and be 2 feet taller than I am. His is to have blonde hair and deep brown eyes along with sallow skin. You can name any of the accounts I have after him, which will allow him to spend freely without it being questioned, he said cleverly as Griphook smirked. This was indeed cunning. It is done as you were describing him to me. His name is Weasley John Evans, and you need only say let's go shopping to activate him. Once you say we're done shopping, he will go away again. Have a nice night, sir, and don't remember we will get Albus Dumbledore eventually together, you and I, Griphook said sincerely. Thank you, Griphook, and please take 1,000 galleons for your trouble. You have been excellent today, and quite frankly you earned it. He smiled, leaving with the check in tow. He said let's go shopping and changed before exiting into the Muggle world. He would do some shopping here as Weasley Evans too. He entered the local NatWest Bank branch, signing up for an account, and using a Confundus charm he had the check lodged in a debit card in no time, no questions asked. He registered it under Harry James Potter but made himself look like Weasley, so no questions were asked about that either. He then returned home to Privet Drive, and it was now 10 p.m. After all he'd done that day. Vernon stormed out to him looking so red in the face with rage. It was rather humorous to see. "What fucking time do you call this? Give me back my blasted key. You're lucky I don't kill you," he snapped. As Harry laughed at him, chucking the key in his direction. "Here's what we're going to do, Uncle Vernon. You are going to shut up lest you want to be cursed so fast your head will spin. It would seem someone lied to the both of us. I only need to be here 2 weeks of the year, and after that I will be gone from this house until the same time next year. You have a choice. You can either shut up and put up, or if you really don't feel you can contain yourself, go on vacation for those 2 weeks, and this way we don't even have to meet at all," he said seriously. Vernon looked like he was going to explode once more, but then stopped, thinking for a moment about the situation at hand. "What do you mean? This Albus Dumbledore freakman thing or whatever told us you had to be here until the last week of every summer. Is this not true?" he asked as Harry once more looked. Thunderous, actually scaring Vernon a bit. Not that he'd ever be admitting that one though. How many more people is this motherfucker going to try and screw over? No, it's most certainly not true. Now what choice do you make? Vacation or we ignore each other? Asked Harry seriously. This is my home and I will not go on a vacation so you and your freaks can ransack it and steal from it, so no way is the vacation happening, he snapped as Harry too snapped. Vernon, you asshat, I don't like any of your things, and we freaks, as you so nicely put it, can't use the things in our world, so they would be useless to everyone there. Do you think yourself so important that anyone would actually want your stuff? He asked as Vernon sneered at him. You can't do magic outside school, they'll lock you up, Petunia told me so for now you will do as I tell you or things will get ugly once again, he snapped as Harry's wand was in his hand faster than he could imagine. He raised it high in the air in a menacing way, and when he slashed down, he levitated the telephone in the corner on the phone stand. Vernon had thought he'd curse him, shocked when he didn't. I am still waiting for the summons to jail, you asshat. You gave me a vile childhood, and it is for this reason that you will be paying me back. Once you're done, we will be even for a while at least. He summoned 3 chairs and all of the Dursleys were placed in them, bound, engaged. Oh, this was certainly going to be fun, he thought. Looking in disgust at his relatives as they paled considerably, wondering what he might do next. Chapter 7. Here is the next chapter. I hope you like it. Please read and review. Love, Hermione XXX. You may think you know me and what I've been through, but I have seen evils you can scarcely dream of. Dobby, I need you to come here without being seen. I want to know, is there a way to see someone's fears without it harming them? He asked as the Dursleys gasped. There was a pop sound, but they didn't see anyone there. Yes, Master Harry Potter, sir. It is a Boggart. You look at it and it shows your worst fears for everyone to see. Will I bring one here to you now? Asked Dobby as Harry said he should. He appeared moments later with a rattling briefcase and set it down on the coffee table. Now then, how does this work and how does one go about conquering their fear? He asked as Dobby explained it to him. The Dursleys were terrified of the voice they could not see but could. Indeed, here. When you or I opens the briefcase, you will be presented with your fear. You should then swish and flick your wand like so while saying the words ridiculous. When you do this, the scary object becomes funny. Do you need anything else, Master Harry Potter, sir? Asked Dobby as Harry smirked at the scared faces of the Dursleys before him. You see, I am never alone, never. I am always being watched by my dear friend Dobby, so in the words of you, Vernon, any funny business, any at all, and there will be trouble. All my life of living here I've been scared, well, not anymore. Today is the day I conquer my fear and you watch me do it. After that we'll see what happens, he said acidly as they all now looked confused. They had thought he might harm them, but now it seemed that might not be so. Oh, how naive they were. Harming someone didn't always mean something physical. He had Dobby open the briefcase, something which looked for all intents and purposes like smoke coming out of it and settling before him. It suddenly shifted and swirled around at lightning speeds until it revealed a cloaked figure killing both James and Lily Potter before turning around and removing his cloak to reveal Dumbledore underneath. Harry, Voldemort is just something I made up to cover my OW. This I did. I killed them all and told everyone I was Voldemort. He was most displeased until I killed him too, and now I will kill you, Avada Ridiculous," Harry called out as he was suddenly sporting a pink tutu and doing ballet. It was truly his fear that Dumbledore would somehow say he was behind it all, even though he knew he couldn't logically say that. As he had conquered his irrational fear, he somehow felt better and then smiled a sadistic smile. "Now, as you can see, that was my fear. Let's see yours, shall we? I lived in fear all of my childhood. Now let's see what makes you quake, huh? I think we'll start with you, Dudley, shall we?" As Dudley shook his head no, but Harry scarcely pretended to notice him. Levitating the boy so he stood up, but still in his binds he swiveled the briefcase around until it was facing him. The mass swirled, changing until it settled on a wizard in funny-looking robes, telling him that his parents had died and he'd need to care for Harry all by himself, and that the wizard didn't care if he had no money or not, that he'd simply need to do it. Then the wizard, who Harry noticed slightly resembled Dumbledore, told him that if he did not care for the boy he'd die. Harry merely placed Dudley back into his seat and levitated Vernon in front of it, where it once more changed. Vernon's fear appeared as Harry's eyebrows rose up in surprise. There he saw himself using his hands to point at and kill random people, claiming he was special and that this is why the people needed to die. He then produced a black wand with white tips that a magician in the Muggle world would use and proceeded to turn Vernon into a rabbit before stuffing him into a large oversized hat and making the hat turn in on itself, slowly taking the air from his lungs. He watched as Vernon looked petrified beyond all belief and actually pissed his pants in fear. Harry was rather disgusted with this. I mean, really? He had no intention of ever killing anyone and would not ever kill them either. They did deserve it, but he had other plans for them and he would enjoy it immensely from the sidelines. He intended to send a letter to the Death Eaters exclaiming that Harry Potter was living in number 4 Privet Drive. What happened after that was not his problem. However, he realized all Death Eaters were now dead, but that didn't have to mean he didn't tell anyone else about it either. They had treated him heinously all his life, and at one point as a child he nearly died because the internal bleeding was so bad. After Vernon had informed the authorities he fell down the stairs, they merely advised him to be more careful and took to treating him. It had been a close call for his life, and none of them had cared at all whether he'd lived or died, and that hurt him the most. He'd been 5 years old and he'd called out for his parents to be told they hated him and died just to get away from him. The briefcase was moved once more to face Petunia. When it did so, he was shocked to see Severus Snape wandering around torturing her family to insanity and blaming them for Lily's death and killing the one girl he'd ever loved. He had said because Petunia was a selfish bitch she'd caused Lily's death and lost him his only love. Harry paled at that, as he'd not considered that Severus Snape could love his mother. Was it true, he wondered? Seeing as how she too had wet her pants from fear, he put the Boggart back into the briefcase and asked Dobby to take it away, as they all looked slightly relieved. However, as he'd not allowed them to face their fears like he'd done, it would haunt them for many years to come, and it was the least they deserved. Now then, what was that spell that useless idiot who tried to teach me defense against the dark arts used on my body? Oh yes, I remember it now. Let's go upstairs, shall we? He asked, levitating them to their rooms one by one. He went into Vernon's room and strapped him to the bed, but not before calling out Brachia Memento, vanishing the bones in his legs and one of his arms. He went into Petunia's room and also vanished the bones in both of her arms and legs, and did the same to Dudley. They would remain under a silencing spell for the 2 weeks, and at the end of it he would have Dobby feed them some Skelligro potion. 2 weeks without food should be enough, as he'd often gone a month without food before at their hands. 2 weeks would be nothing. He then smelled a burning smell and went down to the kitchen, where the oven was currently on fire, and used a quick Agamenti spell to out the flames and another spell to dispel any smoke. He chucked the incinerated chicken into the bin after he doused the flames coming from it. Then he went and made himself a snack and sat in Dudley's room facing him and eating it. Then he got an idea and laughed heartily. Dobby, can you make any space appear larger than it is, say enough to accommodate 3 people? He said as Dobby listened to him. Indeed I can, sir. What would you like me to do? He asked as Harry smiled, finally Dudley wetting his pants as Harry had looked scary when he smiled. Right now each member of the family had pissed their pants for some reason or another, and it was the least they deserved. This was payback Harry Potter style, and they would never again abuse him, nor would anyone else either. There is a cupboard under the stairs and they should all go in there. It is to be padlocked and they are to get 3 cups of water a day with no food whatsoever. You saw no harm in doing this to me and I see no harm in doing it to you, so don't look at me like that. I had a lifetime whereas you will have a mere 2 weeks, so shut up and put up. Dumbledore saw no harm in abandoning me here and it doesn't matter now anyway. Do it now, he said, as much to his surprise in 10 minutes it was done. The cupboard was silenced and he headed upstairs to bed after transfiguring himself a new bed. In the morning, he took Vernon's keys once again and left, getting the tube to Victoria Station, where he then changed to the Victoria line heading for Brixton, his house keys in his hands. He smiled as he would see his home for the first time. Dobby walked invisibly beside him, making sure he wasn't seen as they walked down the road towards his home. He noticed to his surprise his home was a terraced house with 2 bay windows on the front of it, both upstairs and downstairs. It was opposite Brockwell Park, so he'd be able to walk there and swim in the Lido there if he chose to. Hermione had informed when she met him that her family lived in Peckham close by and often came in the summer to swim in the Lido at Brockwell Park. He'd have to look into seeing her there if he could. He approached the house number 8 and saw it was glowing. He knew that it was probably only glowing so he would know it was his. When he approached the door and stuck his key in the door, turning it in the lock, his hand was struck by a needle which appeared from nowhere and he heard a few clicks before he entered the home, a goblin inside waiting for him. Clearly the pinprick of the needle had alerted him to the fact that someone was there. Mr. Potter, the needle which pricked you keyed you into the wards, and this home is now under the Fidelius with you as the secret keeper. I have just come by to tell you this, and that the needle won't be pricking anyone else unless you state that you wanted to, such as a wife should you have one when you grow up. Is there anything you wish to ask me before I return to work? Asked the goblin, figuring he might as well ask as he was here. Yes, actually there is. I would like to tell my friend Hermione Jean Granger about this, although she never did me wrong in any way. She has way too much respect for authorities and that's not always good. I want her to know about this without being able to tell anyone about it, no matter who it is which might ask her about it. I just feel that if Dumbledore or Professor McGonagall or something asked her, she would tell them about it straight away without hesitating, and she wouldn't mean anything wrong by it either. It's just the way she is. She can't say no to authority. Evelyn looked shocked to the core. Is there any way you could contact her right now and ask her to come with you to the bank? We are in need of her for an inheritance test at once. We have an old vault there she might be able to inherit from. Once at the bank we can discuss getting her to keep the secret. It might involve using a goblin method of truth telling just to see if she would really tell anyone in authority once asked, he said as Harry looked shocked too. Dobby, please get Hermione and bring herself and myself to the bank at once. Afterwards we will return here to my home, okay? He asked as Dobby did so. Hermione was in her garden when he came for her, making her jump. Miss Granger, Harry Potter sir has asked me to take you and him to the bank. Please come with me, he instructed as she looked shocked. Please give me a moment while I tell my parents I am heading out. I hope he is okay, she said, running inside to tell her parents, who said that as long as she was safe and back in a few hours she could go to the bank with Harry. They trusted their daughter as she was very mature indeed. Dobby took her to the bank where Harry was waiting for her there. Harry, are you okay? Is it the Dark Lord? She asked, sounding worried indeed. No, it's not him, but I did have business to attend to in the bank when they mentioned how important it would be for you to have an inheritance test done right away. Then once you're done we have things to talk about, okay? He asked as she went with the goblin who was to conduct her test with her. She was presented with the same bowl and quill and cut her palm, crying out as the blood dropped into the bowl, but soon stopped crying as the goblin had healed her hand. After 10 minutes the results were in, with her wondering what was going on as he looked shocked. Miss Granger, you are to inherit from the Dagworth Granger vault, which was in jeopardy of being closed as there hasn't been a lord or lady of that family for almost 200 years. The vault contains your family ring, grimoire, possessions and 15 million galleons. You also own a potion store in Hogsmeade and Diagon Alley, but you may not do anything with them until you are 17. Here is your family ring. You must put this on, and once you do so you will be legally emancipated in our world, meaning that you may do anything you like without needing to consult a magical guardian from now on. Your family was also gifted with natural potions and occlumency abilities, so when you put this ring on you will get them, he said calmly as she exclaimed, "Oh my word," and fainted out cold. She was revived and blushed. I'm so very sorry about fainting in your bank, how embarrassing. I've never done this before. I don't know how to speak to you or respond, but manners would be a good place to start, I guess. Thank you so very much for this test, and I will put on my ring now, she said, putting on the ring as an explosion was heard knocking her out. He called at once for a healer, confused by this and rather worried for her health. Healer Thompson came in and examined Hermione, gasping. She will be fine and wake on her own in 10 minutes as her body adjusts. She had a spell on her person which was removed, and we won't know what it did until she wakes up. Also, her core was made whole or full once again, as the powers associated with her newfound family believed her powers to be too low for the vault to accept her as she was. It would seem Lord Dagworth Granger only wanted those with an actual full core to be the head of his house when he died, and put this stipulation on the ring. Also, she now has the potion and occlumency abilities and will need her magic stabilized when she awakes. You know what to do, she said, handing him a pepper-up potion to give to her once she woke up, 10 minutes later. Hermione woke up and looked around in awe. Here, Miss Granger, please take this potion, it is a pepper-up. Healer Thompson now informs me you have a full core as well as natural potions and occlumency abilities. How do you feel? He said as she smiled at him. I feel truly fantastic. Thank you, fine goblin. You have done well. Indeed, and will be rewarded later on. It feels almost like a blanket or something I couldn't see has been removed from my person. However, I feel fine now and don't even know what it did, so we're not even going to go there. Let's go out to Harry, as he said he needed to talk with me about something, she said as he stopped her. Please, Miss Granger, cast a Lumos spell and hold it until you feel your power leveling out, and once it is does we can leave, he said as she did so, blinding them all and shocking her greatly. It took 5 minutes before it was bearable. Just how powerful was she? They left and went into another room where Harry and Griphook were waiting. Hermione, please have a seat. I need to tell you something about me that I've done, but I have done it for a sensitive reason, and although I trust you implicitly, would you allow Griphook to ask you a question using goblin truth methods? It's just if what I told you got out, it would be harmful to me. I would rather be safe than sorry, he said, determined as she reeled back, almost hurt, but given who he is, huffed and then agreed. She was given a special orb to hold, which would mean she could tell only the truth. Miss Granger, if Mr. Potter here tells you something about his life and asks you not to tell anyone about it, would you do so even if someone in authority asked you for that information? He asked as she frowned. It's not good to lie to adults, and I don't like that one bit, but as long as I could tell my parents whatever it was, it would be fine. If it is his business, then it is not mine to tell people about it, although it will seriously piss me off if I have to lie about it, she said, looking annoyed. What would you say if we were able to have you tell anyone who asked that you cannot tell anyone about it because you gave him a vow you would not tell anyone? This way you're not lying but telling the truth, because if you take the vow you cannot tell anyone without his express permission first, he replied as she seemed thoughtful. That will be acceptable, she said as he took the orb from her. Hermione, please hold out your wand. Give me a vow that you will not divulge anything I tell you about myself in the next few moments unless I tell you that you can, he said as she did so, her wand tip glowing a blue shade to show it had been effective. He explained everything to her slowly. Which is why I had to buy a home to live in that is under the Fidelius curse right now in the Muggle and magical world. I have a home for each of the worlds. I had to do this to escape the abuse and manipulations. I hope you understand. If you want, we can tell your parents about it, however, as it is under the Fidelius, they can't tell anyone about it. I trust you with my life and thank you for returning the money. Harry Potter lives at number 8 Railton Road, Brixton, London, he said, finishing as she burst into tears. Oh my God, Harry, I have no words. I am so sorry you were ever put through any of this, and you had no need to worry about authorities, as my mum and dad spoke to me about blindly trusting adults, as I did so in my first year, which was not good. I actually went to get help about Ron but was promptly told he's an idiot and I need to stop being so damn sensitive all the time and toughen up if I want to succeed in that world. Hagrid told me this, but that doesn't make it any less hurtful. I told McGonagall he said so, and she said that although he's right, he should not have said it that way. She told me if I elect to get upset every time he does something wrong, I will not enjoy my time here and it will be wasted. I didn't know the money was yours, but either way I wasn't about to spend money which wasn't mine. I am so sorry about the abuse. I can't believe Dumbledore put you there, but clearly he doesn't care at all. I promise to be by your side in this no matter what. You're my best friend and I'll always love you, she said, clamping her hand over her mouth in shock, blushing up to her roots. Hermione, it's okay I do love you too, you know, it's just that because of how I was treated over that asswipe's actions I don't know how to love. I have never experienced love in my life and so I don't know how to give it. I'm not ready to date anyone yet because quite frankly I'm too fucked up and damaged right now, but I would love to take you on a date at some point in the future when I am ready to date. Would you like that? He asked as she nodded and smiled, hugging him and inhaling his scent, feeling relaxed. You're bloody brilliant you are, and I'll be ready whenever you are, no need to rush anything as we have our whole lives to figure things out, she said, sounding like Ron in that moment over his shock. Whenever anything amazing happened around him. Leaning outwards, Harry looked at her and leaned in, gently brushing his lips against hers, feeling an electric shock as Griphook shrieked, drawing both of their attentions to him. Griphook, what is it? Harry asked, looking concerned indeed. I have just witnessed you two have a soul bond. That means you are now considered married in our world and would need to marry in the Muggle world at a later date if it would suit your parents, that is. Otherwise you can simply inform them you are now married. I will need to ask you if you still wish to be known as Hermione Granger. Soul bonds only happen to the most special and powerful people in our world, and they are rare enough, although whenever one happens usually two others happen at the same time roughly. Congratulations. It is about time something good actually happened to Mr. Potter, he said as Hermione once more looked like she might faint but did not. Griphook, thank you, I wish to remain as Hermione Granger in school at least. I will need to tell my parents about this and they will not be happy. Can someone please explain it to them as they may not understand and get mad at Harry, which really is the last thing he needs, she said as Dobby was asked to get her parents and bring them to the bank where they were now waiting worriedly for their daughter. What had happened to her? Was she all right? They were imagining the worst, as most parents do. Boy, were they in for shock. Harry wasn't at all prepared for this, let alone his next conversation. Chapter 8. Here is the next chapter. I hope you like it. Please read and review. Love, Hermione XXX. Mr. and Mrs. Granger, please come with me into this office here. Your daughter is fine, however her life did change in numerous ways and she will need to talk with you about that. I will be on hand to explain some of it as she doesn't understand how to do that yet. Mr. Harry Potter is here with her too. She is his best friend, he said as Mr. Granger smiled. They entered the office to see Hermione and Harry sitting side by side, looking as though they'd been slapped across the face with various fish. Mr. Potter, I assume. Look, I actually wanted to talk to you and I was going to ask Hermione about it, but it slipped my mind. However, you're here now so I can. I was going to do this at the start of last year, however the Weasleys informed me that after your flow accident it would be better to do it at another time. This is that other time. I know about what happened in your first year, as Professor McGonagall wrote to me about it, and long story short, I know you saved my daughter's life from a troll and I am most grateful for that. If I can ever do anything to repay you, please let me know, he said sincerely as they both hugged him tightly and then sat down in the chairs provided. I would do anything to protect Hermione, even give my life for her, and I mean that. I would merely request that you try not to hate me after what you hear in a while, as it's not something you may like. However, it was shocking to us as well. I need to start with myself first because I have not been okay and you need to know why. Professor Dumbledore sent me to live with my exceptionally abusive relatives after my parents died. He was concerned that the Death Eaters or terrorists of the follower that killed my parents would be after me, and using a blood ritual on the home in question ensured they could never find me and kept me safe from them. He did not, however, keep me safe from the animals living inside the home, nor did he care to check on me and see how I was faring there either, he said, shuddering as Jean's hand flew to her mouth in shock while she waited for him to continue. At age 5 I was beaten so badly that I ended up in hospital and almost died. Luckily I survived, however my aunt and uncle told the authorities that I fell down the stairs when playing and they merely advised me to be more careful and healed me. I lived in the cupboard under the stairs with limited meals and drinks until the age of 11 when my Hogwarts letter arrived. Every day I was made to cook and clean all the time for them and beaten severely when I did not. I cooked for them since I was 5 years old whilst standing on a chair at the stove in the kitchen. They had always told me magic wasn't real, and then when I found out, naturally I was very annoyed. Petunia claimed my mother Lily, her sister, had been a freak and that her parents were so proud they had a witch in the family. As Mum went off to boarding school and Petunia did whatever she did here, they grew apart, eventually hating each other. When it came time to introduce me back into this world, Professor McGonagall did not come to my house like she did with you, Professor Dumbledore. Wanted me to be as in the dark about everything as I could, and so he sent his lovely groundskeeper Hagrid to come and get me. While Hagrid is lovely and indeed a friend of mine, he would never have been equipped educationally to advise me properly on anything in our world, and did a piss-poor job at answering any questions I ever had. He said, once again pausing as they listened with rapt attention. He took a big drink from a glass of water which appeared there for his needs and continued. When I asked him about school, he informed me that all students which go into the house of Slytherin are evil and bad students. Then later, when I met Ronald Weasley, he said the same thing. With being abused so much at home by my aunt, uncle and cousin, I was never allowed to have friends, and so when I met Ron I did all I could to keep him. I was terrified he'd leave me, and so when he told me about Slytherin it really did stick in my mind. He and I are no longer friends, which I will get into in a while, as Hermione doesn't know that yet either. Then when a boy named Draco Malfoy offered me his hand in friendship, he insulted the way Ron looked, and so I refused to be his friend. He ended up in Slytherin, and when it came time for me to be sorted I asked the hat not to place me in Slytherin. It didn't. I only did that because of all I'd been told about it in the first place. It is truly for this reason that I was not friends with Malfoy, when that never should have happened. If I hadn't been told bad things about it we could have been friends for sure. Draco was an ass to me and I to him, but he never did what Ron and his mother did to me, which I'll get into in a moment. We met up the other day, and after finding out about why I resented Slytherin so much we agreed to try and be friends. It will not be easy, but everyone deserves a second chance, even him. We then found out in our meeting that all the Death Eaters are followers of the madman that killed my parents are now dead for some magical reason which can't be explained. The main thing is that they are gone now. The madman who killed my parents is now dead too and may never return, thank goodness. Do you understand everything so far? He asked as Jean burst into tears. Harry, I am so sorry all of that happened, and I can indeed see why you would ask us not to hate you, but we never could. You saved my baby girl, and that is something I shall never forget. Why do you still go to that awful house then, as Hermione told me you do? She asked as he smiled at her. This is not the reason I asked you not to hate me, but we'll get to that in a moment. Because of the Blood Wards I have to spend 2 weeks a year here, however, 2 homes, one in the Muggle world and one in the magical world, in which I intend to live when I am not there. My relatives and I have come to an understanding, as I was dumped by Dumbledore on their doorstep at aged 1.5, and they were merely expected to care for me no matter what. My parents had a will stating who I was to go and live with should they die, and Dumbledore for some reason sealed it off so no one could see it. He then made himself my magical guardian, telling me nothing at all of this world. He then proceeded to take money illegally out of my account and gave 60,000 galleons to the Weasley family since my first year. Both Ron and Ginny got 20,000 each into their new accounts. A friend of mine, Dobby, who is a house elf that watches over me, said he saw Ron stealing money out of my trunk last term. When I confronted him about it, he did not deny it but told me to get over it, as did his mum, who made him apologize and told me to stop being annoying, as he'd said sorry and I should be over it now. Then I found out about the other money when I called into the bank. Hermione has given me a vow that she will not tell anyone in authority where I live without my express permission first, he said, as both Jean and John, Hermione's parents, gaped at him in awe. Her dad was frightened that if this was not why they would hate him, then why would they? He figured it would be something dangerous and was gearing himself up for the worst. Hermione, darling, the goblin here said your life has changed in many ways. Can you please explain that? He asked as she jumped from being addressed so suddenly. Well, Dad, I took an inheritance test the bank asked me to take, and I inherited from a rather old family of Dagworth Grangers. Apparently they're related on Dad's side of the family. Essentially, in this world I am now considered rich, and I can change that money into pounds at any time I see fit. I intend to do so and pay off your mortgage as soon as I can. It is the least I can do. I am now an emancipated minor, meaning that I don't have a magical guardian in our world now. And that I am essentially my own boss. I was talking with Harry about his properties and why I must not tell authorities about it without his express permission. He actually revealed to me that Professor Dumbledore never told his relatives he only needed to be there 2 weeks a year and was leaving him there to suffer all summer long until he could go to the Weasleys with me at the last week of summer. As you can imagine, he was still being abused, and that's not one bit fair. I was talking and told him he was my best friend and I'd always love him, and that he shouldn't fear talking about these things with me. It was Professor Dumbledore who put that money in my account without my permission, and it belonged to Harry, to whom I had it returned to. Griphook, please explain the rest, she said as he looked at her exhausted face, seeing that she seemed too tired and wary of her parents' reaction to explain any more. Indeed, Lady Granger, I will. After they had that talk, they were involved in one of our most sacred and rare magical anomalies called a soul bond. When your daughter told him she'd always love him, he said to her that although he loved her too, he was not capable of giving love over all of his abuse and would need to get therapy and help before he could accurately love anyone. He informed her that he would love to take her on a date when he was better mentally, and they shared a brief kiss. When the kiss was over, an explosion was heard and they glowed a golden color for a moment. If I am honest, in awe of the fact that I was ever here for a moment like this. It is so rare, and my life is now complete because of it. When the kiss and explosion ended, they were both soul-bound or magically married in our world. It is a rare event where two soulmates meet and once they kiss are deemed to be married for life. I believe this is why he has asked you not to hate him, if when they get older they wish to have a Muggle wedding that can be arranged. Hermione has already informed me that she still wishes to be known as a Granger in school. He finished as her dad looked like he was going to shout and then fainted. He was revived and given a calming draught which he automatically took without question as his breathing evened out. Mr. Granger, I was not prepared for this, and as Griphook has stated, given how I was raised, I truly do need help. I will always love and protect your daughter, even with my own life if necessary, and this I promise you. I am willing to tell you where I live so that if you and Hermione ever wish to visit me and or spend the night there, you may do so. It is protected, so no one can come in there without my permission first. No matter who tries to come in, they cannot. Should anyone look either of us up, they will not find us no matter what they do. It will be like we have gone off the grid totally. Harry Potter lives at number 8 Railton Road, Brixton, London. To get there via flow you need to call out Potter House and then you will arrive. Should you ever need to come there for safety reasons, day or night, please don't hesitate to do so. Your safety is most important to me. In fact, everyone's is really. Should you ever need anything once you are there, my good friend and house elf Dobby will attend to your every need, getting you anything you may need at any time of day or night. This is what he is there for. He is bonded to serve me but lives on my magic, as without it he would die, which I don't want. His last martyrs were terribly abusive of him, and he is a dear friend to me, so I will care for him always. Also, I am not friends with Ginny over the money and the fact that Molly Weasley and Albus Dumbledore tried to set up an illegal contract for me, stating that when I turn 17 I must marry her. No matter what happens, it is against the law, and I am building up a case against Dumbledore to get him put in jail for a very long time over everything he tried to do and did indeed do to me. He will not get away with this, he said, shocked as Mr. Granger started crying, shocking both his wife and daughter. Harry, I am amazed that given all you've been through, you still think solely of others. That is the real good you don't find in many people. The fact that you even considered our safety blows my mind, if I'm honest. I am most shocked you ever thought I could hate you, because that's not possible. I am dismayed that my daughter is essentially married so young, but as I can see the level of care she will get, I am not worried about her. Having said that, if you touch one hair on her head wrongly, I reserve the right to kill you. It had to be said, Harry, and I hope you can understand that. At the end of the day, I am her father and she will always be my little girl. I really can't believe we're now rich. Hermione, darling, thank you so much for essentially paying off our mortgage, as it had been a worry for us with us having to pay for your school fees too. Welcome to the family. Harry, and you don't need to worry, as we won't tell anyone where you live, he said, hugging the boy who looked most relieved. Jean followed suit, hugging him too. Harry, darling, welcome to the family, and thank you always for caring so much for our Hermione. I am never worried when she is with you, as I know you are always caring for her. Now, however, she may be the one caring for you as you need it. Don't worry about your ability to love, as it is there and will come out when you have been healed emotionally. The fact that you put her first is a sign of love, and one I am delighted you possess. Also, for the offer of your house in times of need. I will know to call for Dobby should we ever need him, and I thank you deeply for that. Hermione, I think after the 2 weeks he spends with his relatives and you spend with us, you may go and live with him in Brixton. It is a mere 15 minutes drive from our house, and we can visit all the time, so no worries there. I don't want to be a grandmother till Hermione is in her 20s. I know you're too young for any of that right now, but it needed to be. Jing him closely. Mum. You're so embarrassing. That will never happen until I am the right age of this, I assure you. said Hermione, smiling. They all went home, with Harry returning to his Brixton property to finally have a look around it. Inside the door was a nice hallway with a generous cloaks cupboard under the stairs with many hooks for hanging up jackets and the like. Through the first door on your right was a nice living room, had a big fireplace in the center of it for easy flowing should the need to do that ever arise. He had opted to buy it furnished, which had cost him more, but he didn't mind it. It had a nice L-shaped couch in it and a coffee table in front of that, while a bookshelf rested in the alcove at the side of the fireplace. There was a stand with a TV on it and a beautiful rug in front of the fire. It was a very homely room. Down the hall again he passed the stairs and entered the next room to the right, which was the downstairs bathroom. It contained a walk-in shower, a sink and toilet. It was basic but did the job just fine. The next door down from this contained the kitchen-cum-dining room, which was a decent size and painted a nice duck egg blue shade. There was plenty of storage in here and the dining space could easily fit 4 people in it. Off this was another door which led to a utility space and then a final door leading to the small backyard. The backyard contained a washing line, a patch of green grass and some patio space where a nice set of chairs could be put on a sunny day. Going back inside the house, he headed upstairs, coming to the second bathroom, which contained a stand-alone bath, toilet and sink with ample storage. The master bedroom had plenty of space with a double bed in it and walk-in closet off to one side. On either side of the bed were some bedside lockers and lamps. The beds had no pillows or bedding and the house was without curtains or other furnishings like that, but it was nothing a trip to IKEA wouldn't fix. The last room, a spare bedroom, had a small double bed in it, while a wardrobe rested against the wall beside the window. He made a list of all the things he would need, such as pots and pans, bedding, curtains and towels, etc., and headed back to the Dursley house, where he had a quick meal Dobby prepared for him and went straight to sleep, with Dobby sleeping at the foot of his bed. It had been a good day and he'd wait to check out the magical home until he was with Hermione. That day had gone better than he could have hoped. For now he was just thrilled he'd have someone to love him finally. Chapter 9. Here is the next chapter. I hope you like it. Please read and review. Love, Hermione XXX. Lucius sat in his office drinking a fire whiskey and reeling in shock. As he'd healed and returned home, he'd been doing a lot of that lately, thinking that he was, if he was honest, disgusted with himself. He had acted rashly and almost killed a child. He had been so desperate to get rid of the item without really knowing what it was at the time that he just pawned it off on her without even thinking. It had made him feel so extremely horrible that he'd done it quickly without thinking. When he'd then later been eavesdropping and found out what it was, he was sick to his stomach. He couldn't simply retrieve it without risking people asking him why she had it in the first place, and so he'd merely buried his head in the sand, convincing himself that if nothing came of it he could merely take it from her once school was over. Oh, who was he kidding? It had been a disaster. It could have been Draco who was put in harm's way. I mean, he knew if Draco had seen him slip her the book, his greedy nature would have prompted him to steal the book from her because he could. Then Draco would have been the one in danger. He was still surprised Harry had asked the hat not to place him in Slytherin. He didn't even realize the hat could do that, but clearly it could. Had Draco known that, he wondered, would he himself have asked to be put in a different house? He didn't think so, but he couldn't be sure. Mopsy, I need you to grab the Hogwarts sorting hat for a moment, as I want to talk to him. When I am done you may return him once again. I shouldn't be 10 minutes. Please make sure you are not seen, he said as the elf bowed low, her nose almost touching the floor. Right away, Master Lucius, she said, and popped back in with the hat in a few minutes. Hat, I want to ask you some things, please. I will return you to Hogwarts afterwards. Ah, Lucius Malfoy, excellent Slytherin student with straight grades. Ask away, dear boy, but don't keep me too long, as that headmaster might not like it, although I don't have to tell him where I've been and he cannot force me to either. Please, can you tell me your name, as I'm assuming you have one? Yes, I do. The founders named me Horatio. Well, Horatio, I would like to know what you saw in the mind of my son when you sorted him into Slytherin. Would he have fit into any other house? I am surprised you are asking me this, and actually yes, he would have. I am under no obligations on privacy, so I can tell anyone anything about someone's sorting should they ask me, but no one ever thinks to ask me, so it is rare that anyone ever knows the details of another sorting I have conducted. I told him he would make a fine Ravenclaw, as he is rather intelligent, but he asked me to place him in Slytherin because it would be better for him in the long run. Pardon me for saying so, but he is not aware that I know he seemed to think there would be much trouble at home if he was not in Slytherin. I can see why you might say that indeed. Had I asked you to put me in another house while I attended school there, would you have done so? Indeed I would, dear boy. I know it's not really my business, but Harry Potter recently informed me why he is in Gryffindor, and it is because he asked to be there instead of Slytherin. Why did you put him there, and did you not think he would do well in any of the other houses? If Mr. Potter had not been so exceptionally abused and nervous, I would have been able to tell him he actually would have suited well any of the 4 houses. He has qualities of them all. He did request anything but Slytherin, so I put him in Gryffindor, where both of his parents had been, as I thought he'd be most happy in that house. People often forget that in order to sort people I must search their mind and memories, and his were harrowing at best. I was scarred by it for sure. Was there anything else you wanted to know? Yes, was my darling Narcissa supposed to go into Slytherin, or did she ask to go there, and what about Voldemort? Well, first to Narcissa, she would have made a fine Ravenclaw, but I put her in Slytherin as it is what she wanted and would have stood out in her family for all the wrong reasons if I did not. To protect her, it would not have been wise for her to be in Ravenclaw. I saw her memories and they were not good. Tom Riddle, as he was known in his youth, was most disturbed indeed. I saw that whatever house he went into he would surely corrupt, and actually believed it would be safer for everyone if he was in Slytherin, which he did ask me to place him in. He had observed well how older students of that house behaved and sought to emulate them. He wanted no one to know he was a half-blood, as that would have disgraced him terribly, although there's nothing at all wrong with that, he just thought there was. I know plenty of half-blood wizards and all are wonderful. Thank you, Horatio. You have been most insightful. Was Albus Dumbledore always supposed to go to Gryffindor? No, absolutely not. Much like Mr. Potter, he was destined indeed for Slytherin, but I saw his future if I put him there, and he would surely have turned into a dark wizard. However, it would seem it didn't matter which house I put him, because he is still dark even now. Although he conceals it, not wanting to flaunt himself like Tom did. All I can say is that everyone who is anyone and comes to that school should know occlumency. He is extremely fond of legilimency and doesn't care who he uses it on in or indeed outside of his school. Thiot. Mopsy, please return Horatio to the headmaster's office without being seen, and then return to get on with whatever you were doing. Right away, Master Lucius, she said, taking Horatio and leaving at once. That conversation had been most enlightening. He realized that although he'd never killed anyone, he had tortured plenty of people. The fact that they were not kids did not make it okay either. He couldn't abide it over his childhood. Thankfully his father was not alive now, may he rot in hell. He still had the scars on his legs and back. It had been ugly. From then on he'd always swore to protect children, and he'd almost failed, which would have been ugly. He thought about having another child and bringing it up with his wife, but then realized she may not want any more kids. He decided to take the Dark Lord's proper demise well and use it to his advantage. He would do all he could to right things with the people he'd been forced to torture, as they never knew it was him, as he'd worn his mask all the time to avoid detection. Not that he told his Dark Lord that, of course. I mean, the man did think he'd killed people, which he hadn't, of course. He would give them money to aid in seeing mind healers and pay for any medical expenses they had. It was, after all, the least he could do. For his son, if nothing else, he vowed to become a better father and human being. He couldn't take back what he had done and didn't think he could either, but he could aid the people he harmed, and that was a start. He was through being a hypocrite. If he was going to change, he was going to be sure everyone everywhere who mattered knew about it. It was high time he took his role as one of the heads of the Board of Governors seriously. There would need to be a serious audit of school funds and an examination into the teaching standards at Hogwarts as well. It was no secret that no one ever seemed to remain or be able to remain in the Dodd position for more than a year. Dumbledore had looked like a fool after he'd hired Lockhart, and Draco had told him how useless the guy had been as a teacher. He'd loved himself more than the students and spent most of his lessons talking about how wonderful he was and all of the things he'd achieved in his surprisingly short career. It didn't take a genius to figure out he was a fraud of the highest order. Lucius had taken Draco's memories of some of his classes and intended to show the people at the next board meeting that this was the kind of person Albus Dumbledore was happy to have teaching their kids. Everyone on the board had kids currently in school or kids who had just graduated, so they all had reason to be concerned. For example, why had Professor Binns not been informed he'd died 50 years ago? So he could pass on. It was no secret that everyone either fell asleep or did other coursework in his classroom because he droned on about the same goblin rebellions for years at a time. They would need a competent history of magic teacher. Also, although he was his best friend and Draco's godfather, Severus Snape needed serious assistance with his classes. He was thinking of proposing a tiered system where people were given basic instruction in potions from someone else, and those that showed real promise went to Professor Snape's class, and those that didn't stayed in another class where they were taught properly. Maybe Professor Slughorn might like his old job back. Sitting down once more, he began writing some correspondences. The next year at school sure would be interesting if they got all changes done over the summer. Chapter 10. Here is the next chapter. I hope you like it. Please read and review. Love, Hermione XXX. Lucius walked into the meeting with this head held high, his family pensive underneath his arm, and entered the room, leaving it on the table in the center of the table. I have called this emergency meeting of the board as things at Hogwarts are seriously declining and we need to act fast now to save it. I have here, with his permission, some of my son's memories of his Dada class this past year. They are awful and show no level of skill demonstrated by the teacher. It would appear Albus hired him because he was famous and not for any other reason. I can see from looking at these that he is quite frankly no longer fit to hire proper staff for his own school, so we will need to do that for him from now on. When it became rather obvious that this man had no talent, he still did nothing, which is almost worse than hiring him alone. I could understand maybe if he didn't initially realize that the teacher was wrong, but as soon as then did, he should have fired and hired immediately. Now I think it may have also been his hope to somehow expose the fraud that is Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, but he went about it all wrong, and I don't think anyone would disagree with me here. I have also memories of my son's other classes, so we can see if changes need to be made there. Please come and view the memory of his Dada class and we will talk afterwards, he said as everyone present did so. They all emerged 10 minutes later scowling. What the fuck was Albus thinking hiring someone like that? I mean, don't get me wrong, Lucius, but usually you're not always right. However, this time you most certainly are. I can no longer trust Albus' judgment, so a review of all staff is clearly necessary. I was also going to suggest an audit of funds because I received word that Madame Hooch put in a request for new brooms for the Quidditch teams and indeed flying lessons, but was told by the headmaster that there were no more funds left in the budget for them. I am bringing this up as she brought her complaint directly to me, and I know for a fact there are funds available for her request. He just didn't see fit to give it to her. I don't know why, but I intend to find out why he's been lying to his staff in this manner. My Neville got hurt on one of those old brooms, breaking his wrist in his first year, and we need to get this sorted out at once, thundered Augusta as he looked at her in surprise. She then surprised him further by bringing out her memories of her own. I have other memories from Neville, not all of which are good, I am afraid. It has become apparent to me that Severus Snape has seriously forgotten why he even became a teacher in the first place. He no longer helps students, punishing those who ask for help, and merely expects them to get it right the first time. He even gets annoyed with his Slytherin students too. This is not aimed solely at other houses, although he doesn't give his Slytherins detentions, it has been noted. He writes the instructions on the board and tells them to get on with it, doing nothing to help them, simply giving out to and sneering at the students as he walks past. Neville is afraid of the man and was very ashamed to tell me this, as he didn't wish to get the man in trouble and only cause further trouble for himself. He is 12 and should not have to think like this. I mean, the fact that he ever thought he'd get in trouble for telling anyone this goes to show how well, or not should I say, that Dumbledore is dealing with this situation at the school. No child anywhere should feel so afraid of telling someone in authority that the teacher is not nice to them. However, Neville said he did and was told that this was Severus' way. He was informed to simply keep his head down and get on with it quietly by whoever he told. He did not tell me who it was, but I got the impression from him that it was the headmaster, although he never said that outright, she further thundered, as Lucius really was shocked now. He, along with the other members, viewed her memories she'd taken from Neville and blanched at what they had seen there. To be honest with all of you, Severus is a dear friend, but this is inexcusable. He will always be my best friend, but I cannot in good conscience allow him to continue teaching in this vile manner. He'll be brought up to scratch and then he may be allowed to resume his duties. He needs to be retrained in everything, so I would suggest a teacher training course for him. I propose that we contact Horace Slughorn be willing to resume his post as potions master and head of Slytherin House. He was the best teacher I had in my youth. said Lucius while everyone agreed with him. He was right. It was a hard pill to swallow, but it was true. The Margaret Abbot stepped forward. Well, as we are doing this, then I should show you Hannah's memories of her history lesson, as I requested memories of all her lessons, what with being on the board of governors myself. I always wanted to have her memories in case they could be useful, and this one is. I already saw her potions memories, in which Severus sneered about Harry Potter all a lesson but didn't berate any of them, telling them they were at least tolerable in this hellhole they call school. I was most disturbed at her history lesson, as it would appear Professor Binns is still teaching there, and yes, you did hear me correctly. He is not equipped to teach, and I am ashamed to say. Hannah is one of his only students who didn't fall asleep, and I can honestly say I would not blame her if she had, she said, pouring her memory in the pensive and waiting as everyone watched it. In the memory, Cuthbert droned on and on about the ancient Goblin Rebellion, never asking questions or checking to see if his students were remotely interested. He didn't even say goodbye when he left. His course was old-fashioned like him and seriously outdated. They would need someone sharpish to fill in his position. Why in God's name hadn't he been informed he'd died? It was rather obvious to them all he didn't know about it, as if he had known about it he'd have been able to move on into the afterlife instead of lingering here teaching seriously outdated stuff, or more to the point thinking he'd needed to do so. Does anyone else have any other memories for us to view before we summon Horace Slughorn here? Asked Lucius, looking around the room. Maria Zabini raised her hand, showing her memories from Blaze of his charms lessons. The actual lesson itself was fine, however he couldn't see Professor Flitwick as he stood atop a huge pile of unsteady books, squeaking each time he almost fell from them, making the students jump each time. As we can see here, folks, his lesson is sound, but he needs a platform on which to stand in his classes, and I would suggest a long platform which goes in front of all of the desks. I can have my carpenter make one for a good price for him, so he can focus solely on teaching his classes properly instead of worrying some of the time if he will fall from those books. In fact, it would be my gift to him. I am more concerned with his safety than his teaching skills, as they are excellent, she said as everyone agreed. They then viewed memories of Minerva's class and Professor Sprout's lessons. The consensus was that both classes were fine but needed more emphasis on both theory and practical elements instead of little bits of both all the time. It was decided to have a double period of these classes dedicated to practicals, while the two single classes would be solely theory-based. Professor Trelawney's lesson was viewed, and it was deemed that she was solely unfit to teach and would be fired post-haste. It was also decided to disband divination as a class, as hardly anyone ever had the sight needed to attend a lesson on divination. In its place, they would be bringing back music and art as a combined class, so some days the students would study music and other days they would study art. This way it could be a relaxing retreat from the more serious classes on the curriculum. A school exam would be held for this class twice a year, but nothing like the state exams would take place, and questions such as which charm do you use for X would be on the exams. Margaret Abbott, as it happened, knew a woman who was qualified to teach both, and a letter was sent to her at once after the letter to Horace had been sent. Horace Slughorn was at home gardening when the summons to the Board of Governors arrived, and he left post-haste feeling rather confused. Why did they need to see him urgently? He entered their office, seeing all of them smiling at him. To what do I owe the pleasure? Your letter left much to the imagination, and I can't understand why you needed to see me so urgently, he asked as he was asked to take a seat by Lucius, and did so. Horace, we have been reviewing our children's memories of their classes over these last 2 years, and Dada falls short on both occasions, so a new Dada teacher will be hired by us. Unfortunately, it has come to our attention that Albus Dumbledore is no longer capable of hiring staff, as he allowed a fraud to teach there all year, and when he realized there was something wrong with the man, he did nothing about it. I am ashamed to say that my best friend Severus Snape has forgotten why he even liked teaching in the first place, and has been disgraceful in his recent classes of which we have seen memories. We wish to hire you to teach potions at Hogwarts once again, because let's face it, you were my best teacher I ever had, and if my son can get the premium teaching I did, I would be truly honored, he said as Horace looked faint indeed. He didn't faint, but did look for a while as though he might. I would want too much to be hired by you, and I am just being honest here. The last time I worked there I asked Professor Dibbit for things he didn't give me, he said bluntly as they all looked at him, not sure how to respond when Margaret did it for them. What did you ask him for? He might not have been able to give it to you back then, but times are different now, and we may well be able to give you whatever it was, she said as he smiled at her. I asked him for a significant pay rise and larger living quarters, he said as she smiled back at him, obviously sure they could accommodate him. What did you make the last time pay-wise? She asked as he considered his answer. I made 250 galleons a week, ma'am. I wanted more, but he refused my request, he said, looking sadly around the room. He had loved his job but hated the lack of good pay. Well, how about this, considering that we are in the process of seriously updating Hogwarts as a whole, which may even mean some renovations inside, we offer you higher pay. I am in agreement with Lucius, as you were one of my favorite teachers in school and you can't buy that kind of quality anywhere. Please tell me exactly how much you wanted, she said as he looked fondly at his former pupil. Margaret Jones, I could never forget you. Oh, that's right, it's Abbott now, isn't it? I asked him for 400 galleons a week, he said as she gasped. Well, that's not right at all. I mean, there is no reason he couldn't have given you the raise, he simply didn't want to, and that's no longer an option. Everyone will be getting a pay rise and we'll personally see to it that this happens. When we give out the pay rises to everyone, we expect only quality teaching, and so that is what we shall be looking for in the new staff we hire. I am proposing that each staff member who is credible get 500 galleons each week so as to inspire them to keep on working to the best of their ability. All those in favor say aye, she said, addressing those present in. Ignoring Horace for a moment, there was a large chorus of aye, and then she returned her attention to Horace, who was sitting there utterly slack-jawed. So now that this has been decided upon, Horace, old friend, would you consider teaching potions and taking the head of Slytherin house post? Don't worry, we'll ensure you'll always have a large living space. I believe the living quarters of the late Professor Merrythought is available should you like it, she said with a knowing smile on her face. His face lit up at this and he laughed. Oh, Margaret, you should truly have been in Slytherin yourself. I do of course accept. I am sorry too. Here Albus standards have slipped so much. What do you intend to do with Severus Snape, as he was one of my most gifted students? He asked, as Lucius was the one to respond for everyone. If he was honest, he was pissed off with how much Snape had slacked in his career. For a Slytherin, laziness was Nero's should have known that. I have decided as head of the board that he will be given a choice. Either he accepts teacher training to improve his skills and refresh his memory on how one should teach a class, or he will be fired and given a job at a local potions brewery I own. Is everyone agreeable with this? He asked, as everyone said they were. Striding into Gringotts after the meeting, Lucius met with the head of their curse breakers to arrange a meeting at Hogwarts to have the Dada classroom checked for any dark curses that might be at play in making the staff who teach that class unable to hold their job for more than a year. Unfortunately, Mr. Malfoy, the only time I am free is now. We would need to go there now, and I would need to examine it at once, she said as Lucius smiled. Well then, we will go now. The headmaster is at an ICW meeting abroad, so we should be able to get this done quickly without needing to bother him about it, he said as she packed up her investigations kit and they flowed to the 3 broomsticks before walking up the path to the school. When they arrived to the school, they were met by a confused house elf who directed them to the Dada classroom. Once she was settled, Ms. Grant got out her tools and began scanning the room. In 3 hours' time she had her results. Mr. Malfoy, it would seem that some exceptionally dark magic was woven into the wards surrounding this room, and it will take me several hours to dissect and remove. I will need some peace and quiet while I work. Please make yourself useful elsewhere, and I will get an elf to call you when I am done, she said as she set out to work. He decided to tour the school, visiting all of the classrooms as no one was here, and so he would be free to do so. He could see what people had been talking about as he noticed the huge pile of books in the charms classroom. As he toured, he found many unused classrooms and used his wand to clean up and brighten them. At least now all rooms had a fresh coat of paint, new desks and chairs and podiums for the teachers, while new blackboards rested on the walls. It was firm step up from where the school had been. He then went down to the potions room and brightened that up as well. Lastly, he went to the divinations room, almost getting sick from the incense and sherry smell all over it. It was his honor that all of this would be gone soon. Waving his wand once again, the smell was dissipated, and as the fog cleared in there, he could clearly see the hidden bottles of sherry and groaned. This woman was exhausting. He had spent a total of 2,000 galleons on renovations in the school so far, and that would be 3,000 as soon as Mr. Grant was finished in the Dada room. You see, if you budgeted carefully and perfectly, you never needed to spend too much money. Going outside to the broom sheds, he found roughly 100 brooms, all of which were in awful nick and barely making it. Another 3,000 galleons of the school's budget went on replacing all those brooms with the latest clean sweep editions charmed with self-cleaning and repairing charms built to last. At last, after a tiring 4 hours, she was done in the Dada classroom and accepted the 1,000 galleons for her work. In total, so far they had spent 6,000 galleons of the school's apparent non-existent budget to brighten up the school. Albus would get a letter about those changes once he returned in a week from the international ICW meetings. While he'd been fixing the school, Maria had her platform for Professor Flitwick commissioned, and Margaret had worked on hiring a new teacher to teach art and music to the students. Also, Muggle Studies was getting a serious update, with lessons focused solely on how things were done day to day in that world, and a newly qualified Muggleborn was hired for the job. This would at least educate magically raised students on how things worked in the Muggle world. A wizarding class was imposed for all Muggleborn students to integrate into their world during their first year. They would only be expected to take it in their first year, and it would become an elective after that. Students were in for a huge shock when they returned to school, that's for sure, as was Albus. When he returned. Chapter 11. Here is the next chapter. I hope you like it. Please read and review. Love, Hermione XXX. Jean and John sat at their dining table, glasses of wine in their hands, as Hermione slept upstairs. It had been enlightening for sure at the bank. They were thrilled their mortgage would be paid off, as it had been a huge stress to the couple. However, they were unprepared for Hermione's soul bond. Luckily for them, and unbeknownst to Hermione, they had asked Hagrid to buy them a book on various rituals and cultural phenomenons in their world. Hagrid, being who he was, had bought them the largest one with each and every manner of ritual, even dark ones. They grabbed the book and looked to one another before agreeing and opening it together. It took 10 minutes of searching the huge tome, but eventually they found the correct passage they'd been looking for and read it with enthusiasm. In our world, for reasons unknown, Mother Magic, who is the divine force which gives us our abilities, whatever they may be, blesses 2 such children of hers with an exceptionally rare and cherished gift, a soul bond. We do not know why a soul bond occurs, just that it is an exceptional magical blessing on the individuals whom it happens to. When a kiss is shared and true, pure, powerful love is quite literally exchanged between 2 people, their soul splits into 2 pieces, each piece intermingling until each person has part of the other person's soul within them. Usually in the case of soul bonds, one or both of the parties involved will have come from some kind of tragedy or tragic background, and their soul needs someone to love. Abilities inherited by the couple can include, but are not limited to, the ability to share one's sight or what they are seeing currently with the other, the ability to read minds of others without detection, the ability to talk telepathically to others, or lastly, the ability to appear by their lover's side in the case of immediate danger, no matter their distance from one another. A benefit of being a soul-bonded mate is that no matter where you go in the world, whether voluntary or otherwise, your partner will always know where you are. Those who do not understand soul bonds can perceive them to be quite dark occurrences, but that is naive and quite frankly outdated view. Just because we do not understand it does not make it wrong. We need to educate ourselves, people. Things to note about females involved in a bond are that you should never ask them to choose between their partner and you, as you will never win and only serve to cause them unnecessary pain. They will do anything they can to protect their loved one and will not stop until they truly feel their lover is safe. This may mean having to cut ties with people who were previously not a bother to them. Also, women have the ability to freeze things should the need for that ever arise. However, it rarely does, and so we feel it is not a really useful skill to have. We only say this as freezing is not something us magicals use very often. In males involved in a bond, they will do anything to protect their loved one, even risk their lover dying of a broken heart early, as they would literally give their life for them. While they would give their life for them, their mate would be unable to live for long without them, so this is rarely done. A bonded male will never ever say something he doesn't mean, so we should all believe anything he tells us, as his bond makes lying impossible to anyone who had not manipulated or abused them in any way. Most bonded couples live an exceptionally long life, and according to our research and records, they usually die at the ripe old age of 120 years old. If they are sick, they will usually die at 100 years. Most magical bonds happen between the ages of 12 and 14 and are not usually consummated until the persons involved reach their maturity. Bonded couples, they are often blessed with many children, however many elect to have either no children or a small number of them. This is the preference of the couple at hand. In our society, these couples are quite rare, with 3 couplings happening at the same time every 200 or so years. For reasons we do not understand, bonds which take place in one country stay in that country so that all three couples are from the same region. These people are highly blessed, and one should count themselves most lucky if they ever have the honor of meeting such people. They finished reading it and exhaled loudly. So this meant Hermione would be most honored in the magical world. John, can you honestly say you would not ask Hermione to choose between Harry and us? Because I am not so sure. I mean, he seems lovely and did save her life once, but this implies that we would lose our daughter to him, and I don't want that. She's only 12, for goodness sakes. I am entitled to want her all to myself for a while, and even now that's been taken away from me too," she said, bursting into tears and sobbing her heart out as he listened to her. "Well, she is my daughter, and my main concern is and always has been her safety. I can see what you mean, however, he did save her life once, and that really is good enough for me. I am obviously always going to want to keep my eye on him, but you heard what that book said. They'll live to be over 100, and even we won't live that long. You know, in a way I am at least proud of him somewhat. He had the sense to say he is damaged and doesn't know how to love, but is willing to get help so he can learn how to do so. You do realize, don't you, that most adults don't know that about themselves? He is wise beyond his years, even if bad experiences in his life have brought him there. Hermione's life hasn't always been a bed of roses either, what with her constantly being bullied by students and staff at school because she quite frankly knew too much as a child. Was it annoying? Hell yes, but did we stop loving her because of it? No, we did not. I will never give up on my daughter, and so long as we stick together in this, all will be well, my love. I can trust that she would not make the wrong choices because she never has before. You are entitled to want her all to yourself, and I am most sure she would be understanding of your point of view too. Let's go to sleep now, as it's been a long day," he said, kissing his wife and rising from the table. "Oh John, you are right as usual, that's why I married you after all. Mama don't marry no fools," she said, slurring her speech slightly. After all the wine they had drunk that night, and returned his kiss with vigor. They needn't have worried though, as Hermione would always be in their lives and would insist upon it. She might live 15 minutes away for some of her summers, but for the very first 2 weeks of every summer she would be with them, and they should cherish that time alone with their daughter, and they would. Also, as she lived only 15 minutes away, they could call and see her at any time, which did ease their minds for sure. At least having that cleared up meant that they could all rest easy knowing she'd be safe and what had happened to her. Chapter 12. Here is the next chapter. I hope you like it. Please read and review. Love, Hermione XXX. Harry woke up in the morning and decided that as he had free reign of the house he was going to do something he'd never thought of doing before. Besides which he probably wouldn't have been allowed if he had asked. Grabbing the stick from the hot press in the landing, he pulled open the door leading to the attic and opened the attached ladder so he could access it. He asked Dobby to make him a full Irish breakfast, as he'd heard Seamus saying nothing tasted better than it, and he wanted to see if it was true or not. He'd never tasted it before, but now seemed as good a time as any. He truly wondered what he'd find up here. Would there be a whole load of stuff or nothing? As ascended the ladder he found a cord which he pulled on, illuminating the whole room. It was actually rather organized for an attic. Typical, he thought, when he spotted the filing cabinet in the corner of the room with a few boxes around it. The first box he came upon was listed as useless, and when he opened he saw why. Dumbledore had clearly been giving them galleons for his care, but not pounds, so yes, they would have been useless to them. However, they never thought to ask Harry to change them for him either, which they could have as he went off to school. These idiots could not even afford to keep him, and it was their own faults totally. The logical person would have asked for the money in pounds, but instead of doing that they had accepted it as it was and abused him nonetheless. He would ask Dobby to count its contents later on. The next box he saw contained various Christmas ornaments and their fake Christmas tree. He rolled his eyes at this and kicked the box to one side, not interested in it. The next box contained all the old family albums, and as he settled in to look through them he saw obviously some photos of when Petunia and Vernon started first dating and when Dudley was first born. Then he saw something which almost stopped his heart at the bottom of the box. There was an envelope with writing on the outside. It read, "Dear Petunia, I thought you might like to have these to show to Lily someday. I found them when I was clearing out some old photos, and as you know she's gotten weird with not contacting us as much as she used to lately. I swear to God it's like that girl has forgotten us or something. Please see she gets these whenever you next see her, if you do of course, as knowing her that might not happen either. Anyway, I wish you well and we'll be by to see you sometime next week as I feel like it's been ages since we spoke last. Love and best wishes, Mum. The letter on the front implied that Lily had stopped talking to her parents and he sure hoped that wasn't true. Opening the seal, he found inside photos of Lily as a teenager with none other than Severus Snape smiling brightly on a vacation somewhere in the UK. They looked so extremely happy that he couldn't help wondering where it had all gone wrong for them. In another life perhaps they might have been friends still. Then again in another life she might be alive too, and that was never happening. Why then was Professor Snape such an ass to him? It truly did boggle the mind. He'd been friends with his mother, so anything his father had done shouldn't have mattered that much. Was there more to this story, he wondered? Did he love her? That could be a possibility. However, even if it was, it still didn't explain his hatred of Harry. Harry realized he was now feeling extremely resentful of his so-called family and resolved himself to find out if Snape's childhood had been in any way bad. If it had, it would go in some way towards explaining his behavior but not excusing it. He was annoyed by it, no doubt. If he was truly honest about it, nothing really could excuse the man's behavior, or if it could, it would want to be something major. As he was about to continue looking in the envelope, Dobby called him to say that breakfast was ready for him. He exited the attic, leaving it open, and went downstairs where what he could only describe as a feast was awaiting him. His plate contained sausages, eggs, bacon, mushrooms, baked beans, black and white pudding, and finally toast. He sat down and began to eat, feeling highly satisfied. Seamus was indeed right, it was delicious. Looking out into the garden, he could see the Dursleys had let it go completely, obviously assuming he'd be cleaning it up when came back, which wasn't true. However, given that he could see Dobby needed something to do, he asked him if he wouldn't mind cleaning it and told him to take his time doing it, which the elf was more than happy to do. He could never understand how happy elves became with such tasks, as he always found them most monotonous. Cleaning up his plate, he then headed back upstairs to the photos, wherein he found a letter to Snape which hadn't been opened. Clearly her mum had thought she might like it back, considering it had never reached him. He debated whether or not he should open it, but agreed that it could easily be resealed afterwards, and used magic to open it quickly but cleanly. Severus, I am not sure how long you intended for this to go on, but I did try and help you out. However, you were so stubborn you would not see reason. Someone like that deserves to rot in jail for all eternity, and I hope for your sake he ends up there. Do not lecture me about this either, as I have seen the bruises. I know I may contradict myself here, Sev, but I cannot keep saving you from James and his god-awful crew. I have no idea why they target you like they do, but I am so sick of the fact that you do not defend yourself here. It's almost as though you forget you are a wizard in the wizarding world and can use magic to defend yourself. If I could use magic at home I would, and you know that. Petunia unfortunately is beyond my help now. Mum and Dad have already damaged her enough. I am not blind to the things they have been telling her, and I can say if they said them to me repeatedly I would believe them too. It is something I have asked them not to do, however they tell me merely that what they say to her is not dishonest. I just don't get them. I realize they'll never understand, but I miss her, Sev. She's growing more distant from me and I hate it. Also, Lucius Malfoy is not a good man and I detest your friendship with him, as anyone worth their weight in gold can tell. He always has ulterior motives, no matter what he chooses to say. Someone who is doing bad things will not always wear bad clothes. I told you to never forget this, as this is something Daddy always told me. He is a wise man, Severus. If you will not hear me, then please hear him. I swear to God, if James doesn't stop his shenanigans, I will transfigure his testicles into a rock or something painful like that. I've had enough of his abuse of others. He doesn't get to merely abuse others all around him and then demand my love like some sort of crazy king. Who the hell does he think I am? Some sort of simpleton who would give him what he asks for simply because of who he is, or more to the point, who he thinks he is. Also, Albus Dumbledore is up to something where you are concerned, and I determined to find out what it is. Please, Severus, watch out for him. He has already lied to me about something, and it wasn't even something major. If he can lie about something like that, what else can he lie about? That man was here again the other day. You know the one I mean. Petunia now acts very strangely indeed. I overheard my parents talking about her hospital ordeal, but when I asked them about it they said they didn't know anything about it. It simply feels like everyone is lying to me these days. I don't know what I have done to deserve such abuse, but such is life, I guess. Whether they wish to say it or not, it is a form of abuse and not one I will be forgetting anytime soon, I assure you. Something happened to Petunia, I am sure of it. I asked her and she merely said it is all over now and that this is all that matters. She accused me of never being there when I was needed. She said my freaky talents could have saved her. She really doesn't understand that I cannot do magic outside school. I'd give my life for her if I thought it would make her happy. Alas, nothing ever makes the idiot happy. I am so tired of trying to please everyone all the damn time. I gave Professor Slughorn a fish Francis. Well, that's what he called her. I thought the name choice was hilarious, but I didn't tell him that lest I offend him or something. I was never more proud when he told me you'd also gotten into the Slug Club and James hadn't. That is one more thing I can do that he cannot. I am a Muggleborn and already I am a damn sight better than him in each subject. Anyway, I have kept you long enough. I must go now to dinner as Mummy is calling me and doesn't like me to be tardy. She's a bit like Professor McGonagall in that way. Take care, Sev, and write to me whenever you have a chance. Love, Lillian Evans, your dear friend, in case you forget. He read it and sat back against the wall, all these different emotions flowing through him. He went from rage to understanding to sadness and back to rage once more. He couldn't believe that people had been lying to his mother, even her own parents. It would also seem that not only had Severus maybe been abused, but so too had Petunia. Why would his grandparents not wish Lily to know about it? He took the letter, placing it in his pocket, and was determined to show Hermione that at a later date and ask her whether he should give it to Professor Snape or not. She would more than likely say he should, of course, but it was worth asking about nonetheless. The next box contained old clothes from the 80s, some of which was rather cool and some of which sucked. Next he found another letter from his mum, this time to Petunia. Petunia, I have had my son a baby boy and I have named him Harry James Potter. It is for the greater good that I have done this, as you know. Professor Dumbledore has informed me that if I did not marry James he would have gone rogue and on the most wayward path to becoming a Death Eater like Severus. I will do all I can to prevent that, even if it means marrying him. I am informing you of Harry's birth, as Mummy will give out to me if I do not. So here it is, his birth announcement. I shall always think fondly of you no matter how you may view me. I do not wish you any harm and wish only good things. For you and Vincent, was it? I am sorry if that is not accurate, however Mummy doesn't always tell me everything accurately, as she forgets it herself too. Well, either way, wish Vincent, or whatever he's called. Well, and my love to your son Dudley. Love, Lily. He read it, annoyed once again, as this was saying she had only married his father, as Dumbledore had told her he'd become a Death Eater if he did not. Everyone who knew them said they loved each other, however maybe this was the point. Maybe everyone was supposed to think that. He would wring Sirius Black's neck once he saw and read his trial records. He would be having damn closure. Whether people thought he deserved it or not. These were his parents, and whatever the circumstances of their marriage had been, he still deserved to know truthfully how their death had come about. Then a baby photo of him fell out of the envelope and he was lying in his Moses basket, smiling at the camera tiredly. He wondered whether he should even keep looking, as he was finding so much more than he though. He found a final box labeled Mum's Stuff and learned it was stuff belonging to Vernon's late mum. He closed the book and pushed it to one side. Next came the task of the filing cabinet. It mostly contained old bills and tax returns, however in the last drawer was his grandparents' will. He read it with enthusiasm. There within he read the passages written about his mother. To our daughter Lily Marie Evans, there is nothing worth leaving her, as the gift she has is more precious than any worldly good we could leave her. Once she became part of that world we lost her, and so she is to remain with those people who are gifted like herself, and there she should find constant solace and comfort. Know always, my darling girl, although we will never be as special as you, we love you wholeheartedly nonetheless. To Petunia June Evans, we leave all our worldly possessions and the advice to accept that she will always be boring like us. None of us will ever be as special as Lily, and must live with and bear that hardship all of our lives. She was gifted a miraculous gift by God that we were not deemed worthy enough to also receive. It boggles the mind, but such is life. I would have been good in that world, I am sure, and even when we rode to Dumbledore he would not take you on as a student, for he could not. I was most aggrieved to hear this. I had thought you might also be blessed. Alas, you were not. Please live your life to the best and always love with all your heart. No matter how mundane you were. None of the rest us were special either. Please don't ever forget I said that. The rest of the will contained other non-important things, and he was slightly disgusted that they believed Lily's gift of magic had come from God and that they were unlucky to not be blessed in such a way. Why did she never set them straight about it? Would they have listened to her if she had? Maybe that's why Petunia hated her so much. I mean, always being told you'd never be as special as your sister must have been tough. What a lot to have to live up to in the eyes of your parents at least. Looking around, he realized he'd been up there hours. Dobby, please count the money in this box that says useless on it, and then I'd like a quick meal before bed, he said seriously as Dobby did so. Right away, Harry Potter, sir. You have 180,000 galleons in this box here. Your dinner is on the dining table downstairs waiting for you. What would you like me to do with this money while you eat? He asked as he waited for instructions. Please return this money to the bank where they can put it into my account for me. Tell them I found it at home and wish to deposit it back into my account. When I'm done eating, we can sleep for the night. I have a lot to think about, he said, going downstairs and eating his dinner. When he was done eating, he cleaned up and went to bed, Dobby sleeping at his feet. He really did have a lot to think about. Chapter 13. Here is the next chapter. I hope you like it. Please read and review. Love, Hermione XXX. Waking up in the morning, Harry headed downstairs for breakfast and asked Dobby to check that the Dursleys were at least still living, as he had been so preoccupied he had genuinely forgotten all about them. Master Harry Potter, sir, the Dursleys are alive and currently asleep. They look a bit worn out but will be fine once they are removed from the cupboard when you are free to leave this place in a few days. Do you want me to do anything for you right now? Asked Dobby seriously, awaiting instructions. Yes. Do house leaves have a way of forcing someone to eat something without thinking of it, such as medicine or something? He asked, which made Dobby look at him in surprise. Yes, sir, we do. If someone does not like the taste of something but it is important for them to take it, we can make them take it and remove the memory from their minds of them eating it at all. Would you like me to do that to someone for you? He asked as Harry smiled. Dobby really was a clever little thing. Yes, I would indeed. I would like you to buy some cupcakes and a bottle of truth serum and then return to me. I have things I wish to do. It is not medicine, but it is a cupcake which I will be infusing with truth serum. Once done, I will give you a list of questions you are to assign the person, and he is write down his answers, or better yet, tell them to you. In fact, actually, I will give you the questions and you may call them out to him and report to me what he has said. I do not wish him to remember being truthful or under the truth serum. He is to think he was merely relaxing for a while as he earned it. Okay? He asked, to which Dobby responded it was. He popped away as Harry sat down to write the questions out. Once he was done, Dobby was back again, handing Dobby the questions and asking him to visit Professor Severus Snape. He left at once. Snape was difficult to track as he was not at school but in his own home in Cokeworth. However, after 1 hour he was found. Dobby meandered his way in, careful not to trigger any of the warning wards placed around the property. It was as though Severus was terrified someone who should not come calling might do so. Finding Severus upstairs working on a potion, he snapped his fingers, finishing the potion quickly, and forced Severus to eat the cake, whose eyes turned glossy as it took affect. What is your name? Severus Tobias Snape. How old are you? I am currently 35. With the routine questions out of the way, Dobby looked down at the list in his hands and began to ask those questions. Why do you hate Harry James Potter so much? I do not hate the boy, however I hate what he reminds me of. I look at him and all I can see is his father, my own father, and all the abuse I endured for years at his hands. He looks so like his father, how can I not detest what he represents? What is your honest opinion of Harry James Potter? I think he is a seriously misled boy who would do anything anyone from our world tells him to because he lives in the Muggle world. Albus Dumbledore thinks no one will know this, but I know it. I have no idea why he wants everyone to believe Harry lives somewhere undisclosed in our world when most everyone knows it's a lie. I believe with serious dedication anything is possible, and I truly believe that if he stopped leaning on Miss Granger so much, he would fare much better at school. I mean, we all know without her he would fail his classes. Having said that, Ronald Weasley would bring anyone down, so maybe he is the cause of Harry's bad potions grade 1. I'm not sure. He makes me feel uneasy as I cannot read him, and I do not like that. He is infinitely suspicious of me at every turn, and I don't know why. I actually heard him say once that I am not to be trusted because I don't let anyone in, and this might be why I am so bitter. He is of course clueless about me and to speculate about it. would be useless without the accurate information. Albus wants him ignorant of the truth, and I severely dislike this. If one is to die, they should know of it so they can prepare or whatnot. I am against keeping information from anyone, even Potter. If only he didn't look so much like his father and remind me of the surgeries I had to have as a teenager because of that vile man, then things might be okay. What did James Potter do to you as a child? As a child he did nothing, however as a teenager he cursed me on several occasions so badly I had internal bleeding and needed surgeries. He broke my nose countless times, hence its ridiculous shape. He tried to have me killed by a werewolf. I have no notion why he hated me so much or made my every moment at school hell, but he thrived on my pain. To be honest, he would have made a great Death Eater, and I don't feel comfortable saying that because I know it would hurt Lily, but it is true and I cannot deny it. What are your feelings towards Lily Potter née Evans? I love Lily with my whole heart and soul. I would give my life for her were she still alive. Every day it pains me so very much that I am alive while she is not. She is the most beautiful and precious flower on earth, and she is well wasted on James Potter. He could never truly love her like I would have. I could have made her so happy. You do realize he only wanted her because I was interested in her, nothing more. It was a game to him which he saw himself winning. He didn't see how neglected she was and felt, she often confided in me, that he loved Harry more than her and saw her merely as a vehicle to bring forth his son. According to Lily, he really did try to love her but couldn't, as his love was solely focused on his son. He actually forgot about her once when he was with Harry alone at headquarters and seemed annoyed when someone reminded him of it. They told him he was no longer free to do what he wished, and he remarked that unfortunately he had to return Harry to her when really he felt like taking the boy and leaving. He didn't say why, just that she annoyed him, always caring for Harry and trying to care for him when Harry would always matter more than the both of them. He said he resented that he would have to return to her but would do it so Albus Dumbledore doesn't make a scene like he always does and shame him, whatever that was about. Do you trust Albus Dumbledore? I do not, but I don't have any choice in that matter, as he has many vows on me that I may not reveal his information to anyone, but he doesn't understand that I don't care about his information, as I have information of my own and his is useless. I have allowed him to feel that his information is important. He is in control when he is not. He betrayed me at one of the most important moments in my life. I asked him to protect Lily and the Potters and put them into hiding, which he did not do accurately. Yes, he put them in hiding but did not ensure they had a good secret keeper. I find it incredibly difficult to believe Sirius Black capable of betraying their whereabouts to the Dark Lord, as he was definitely not a Death Eater. I told Albus this and he would not hear of it. I used to be a Death Eater myself, and so I would know if he was one or not, but apparently what I say is to be no longer trusted. I swear to God, if that ignorant fool put an innocent man in jail, he will pay for that, mark my words. What do you think of Sirius Black? I think Sirius Black is a stupid, immature child who would rather run away from his familial problems than face them. My good friend Regulus Black told me before that Sirius was kicked out of the Black family and burned off the tree by his mother because he would not become a Death Eater. I mean, really? Come on. And Albus still wants everyone to believe that this fool was a Death Eater. If he is a Death Eater, then I am Minerva McGonagall. If he was wrongfully jailed, and I sincerely hope he was not, I can attempt to empathize with the man. I do not personally wish him any harm, as this is not good. What do you think of Ronald Bilius Weasley? I think he's a stupid little boy with serious confidence issues because he is one of many. I realize he probably doesn't feel like he needs to bother anymore. However, when he gets older he will be away from his family, and what will he do then without a job or money? I would say if he knuckled down he'd be a good student, but there would be no point in saying that, as it will never happen. So hungry is he for something, anything that his other brothers do not have, such as Harry Potter, that he will do all within his power to make sure he keeps him. That does include abusing the boy behind his back. I'm telling you this much, that if I did not know beforehand and met him randomly, I would swear he is James Potter's son instead. He is so focused on keeping Harry to himself that he tries desperately to ostracize him from everyone, so he'll be the only friend Harry has. He only tolerates Miss Granger as he knows Harry would freak out if he did not. I truly wish he weren't so stupid and easy to read like an open novella before me. It really is rather ridiculous. I hope for his own sake Harry smartens up some and gets rid of Weasley before any more damage can be done to him. What do you think of Hermione Jean Granger? I think it is entirely insufferable that she must always know so much more than anyone else in her year ever does. I have noticed it, and also her unhealthy need for attention from adults. It's rather disturbing how similar we are actually, and I hate that. I was like her in my youth due to abusive circumstances at home, and I would hate this to be true for someone else, even if it is Miss Granger. I actually admire her work ethic, but if she doesn't calm down and cop on, she'll have no friends left, and I actually don't want that for her. I would prefer if she stopped showing off and nagging everyone to do better in class, as it shows, and it's a pain in the ass and a painful reminder. I was like that, and her blind trust of adults is ridiculous. I will no longer tolerate her being in the dark next year, even if I must drum it into her head myself. Sad as it is, not all adults are trustworthy, and it's high time she learned that for herself. One of these days an adult she trusts the most will betray her, and she will feel highly conflicted. I must say she will deserve it, and I am not sorry about that. I was a tool and an idiot in my youth. I lost the only girl I've ever truly loved, and I couldn't defend myself because I was scared. Look at me now. I am a loser and a shadow of the man I once was. She needs to not be like me. I will say if she loosens up and chills the fuck out, everything will be fine. What do you think of Neville Longbottom? I think, to be honest, he is a very scared boy, and I can't quite ascertain why. I truly believe he'd be an amazing student if he didn't so much resemble Professor Quirrell, minus the stuttering, of course. I am hard on him because I believe wholeheartedly that if he stopped being so damn afraid all the time, he'd be wonderful. I was hoping that me being hard on him would show him that I believe he can do better, hence the attention I place on him. I don't place any attention on Vincent Crabbe or Gregory Goyle, for example, because they are beyond anyone's help, even if they are in my own house. Speaking of which, they are actually a disgrace to our house, but the hat put them there for some reason, so who knows, it might come out in a few years why that was. What do you think of Draco Malfoy? To be honest, I love him dearly, as he is my godson. However, he can be incredibly thick at times. He really needs to learn when to say something and when not to. He truly believes everyone is terrified of him telling his dad things, but most people don't care what he does. He has yet to see that any type of threats he might make are not taken seriously because he uses his dad all the time. If his dad ever dies before his time, Draco has not thought logically of what he will do in that circumstance. I mean, who the hell can he run to with his petty complaints then, Mummy? I certainly will not tolerate his stupid mood swings, as it's insufferable, and he actually knows this. He needs to be more sly about his feelings, because sometimes he truly is more Gryffindor than Slytherin. At least I can say he is actually good at most of his subjects, and did earn Slytherin House 100 points last year because of his skill alone, for which I am proud. Like the others, once he stops throwing his weight around like a fool along with his idle threats, he will be fine. Also, he needs to have more tolerance in general, and he does not, which makes being around him so tough. Like Miss Granger, if he doesn't loosen up on his expectations, he may never have any friends left, and it will be his own doing totally. What do you think of Molly Weasley? I think she is an overbearing baby machine who will do anything to get the next galleon. I truly believe she is not above theft and whoring herself for the next galleon either. Arthur does his best and was very talented indeed in school. Even if he was a bit eccentric, it was still nice. Why he married that vile Pruitt woman no one will ever know. She will put her husband and indeed children through anything she feels like if it means they have more money. She is rather obviously obsessed with being more wealthy than Lucius Malfoy, and it is not good that she is this obvious. Now Lucius is not without fault either, as he does parade around like a damn expensive flamingo at times, and you have to seriously roll your eyes at him. He doesn't see how ridiculous he looks sometimes. All I will say is that you cannot take your money to the grave with you, and he would do well to remember that, as would she, of course. Were you abused as a child at home? Yes, I was. Beaten black and blue constantly by a drunk and belligerent father will do wonders to shatter someone's trust and confidence in others. It is for this reason I actually became a Death Eater. I just wanted to feel like I belonged somewhere finally, and for a while I did, but then again I witnessed abuse and was left heartbroken for the second time. I mean, I really thought things were looking up, but then Tom Riddle, that half-blood scumbag, decided to torture everyone into doing whatever he said. However, he was stumped, as that didn't work on me. You see, when you live a life so abused and torn as I did, you learn to accept abuse and torture as being normal. You almost feel as though you deserve it, and even with James Potter I knew deep down I didn't deserve it, but couldn't stand up for myself lest I become even more hurt than I already was. The torture of Tom Riddle was nothing compared to home life. At one point I had to get surgery for 2 broken legs and a broken arm and let's just say it wasn't James this TRLD expecting to be treated differently, but I was not. I had thought it would be an escape from the abuse at home. Alas, I was just abused here as well. Being this abused makes you have a very hard skin and resent anyone who may show you kindness, as they could turn on a dime and abuse you just as quickly as they're being kind to you. How do you feel about Petunia Dursley? I hate that vile woman and I hope she perishes in hell for all that she put Lily through. Lily deserved so much better than that family who all but abandoned her when they realized none of them were like her, magically speaking. They should have cherished her for the gem she was, but did not see it that way. She is like the sole flower growing up out of the pot of dirt that is her family. Petunia Dursley was fucked even as a child, and I don't know why. I know she had emergency surgery once as a teenager, and I don't know why, only that it was utterly life-changing for her. I don't know why, but that is all Lily knew when she asked me about what it could mean, as her parents wouldn't tell her anything. I am really displeased that Petunia opted not to get help as was asked of her by Lily, and as a result is probably still fucked today. What would you say if I told you that Harry Potter now resides with Petunia? I would say you have a sick fucking sense of humor. Only a fool with a death wish will do that. She would never understand our way. And he would be severely abused for it, of this I am sure. It is never okay to lie to people about such things. Seeing that his question list was finished, he made Professor Snape fall asleep in his bed, remembering nothing of their conversation, and returned to Harry with the answers recorded. Harry, who was tired after a day of sorting through his stuff, went to bed saying he would hear the results in the morning for sure. A contented little elf snuggled up at the end of his master's bed, joy radiating from him as he was able to do all Harry had asked of him, and besides which he could see how proud of him Harry was, and that made everything he ever did worthwhile. Chapter 14. Here is the next chapter. I hope you like it. Please read and review. Love, Hermione XXX. Harry woke up in the morning, and as he ate breakfast at the kitchen table he listened to Severus' interview of sorts and reeled back in shock about some of the things he was hearing. I mean, this couldn't be real, could it? I mean, surely his dad hadn't been that awful to the man. I mean, that was Dursley evil, and nothing was worse to him, as they represented the hell his life had been when he was younger. He couldn't quite swallow that pill about his dad. He was unnerved about his dad's obsession with him, as none of it had mattered when they died. He would seriously investigate why he'd ended up the Dursley household as a baby, as although his dad was clearly messed up on many levels, he couldn't see him actually wishing him to be in this awful environment. Then again, he did torture Severus on several occasions, so who knew what in the hell he actually thought about anything. Dobby, please tell me, do I have any truth serum left upstairs, or did it all go on Severus Snape? He asked as Dobby clicked his fingers, disappearing and reappearing a moment later. You have enough left, Master Harry Potter, sir, Dobby replied as Harry smiled. Petunia would be giving him answers now, whether she liked it or not. It was high time the truth came out. Why had Lily been kept in the dark about whatever it was? He finished his breakfast and Petunia was retrieved from the cupboard. She had painful ire from the amount of times she'd pissed herself, but it would go away soon, he was sure. She was terrified when he approached her and yanked her mouth open, shoving a few drops of the potion in her mouth, and watched as it slowly took effect. It took longer to take effect as she was a muggle, but did nonetheless. What is your name? Petunia Marie Evans. How old are you? I am 39 years old currently. I will be 40 in a few months. With the routine questions out of the way, he got on with it. Why did you have emergency surgery as a teenager? I didn't ever have emergency surgery as a teenager. Then why was Lily, your sister, told that you'd had an emergency surgery she couldn't know the details of? She was told this to protect her from what really happened. What did really happen? I was 16 years old and he was 21. I really thought he loved me. He told me that whatever we did would be good and that he'd always look after me. I told him that my parents were strict and would not approve of me doing anything which would harm my image in any way. He, however, seemed older and wiser and swore my parents would not say anything to me if anything happened, but he lied. I was naive and believed him. We were intimate, as everyone at the party was. It seemed natural to do it as everyone else was doing it too. We had told my parents we were going out for a nice meal. They might not have allowed me to go otherwise. When Dad found out I was pregnant, he hit the roof. Not only was I not special like Lily, but I'd failed miserably and gotten pregnant. He told me if I didn't get rid of it he'd disown me, and he would have. Mum convinced him it would simply be better if I went away for a while and returned once the ordeal was finished. He finally agreed and I was sent up the country to visit our old Aunt Adelaide for a few months. That pregnancy was the hardest I've ever had as my body did the strangest things ever. She was born on December the 8th, 1974 and taken from me for being too strange. I had named her Margaret after my best friend of the times. The nuns took her away as she exhibited what we know as magic when she was born. I was not blessed with it, but my little girl was. As far as I am concerned, she died the moment I met Vernon and had Dudley. I have no idea what happened to her and I never cared to find out. My heart was broken by those I loved and cared for most. He was meant to be by my side always, but he wasn't, she said, bursting into tears and shaking. Harry decided it was better that she let it out and allowed her to continue releasing her pent-up emotions. Then he did something he had thought might be scary. What was his name, this man? He asked, feeling fear over the fact that he might actually know the man she mentioned. What would he do then? Well, he called himself Brian McGee, but I found out that was only a name he used while he was here because it was random and no one would know who he truly was. I overheard him telling someone that it was so he could disappear here if things got too tough in his world for him to remain. I didn't hear his last name, but the guy he was talking to called him Regulus, like the star in the sky. I thought I heard him say Black, but I could have imagined that too. I mean, my mind was all over the place at the time. I had just found out he lied to me. When we found out Lily was a witch, I was most ashamed, as I would never have the experience my parents had seeing my magical child off to school. Now, because of their actions, I will never see her again. My darling little girl. Oh, Margaret the First, I'm so sorry I failed you and couldn't be the parent you needed or deserved. I am and always will be a failure, she said, once more crying hard. Is this why you spoiled Dudley so much, so you'll forget about Margaret? He asked as she looked at him in shock. No, I spoiled Dudley because he deserves it. He deserves everything I couldn't give her. I have never stopped thinking about her. I of course told Vernon about it before we married, as I was convinced he'd leave me, but he didn't. He said it wasn't my fault and that he'd love me always anyway. I truly do love that man, but I would love to know just once if Margaret is even still alive. I called her Margaret Regulus and asked them to keep that as her last name. I made them promise to do it and they swore they would when I last kissed her goodbye. She was 10 days old, she said, holding herself together this time. Harry frowned as he had no idea who Regulus Black was, if that was evil. It sounded ridiculous to him, but then again, so did Albus Dumbledore. Did Brian McGee ever tell you why he was calling himself a name in your world that was not his own, as I am assuming you asked him? Harry asked as she looked thoughtful. Yes, I asked him that for sure. I was devastated. I wanted so much to know why he'd lied to me about his name. I had truly loved and trusted him and then found out it was all a lie. He said someone who called himself Voldemort was after him because he'd stolen something of extreme importance from him in order to help destroying the evil man. I only remembered him again when Lily mentioned that name and that they needed to go into hiding because of him. I mean, I am sure he took Brian or Regulus or whoever the fuck he was away and did something to him, because the last time I saw him he looked awful. He looked like he'd been well and truly through the ringer and wouldn't tell me much. All he said is that he had been unsuccessful in destroying the item, which he had then asked his house elf to destroy. I don't even know what a house elf is, but whatever it is, even it couldn't destroy the item. When I asked Lily if she knew a man by that name, Regulus Black, that as she called me a cow for even mentioning that vile name and said she hated me for it and I should never mention it around James. I had no intention of doing that, but she flew off the handle for no reason. She wouldn't even explain herself either. It was rather frustrating. I think she was annoyed because he might have been related to her friend Silly Black or whatever she called him that one time. I think I struck a raw nerve or something, I don't know. I merely wanted answers and I didn't get them, she said as Harry looked at her thoughtfully. He remembered his parents' will and them mentioning that traitor Sirius Black. He'd forget everything else he had planned for now. Tomorrow he would enter the ministry and go and speak with the minister for magic right away. He wanted answers and he'd be damned if he didn't get them. Petunia was sent back to the cupboard as he'd be leaving in 2 days, so she had only 2 more days in there and he wouldn't be doing it again to them. This was merely to teach them a lesson and nothing more. He fell into bed that night. Dobby at his feet, determined to do his best to get answers tomorrow. Chapter 15. Here is the next chapter. I hope you like it. Please read and review. Love, Hermione XXX. Harry woke bright and early and had a quick breakfast before showering and getting ready. It was as he was ready to go that he realized he didn't know where the Ministry of Magic was and smacked himself in the forehead. He really didn't like his boyhood lived status, but today he was going to use it to his own advantage for sure. It was high time his status worked for him. Dobby, I'm going to see the Minister for Magic today, but I don't actually know how to get to him. Can you please bring me there? He asked as Dobby looked at him from where he was currently washing away the breakfast dishes. No, Harry Potter, sir, I cannot take you directly to him, however I can take you to the public entrance and tell you where his office is located, if that would be okay. House elves cannot enter the Ministry of Magic directly and bring you to a specific office as it is not allowed, he replied while Harry looked thoughtful. Dobby, could you just bring me to the Ministry atrium and tell me where to go from there, as that way you're not taking me directly to an office which isn't allowed? He asked, to which Dobby looked thoughtful. I do not know, sir, but I will try in a few moments. I will be done then, he said, finishing the dishes and grabbing Harry's hand. In a moment they were in the atrium telling the Ministry official on duty who they were, although Harry lied about it. He said he was Severus Snape and the board official believed him without looking up, and he was on his way. He reached the minister's office with no one trying to stop him and knocked on the door. Most people assumed he had an appointment with him, which is why nothing was said. The minister called for the person to enter, shocked to the core when Harry Potter himself walked into his office. Mr. Potter, this is an honor beyond measure. To what do I owe the pleasure? He asked kindly but nervously, as really the boy could ask for anything and it may not be something he could provide. Hello, Cornelius. Now, as you and everyone else knows what happens to me, it should be no surprise to you that I am actually here for closure. I need closure, and I'll be damned if I don't get it. I want to see the trial record for Sirius Orion Black, my so-called godfather and betrayer of my parents to Voldemort. I need to see him sweat and read what he said in his trial. It's high time I heard an explanation for his quite frankly incredulous actions. I shall wait here while you summon the records, and then if it's agreeable to you we shall read them together. I may after all need you to explain some things which were said in them. I am exceptionally smart, and having said that, even I may make errors. Please see it done, as it would not do well for you to annoy the boy who lived, he said smugly as the minister frowned. You were never supposed to hear about that, for your own safety of course, but now you have. We shall indeed read it together. There is no need to threaten me, Mr. Potter, I would be only too happy to help you. I was not the Minister of Magic at the time he had his trial, but that does not mean I cannot help you now, he said as the records were summoned when Amelia Bones walked in looking a total mess. Her hair was all over the place and you could visibly see the magic swirling in the air around her. What in the hell kind of games are you playing, Minister? Asking for records which are not there? Is it your wish to make me look like a total fool? I was not in charge of the DMLE at the time, but it was become apparent that my incompetent former head did not do her job well, if at all. In short, he did not receive a trial, and one has been ordered immediately and will take place in 4 hours. Mr. Potter deserves some closure, and I'll be personally damned if he doesn't get it. I realize none of us are personally responsible for what happened, but either way we are responsible for seeing that the right thing is done. Don't worry, Mr. Potter, if he is guilty he shall indeed perish, she said as Harry smiled at her. He liked this woman very much. There was no pissing around with her. She was direct and to the point. She liked getting things done, and he could indeed see it would be valuable to him. In a dark, dank cell smelling of piss and vomit, a filthy-looking Sirius Black was retrieved, and it was decided to get him a shower and shave before his trial. He seemed thankful indeed to be getting a trial, but nothing much else was said to him. Dumbledore, who was currently away with his responsibilities to the ICW, got the notification for the emergency Wizengamot meeting, responding that although he could not attend he wished to be informed of what had happened. Later on, Madam Bones was appointed to step in during his absence, as everyone was informed when they came in. Most people were shocked that an emergency meeting was even being held, as that rarely if ever happened. Welcome everyone to this emergency meeting of the Wizengamot. I will be standing in as Chief Warlock in Albus Dumbledore's absence. We are holding an emergency meeting as Harry Potter visited the Minister for Magic today, asking for closure and to view the trial record for Sirius Orion Black. As you can tell, there was no trial record, as Mr. Black didn't receive a trial. It would seem our highly incompetent former employees saw no need for protocol to be followed, and so now today he will be getting his trial. He will be tried and tested under Veritas Serum, and we must all pledge to accept the results, whatever they may be, as they may indeed be harrowing, she called out, banging her gavel as everyone gasped. What an absolute waste of time. This is not an emergency or crisis, it is a problem our previous government need to be dealing with. Actual importance I could be doing today, my dear. Amelia, taking advantage in Albus Dumbledore's absence is not something I ever saw you doing, Dolores Umbridge sneered from the seat in which she was currently seated. Madam Umbridge, you know as well as I that our previous government are all but dead, so cannot fix their errors. It is in this vein that we must do their dirty work for them. You are merely required to sit there and listen, a task which shouldn't be too taxing even for you. I am sure you will be able to remain silent for a few moments as we hear the trial results. After this you will be more than welcome to leave and return to your work, as I can see it is much more important than anything else to you. This doesn't look good for you, by the way. You are supposed to agree with the minister as his undersecretary, and you clearly do not, Amelia responded seriously. I am sure he does not agree with this charade, Amelia. He would hardly waste his time on the tales of a mere child, and bratty one at that. She responded smugly, to which Cornelius rose, shocking everyone. Madam Umbridge, I assure you I am in full agreement with Minister Bones here. I want justice for young Harry Potter, as he is after all the boy who lived, and whoever told you he's a bratty child clearly has no idea what they are talking about. I look to him and I see a deeply disturbed, grieving boy who merely wants some answers. We can indeed give him that at least. I will not fail him like our last minister did. Now either sit there and be quiet, or I will personally hold you in contempt of court. He snapped as she frowned but apologized, and then Sirius was brought in. He at least looked clean, if not deranged. He scared many people who screamed when they saw him. Sirius Orion Black, you were brought here for a trial, as it has been brought to our attention that you did not receive one. Do you consent to using Veritas Serum when answering the questions? She asked him seriously. Thank you for giving me a trial at long last. It is much appreciated. Please give me some Veritas Serum when you are ready, he said eagerly, as people seemed shocked to the core that he was actually agreeing he'd not received a trial. He was supplied with 4 drops of Veritas Serum and forced into a seat with magic-suppressing cuffs, which were attached to his wrists, although he offered no resistance anyway. Please state your name for the court. Sirius Orion Black. How old are you? I am 34 years old. Were you the secret keeper for the Potters? Initially I was, but then we changed it to Peter Pettigrew. How did the Potters know how to cast the Fidelius, as it's an exceptionally difficult charm to master? They didn't know how to cast it, none of us did. We had Albus Dumbledore cast it for us, and they carefully watched what he'd done so we could change the secret keeper later to Peter. He was changed because we figured they would be safer that way. We figured Voldemort would expect me to be their secret keeper, as James and I were best friends, and so Peter was chosen a decoy. He was meant to fool you all, which he did a little too well, I might add. Why did you kill Peter Pettigrew and 15 muggles? I didn't kill anyone, including Peter and those muggles. I wanted to kill Peter because he is a Death Eater and betrayed his so-called friends to Voldemort so he could kill them. Peter is not dead either. I am an unregistered animagus, and so is he. He is a rat with a missing toe, and he fled into the sewers, blasting apart a gasket near him, killing all those muggles in the process. Why did you say you had caused their deaths if you did not? I myself suggested Peter as the decoy, and so I felt like it was my fault, as had I not suggested it he wouldn't have been able to betray them and they'd still be alive. I truly miss them more than words can say, and of course my godson Harry. Did you do a godfather ritual or anything which can prove you are in fact his godson? Yes, I performed the ritual of old days. If any harm comes to him at my hands or because of my actions, I automatically die. That means had I been guilty of betraying his parents to the Dark Lord Voldemort, I'd be dead now, not here finally getting a trial. Do you know why you never received a trial before? I am assuming it was because Voldemort was gone and people were so happy he'd been destroyed that they didn't think to ask too many questions. Are you a Death Eater, or have you ever been one? No, I am most certainly not a Death Eater. I was burned from my own family tree because I was not a Death Eater like my mother wanted me to be. She was so proud of my brother Regulus, who was a Death Eater, that she came to hate me because I was not black like my name. You said Peter Pettigrew was not dead. Do you know where he is by any chance? Actually, yes, I do. I saw the paper a few days ago, and he is currently in hiding as his rat with the Weasley family. Please do not blame them, as they will have had no idea who he really was. Thank you, sir. It is now obvious that Mr. Sirius Orion Black is innocent and was, as he said, put in jail quickly without a trial, as People were too busy celebrating Voldemort's demise to care what happened to him. It should not have been this way, alas it was, and it is up to us now in our new and modern government to correct the mistakes of our former employees. All in favor of releasing the prisoner with full pardon, please press your green lights before you, she instructed. Hem. I agree wholeheartedly that he is obviously innocent and should indeed be released, but won't this cause mass panic with our citizens, and I'd rather not die because people go rogue and decide to kill us all because they feel we are not correct. I mean, without Pettigrew we will look silly indeed, and I will not be called a liar by anyone, snapped Dolores irritably. Dolores, do not get ahead of yourself. I realize that without Pettigrew things will look bad, however he will brought in at once and questioned himself. Once that is done we shall move forward. I am not a fool. I am not about to proclaim Sirius Black as innocent. Without the trial of Peter Pettigrew, as people would surely have our heads then. Now please kindly vote on the matter at once, said Amelia seriously but kindly, silencing Dolores at once. After a few minutes he was declared innocent by everyone, and the search for Peter Pettigrew began. It did take 45 minutes to locate him, but once found he was brought into the ministry kicking and screaming, much to the shock of its employees, who all could have sworn he was dead. He was brought into the courtroom, questioned under Veritas serum, and essentially sung like a canary. Harry watched with rapt attention all which was going on and was furious such an error had ever been made. An innocent man had rotted in jail for nearly 12 years because of the previous administration's actions. It was declared nationally what had happened, and Peter was fed to the Dementors at Harry's request after a Boggart had been shown to the man. People were shocked about the Boggart, but realized Harry wanted him to suffer as much as possible before his death was granted to him. Once the ordeal was finished, Sirius awkwardly approached Harry. Harry, I cannot apologize enough for not being in your life. I should have protected your parents accurately and I failed. For that I can but apologize. I am so very sorry for failing you in any way it mattered, he said, and burst into tears as Harry watched him crumble before his eyes, shock all over his face. Sirius, please get up. It has been proven you were innocent, and that is good enough for me, besides which that man is burning in hell for all eternity for what he did to parents, and I now have closure, thank goodness. You need medical help and lots of it, and once you are ready we will talk more. Please know there are more untrustworthy people than you out there. Albus Dumbledore is not to be trusted. And trust me on this. Do not question me now, as all will be explained eventually. Just trust that I am right. I know what I am talking about, and it would not estion me on this matter further. I am sorry I must do this, but if you question in any way why I have said he is never to be trusted and do not trust my opinion, you will not see me again. If however you are sensible and can wait a few months, you will see why I am right in everything I say. People tend to not believe what I say, and it always ends up being proven correct, and they nearly always end up looking like a complete fool for doubting me in the first place. I don't want you to be a fool too. I am sorry the previous administration was so vile towards you. Hopefully you will be compensated at a later date. If you wish to contact me when you are well again, please call for my house elf Dobby, and he will deliver any messages you have to me directly, as it is the safest way. I will see you soon, Godfather, Harry said, tears in his eyes. For once he had a family member alive, and he would do all he could to make sure he remained in his life. Given all that has gone on, I can say your statements are indeed fair. I will do as you ask. I am not happy about what you are saying, but I do believe you will prove why you are saying it soon, and I can see I have nothing to lose by merely waiting. I will not speak to Dumbledore should he come calling or try and ask me questions. Actually, given where I'll be going after the hospital, he won't be able to reach me there except by mail addressed to me in my full name. He responded as Harry looked as though a light bulb had gone off in his head as remembered Brian McGee. Sirius, do you know anyone called Brian McGee? He asked as Sirius laughed. What a silly name. No, I can say I do not indeed know anyone by that name. What about Regulus Black? He is my brother. How do you know about him? It's a long story, but he and I are related, and I have just recently found out why. I need to contact him if he is still living and get a blood sample from him, as he has a child with someone and he needs to man up to his responsibilities. He has a daughter called Margaret Regulus, and it is my job to find her, he said as someone came over to him. Excuse me, but I couldn't help overhearing what you just said. My name is Margaret Regulus, and I am the head of the Sports and Recreation Department here in the Ministry. I was adopted as a child, and my family was instructed to keep this name. I never knew my parents. Do you know them? she asked seriously. He turned to the girl in question, gasping. She was the image of a very young Petunia. She was currently 19 years old. I know your mother, who is still alive, and it is a very complex set of situations, and I wish very much to tell you more. She would very much like to meet you soon, but before that you must meet with me and view a memory I have with her which will explain why she never came and got you. All will be explained soon. I will send Dobby, my house elf, to get you tomorrow, and all shall be discussed. Does that suit you? He asked as she looked rather faint. No, it doesn't. I am not here all week as I will be in South Africa attending the World Magical Semi-Finals there, but I will be back on Sunday, so you can see me then. We really need to discuss things and I am honored to relate it to you. How are we related, if you don't mind me asking? She asked as he responded they were cousins. When Sirius fainted out cold, getting the hint at once and knew what his brother had done. It was now plain as the nose on his face. Regulus Black and Brian McGee were one and the same. He had no idea why his brother had been using an alias, but alas, he had, and from that conversation it didn't take a genius to work out that Petunia Evans was the mother. He was revived and brought to hospital. Margaret and Harry exchanged contact information and he went home, but not before using a compulsion charm, which would mean no one would mention his presence here today to Dumbledore should he ask about it. He would know only when it was too late for him to do anything about it. He smiled, falling into bed with Dobby at his feet. Things were starting to come together for sure. Chapter 16. Here is the next chapter. I hope you like it. Please read and review. Love, Hermione XXX. It was as Harry got home that he finally had a chance to process all that had happened at the ministry today. He realized he'd said he would use his status as the boy who lived to get what he wanted, but he now realized that had anyone who wasn't him asked for these things, they would have been told to wait at least a few days before Sirius even got the trial. It was unfair and he didn't like that. Yes, he'd walked right into it, but it didn't make it any less annoying. He'd need to see what he could do about getting everyone treated equally, as he knew were it not for his status he'd have to wait many days for anything to get resolved. He also knew that if they didn't particularly like him, those days would turn into weeks. Meeting Margaret had been a surprise and a half. It made sense that she was older than him given her aunt's age when she had her and her current age of 39 now. This would have made Margaret a recent graduate of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and already she was the head of a department. It was most impressive. He could tell that she was only 19 as he'd seen her ID card with her birth date on it slung around her neck, although it was not the date that Petunia had told him about. She had said 1974, however the date of birth on this card had said 1972. Either way, he knew her now and was actually amazed how like Petunia she was. He had a mission to find Regulus Black and see if he was still living. He didn't know if he was or not, but now was the time to find out. Dobby, please can you check with any house elf friends you have if Regulus Black is still alive? If they don't know, it's okay, it's just something I need to discuss with him, he said as Dobby nodded and popped away, but not before laying his dinner on the table before him. Dobby went to all the friends he had, almost forgetting about his Uncle Creature before he remembered him and popped over to see him. Creature jumped as the elf entered his house and smiled for once at seeing his bright nephew here with him. It had been far too long since they'd met, however he knew work took many people away for a very long time. He was just happy to see him now. Young Dobby, it's so wonderful to see you. How may I help you, sweet boy? I hope you're well, he said, hugging the excited elf, a little bit of love creeping back into his heart slowly but surely. Hello, Uncle Creature. I have been missing you a lot. I am very well indeed. My master Harry James Potter, sir, has sent me to ask all of my friends if they know anyone called Regulus Black, as he needs to tell him something important. Do you know anyone by that name? He said as Creature paled considerably. I did know him, yes. He was my master and he gave me a job to do which I failed at. I am most torn up I could not complete it before his death. He died a few months ago and I have not been the same since. I have heard of Sirius Black's release from prison, and so I know he will be here with me shortly. I hope you will forgive me my error and be a good master like Regulus, he said as Dobby looked thoughtful. Forgive me for saying so, uncle, but have you tried to ask the bank to help you with your problem, as they helped Harry with a major problem he had, and I didn't think it possible for them to help him themselves, but they did it. Please ask them if you have not already, he said as Creature looked up, hope rekindled in his eyes. Please, Dobby, do an old elf a favor and join me there. I had not thought they could be of assistance, but if they may help me it will greatly ease my mind, he said as Dobby looked nervous but agreed to go nonetheless, as his uncle really looked like he needed the help. They entered the bank and a trembling creature approached them with his receptacle in his hands. "Ah yes, Harry Potter sent you here, did he? To destroy another of these vile items. Yes, that will be 25 galleons from the black account, Mr. Creature. Do you Authublan?" shocked as Creature blacked out and had to be revived. "I am missed sorry. I had not thought to come to the bank, but my sweet nephew Dobby serves Mr. Potter and he told me the bank could help with my problem. Do as you need, just please destroy it, as it was my master's dying wish and I will have failed him if I could not fulfill his wishes," he commanded as the money was removed from the black account and the receptacle destroyed before it was handed back to an elated Creature who looked to be years younger. It was amazing how much stress aged elves until such stress was removed. Previously Creature had looked well over 100 years old, but now he looked closer to 60 years old, which is wonderful. Dobby promised to visit him whenever he could and came back to Harry telling him everything. "That is most unfortunate about him dying, but at least another of those vile objects was broken. Listen to me, I'll be leaving tomorrow to go to my new home, but if you ever feel like visiting your uncle, please do it. I won't mind, I promise. If he wishes to visit me at any time, he may do so, as long as he vows to never reveal the location of any of my homes to anyone without my permission," he said as Dobby cried, "Oh, Master Harry Potter, sir, you are too kind. Old Master Lucius wouldn't let me visit family, and poor Uncle Creature has been so sad without family to visit him. He will be most pleased. I can assure you he will keep your secrets, but you will need to ask him to do that yourself. The request cannot come from me. What would you like to do in preparation for leaving in the morning?" he asked as Harry looked thoughtful. "You are to remove the Dursleys from the cupboard and spell them clean. Then you are to make them forget being in there in the first place. Leave any injuries they have unhealed, as they will serve as a reminder to not fuck with Harry Potter," he said just as there was a bang at the front door, startling him greatly. "Vernon Dursley, you open this door at once. I will not be ignored." He heard the voice of Aunt Marge shouting from the other side of the door, which looked like it might actually give way from the woman's weight. "Dobby, the next time she goes to bang on the door, open it quickly and have Vernon ready to greet his sister. Actually, hand me his phone, please," he said as he took the mobile phone, deleting all the missed calls in it, and placed it back on the counter. When she fell through the suddenly opened door, landing on her ass, Vernon looked at her in surprise. He was clean but had extreme nappy rash and ire between his legs. It stung him to walk and he could barely move. The other two were much the same. "Marge, this is a surprise. I didn't know you were coming. You should have called. I got no missed calls from you. Come in at once and we'll fix you up something to eat post haste. By the way, we are all sick after catching the flu or some such thing, so I apologize if we're not too talkative. Harry here is even sick, so we'll just get a takeaway, but either way he'll still serve us," he commanded as Harry looked pleased at the pained way he walked into the living room. Marge righted herself and agreed that she must have imagined calling him, as she could see there were no missed calls on his phone. "Aunt Petunia, we need to talk. It's rather important, as I'm leaving in the morning and I have something you must know about before I go," he said as she looked thunderous. "What is it, freak? The sooner you're gone the better. You better not leave a damn mess behind you either when you go," she said as he looked at her seriously, surprising her greatly as she thought he might cower but did not. "I need you to sign this for school. Also, while I was in my world yesterday, I met a girl named Margaret Regulus who wishes to meet her mother. She is your double. What should I tell her?" he asked as Petunia fainted out cold and was revived at once and placed in a dining chair. She was so dazed that she signed his Hogsmeade permission slip without even thinking. "I have no idea how you know about Margaret, but either way you do. Please tell me, is she okay?" she asked, looking very faint indeed without actually fainting. "She is rather well. She is head of a department in our government and is currently 19 years old. She would really like to meet you, but I have told her I will ask you first," he said as she looked really torn. "I am not well at all right now, so now is not a good time. Tell her that in 2 weeks I will be in the coffee shop Everlasting in Covent Gardens on Tuesday morning at 10 and I will meet her there alone." "Do you know if she has a family or partner?" she asked as he responded that he did not. They got takeout, which he was more than happy to serve them, as he really felt they paid for all they put him through and would not be an issue anymore. He wrote to Margaret with Petunia's message for her, and Margaret responded that she was not used to being told what to do when, but as she would be meeting her real mother, she would do it. He went to sleep and was so excited by his move tomorrow. It would be a good day for sure. Chapter 17. Here is the next chapter. I hope you like it. Someone brought to my attention an error I made in a previous chapter where I've had the locket of Slytherin destroyed twice. We're just going to say the first locket was a different locket horcrux which was destroyed and that now the true locket has also been destroyed. I didn't mean to do that twice. Please read in review. Love Hermione XXX. Margaret was nervous as she made her way to Covent Gardens. She was trembling inside. She was a witch and could handle it for sure. She would be fine and she knew it. She would order a simple coffee and a salad or something. She hoped her mother was up to explaining where in the hell she'd been all her life. She entered the building and looked around for the aforementioned coffee shop, smiling when she found it. She entered and looked around, not seeing anyone who looked like her, and grabbed a quiet table. Not 2 seconds later, Petunia came in wearing sunglasses and an angled hat and looked around to be sure she had not seen anyone she knew before removing her so-called disguise. It didn't hide her very well, but she couldn't risk being seen by someone she knew because then she'd have to explain what she was doing there, and she seriously didn't want to have to do that. Margaret saw her and gasped aloud. It truly was like looking in the mirror and did freak her out. Her salad and coffee order had just been taken as Petunia came over and sat down in front of her, not looking at her directly first. Then in a few moments after she'd ordered herself, she turned and looked at Margaret, tears in her eyes. They didn't fall, but they were there nonetheless. Margaret went first, surprising her greatly. Finding out that someone knows your real true birth mother is an amazing feat. However, finding out that this person is none other than Harry Potter and that you are indeed related to him is an honor beyond measure. You may not indeed realize this, but in our world he is a hero of epic proportions. He explained to me that you would explain where you have been my whole life, and I am rather interested to hear this tale myself. Why were you never there? Why was I not good enough? She asked, now tears in her eyes too. Margaret, it is a long and complicated story, but it is one I will share with you. When I met your real father, he was lying to me about his true identity, which we now know as Regulus Black. He was pretending to be a muggle to escape from the Dark Lord, whoever that is. I knew him as Brian McGee. He told me that anything we did together would be good and that I would never get into trouble for anything, but he lied. I was 16 and he was 21. We went to the party and did it because everyone was, and again he had said things would be fine, but they weren't. She said seriously. At this point their orders arrived and they began to eat. Please continue, Petunia, Margaret said, listening intently to all her mum was saying. When I fell pregnant with you, he abandoned me here in my world, and when my dad found out, he asked me to get rid of you or he'd disown me. I didn't want to do that, and Mum convinced him to let me go away to visit an aunt up the country for a few months, and he agreed. You were born in the convent of St. Joseph's. I was only ever allowed to name you and requested that they keep the name Margaret Regulus for you. I was told in no uncertain terms that you would be taken from me by the nuns, whether I liked it or not, after which I could return home to a normal life if I wanted to. I was devastated when they took you away from me without my consent. I wanted to keep you, but I couldn't. It was like suffering through a death, knowing you'd never see your child again. I always felt like such a failure my whole life. Lily, Harry's mother, and my sister was told I had an emergency surgery she couldn't know about as a cover-up from my father. He was so disgusted with me, and to top that off I then lost you. My heart broke that day and never fully healed. I later went on to marry my current husband Vernon, and we have a wonderful son Dudley, who is 13 years old. Please tell me about yourself, she asked as Margaret watched her in awe. If she'd expected Petunia to tell her anything, this was not it. When you got older you never looked for me, and I am so hurt by that you can't imagine it. I understand you had no choice but to give me up now, but the fact that you never looked for me tears me apart inside. I wanted you so much. I had so much love to give you. I am 19 years old and I currently run our sports and recreation department in the ministry. It is a taxing job, but I love it and would not change it for anything. I am currently engaged to be married to my long-term boyfriend Sam Dendani. We've been together since we were 15. I now have my own home that I rent to buy in our world, she said, finishing as Petunia noticed the elaborate ring on her finger. How had she not noticed it before now? Maybe she'd just been so stressed out she hadn't seen it. I am delighted beyond measure to hear of your life. I hope this Sam Dendani is a good man and treats you well. I tried to look for you but always with no success, so eventually I gave up. To be honest, it never occurred to me that you'd be in Lily's world, and when it did she had died and we'd been lumbered with Harry Potter to care for. You know, Albus Dumbledore left him in our care whether we could afford him or not. We could not afford to keep him, but he lived with us nonetheless. I do not like saying this, but I am lucky he was with us, as he found you something even I could not accomplish. Oh my beautiful girl, I am incredibly sorry, she said, sobbing into her napkin as Margaret looked around in shock. For goodness sake, we are not alone now, pull yourself together before someone sees you and embarrasses me, you damn fool. She snapped at Petunia in much the same way she had snapped at Harry in the past. It was heinous coming from your own daughter, and part of her wanted to slap her silly, but part of her knew that would be wrong, and so she simply sniffled quietly, or as quietly as one can, until she got herself together once more. When she was at last able to stem her tears, she looked up to see that Margaret too was crying, but making no noises, and doing so into her tissue in such a delicate manner that you'd have only known she was crying by looking directly at her. Eventually the time to pay the bill came, and Petunia got both of the meals, stating it was the least that she could do. Petunia, I am sorry that happened to, and I am very sorry you could not have been in my life. Here are my contact details to write to me. Harry gave me your address so I can come by one night for dinner if you might like. You would be welcomed at my house too. I am seriously displeased you were not in my life, but I can see you had no control over it either. I am very messed up now, but trust me, I will get over this for sure. Goodbye, Petunia, she said, leaning in and hugging the shocked Petunia. Had not expected such affection from her daughter. Thank you, Margaret. I have always loved you no matter what happened to me, and indeed you will always be welcome to my home with open arms. I understand if it takes you a while to get there, but once you are comfortable enough to come and see me, then you may do so. I'll always care deeply for you. Goodbye for now, sweetheart, she said as Margaret gave her a sad smile and rounded the corner before apparating away to her apartment, where she told Sam all about it. He was most supportive of her, and even though he'd been a Ravenclaw and she a Slytherin, their relationship worked so very well. He had always supported her in her quest to find her mother and father. She had learned who her father was, and indeed that he was dead, and felt such extreme loathing towards him. He wasn't even here for her scream at. He'd abandoned her too. It did take two to tango, as it were, and her mother had not gotten pregnant on her. Unfortunately, asking people about Regulus Black and the sort of man he was had not been a good thing, as she discovered he'd been a Death Eater who had turned good in the end of his life, but only because he'd realized Voldemort was a fake imposter who wasn't a pureblood. When Harry had mentioned her that day in court, she couldn't believe her luck. Her mother was her double, but did look well worn by the years. She'd been through a lot, that much was true, and hearing her tale of how as a 16-year-old she'd been let down by everyone she trusted was very hard indeed. She'd been 16 once herself and knew how fragile people of this age could be. She was more understanding of her mother, even if she seriously disliked the woman right now. This would change eventually, and she knew that. She merely needed her own space. As she lay in Sam's embrace with him stroking her hair as she fell asleep, she at least felt whole again. The woman hadn't been a complete umbrage like she'd feared. For now all was good. Chapter 18. Here is the next chapter. I hope you like it. Please read and review. Love, Hermione XXX. Harry woke up feeling sad. Some days were better than others, but this was one day he wanted to pull the covers over his head and not emerge. He couldn't help thinking how sad Ron had made him. I mean, he really had thought he was the only person who could be trusted, and even he had let him down when he needed him the most. Harry remembered that he was leaving today and reluctantly got up and got dressed. He asked Dobby to see if they had the flow connected at that house, surprised that they did in fact have it connected, but had no idea how to use it. This would make his traveling easier today for sure. He got his things together in his bag and went downstairs, having Dobby ensure no one could come into the room for the moment he stepped into the fireplace and threw down his flow powder while calling out his address for his new home in London. When he tumbled out of the flow in a very messy manner, he realized he'd need to get better at using wizarding methods of transport. The house just had the rooms and flooring in it. There was nothing else, so he'd need to furnish it. He wondered whether he should get some magical furniture for it or not. Money was not a problem for him. He went out to the local hardware shop and bought himself a house phone, which he arranged to have installed in an hour using their express service. A quick wandless Confundus saw to it that no questions were asked about his age. It was placed on a new phone stand on the table in the hallway. It was one of those new cordless ones that even Petunia didn't have. Although he had opted to buy the house furnished, it didn't come with everything, and the furniture it did come with was old and not to his taste. He would need to buy some shelving units, coffee tables, beds, tables and chairs, and lastly some soft furnishings such as towels and bedding. He picked up the phone and dialed the number he had for Hermione, happy when she answered. She told her parents she was leaving and flowed over to his house. They looked around before sitting down to discuss things. So Hay House should contain a lot of color instead of being bland like most houses. What do you think about putting the schoolhouse colors in different rooms? Like we could have the Gryffindor colors in our room and the other house colors elsewhere. Look, I've drawn up a chart of where they could go and what the colors might look like. I've been doing a bit of planning, she said, going red in the face, which he thought was too cute. He couldn't imagine doing anything without her having planned it out first, and it was a bit annoying, but at the same time he wouldn't change her for anything. It didn't make sense to him. I mean, it really annoyed him that she was like this, yet he still put up with it. He wasn't sure he'd even like it if she changed. Please don't ever change, Hermione. You're the best. I think as long as the colors are done in a tasteful way which doesn't clash, it should be fine. I think sometimes the gold or silver colors could be the main colors with the red or green or whatever accentuating it perfectly. I also made a list, believe it or not, of the things we'd be needing. I mean, I opted to buy the house furnished, but I don't actually like their taste in furniture. The rug in the living room is beautiful and I love the duck egg blue in the kitchen, but I don't much like anything else here. Like, this house should say we live here, instead of we're just settling in someone else's designed home. Does that make sense? He asked as she smiled at him and kissed his lips tenderly. Yes, Harry, it does. We should also add a trip to Toys R Us to our list, as it would be good to have some board games in the house for game night and so on. You know, studying isn't the be-all and end-all of everything in life. You need to do it for exams, but with Ron out of the way you will be free to do that. Forgive me for saying so, but I feel that you have not been reaching your full potential as a wizard. I feel if you knuckled down a bit you would have much success with everything in school. I think you should consider changing your electives for this year. I know you chose caring for magical creatures and divination, as Ron told me that, she said as he smiled at her. Well, after what he did to me, I wanted him to think that. I actually selected to take caring for magical creatures and ancient runes. I wouldn't study divination if you paid me to. I believe that everything happens for a reason, but I believe that reason occurs because of something, you do not just for no reason or a weird reason, he said, seriously shocked when she squealed in joy and jumped into his arms, kissing him excitedly. We'll be able to study together, how exciting. Oh, I'm so excited to learn with you. Come on, let's go out now and buy our stuff because I can't wait anymore. Mom and Dad are outside now in the car, I can see them through the window. They told me they'll take us to all the shops. They will buy the stuff with our money because it might look too suspicious if two 13-year-olds were trying to buy furniture and the like, she said, waving to her parents out the window where they were currently waiting for them. They left the house and entered the car, speeding off in the direction of the furniture shop. In here they knew they needed a table and chairs for the kitchen, a couch and coffee table for the living room, and some beds for upstairs. They liked the wardrobes, so wouldn't need to be buying any of those. Jean and John were more than happy to help them out. Hermione ran straight to the bed section, seeing the dream bed she'd always wanted. It was £1,500, but she didn't care at all. It was a luxurious 4-poster bed in a black color with plush red curtains on it which could close when one was going to sleep. Harry was more than happy to let her have it, as he quite liked it as well, having said that anything would have been better than what he'd previously been sleeping on. He then chose a mahogany wood sleigh bed for the spare room and some matching side lockers to go with it. They went for an African wood coffee table with intricate Chinese carvings etched into the top of the wood, which was then covered in glass. It had a magical aura about it and could have easily been from the Asian magic market. It was this which inspired the purchase. They purchased a modern table with 4 leather chairs. All in all, it was good visit, and they were arranging for the stuff to be delivered to their property in 1 day's time. For now the old furniture would suffice. A trip to their local DIY store saw to any towels and soft furnishings they needed, as well as new light fixtures and shelving units. Their last stop was at the toy store, where games of Cluedo, Monopoly and Scrabble were purchased along with a deck of cards. Lastly, they went to the paint store to pick up the desired colors. Using magic, they'd have the house painted in the colors they wanted in a flash. The renovations in total to the inside of the home had cost £30,000, so they'd each paid 15, and nothing more was said about it. They decided to have the old furniture sold at auction, surprised when the Items made £10,000 in total which were given to Hermione's parents to simply enjoy a thing they found most difficult to get used to. They would in time of course, but for now things would take time. In 3 days the house was completed to their joy. The living room was tastefully painted scarlet and gold to represent Gryffindor, which they were so proud of as it gave the room a warm intense glow like you'd find in the common room. Their bathrooms were both painted teal in color as it was Hermione's favorite color and reminded her of peaceful moments, which is why she wanted to be able to shower or bathe surrounded by a beautiful peaceful. For the spare bedroom yellow and black was used tastefully, although both of them thought that Hufflepuff's colors really didn't go that well together even if Hufflepuffs themselves were nice. Harry was still thinking about how he'd been ostracized so much last year at the drop of a hat when people thought he was the heir of Slytherin. No one had questioned anything, choosing to be unintelligent and merely believing everything they were being told without question. This kind of stupidity could get you killed. He'd need to get them to somehow see that. Maybe he could speak to Professor Flitwick about it in their next lesson, as people need to see that being this stupid is very dangerous indeed. They decided to paint the room yellow with a black outline and the ceiling black and yellow to represent the constellations related to the Black family, as that was something only the two of them would know about and it was like a cool secret. Their room was painted blue and silver as they both loved those clothes and indeed Ravenclaw House as a whole. Professor Flitwick was one of their best teachers and they both really respected him. They really hoped he knew that. The kitchen was painted the Slytherin colors and they went really well. What with the green cabinets and silver walls, it truly did look wonderful. Outside they opted to paint the house purple, Harry's favorite color, well, that and blue. Hermione's parents had stayed the first night and were now at home, but since their flow was active they could call over at any moment should they need to. Harry had figured out how to set the flow so people could only use it between 10 am and 10 p.m. That way they could not be disturbed in the mornings or at night. Right now things were looking up for sure. Elsewhere, Ron was thinking it was time they go and get Harry once more. He wrote to Dumbledore telling him what he was doing, and then Dumbledore told him to rent a room at the Leaky Cauldron and stay there with Harry before they would need to leave for school in a few days. When he turned up at the Dursley residence looking for Harry, they laughed and told him he'd not been there for weeks. When Dumbledore heard this obvious tale, he went to them shocked when it was anything but a tale. "What do you mean that Ronald was actually right? I don't understand. Where is Harry? He didn't you dare raise your voice in my house, you freak. He stayed here 2 weeks and left, and that was good enough for me. He said something about how he'd be doing this each year and I was not to complain about it. It is only 2 weeks, so I guess I can cope. After that the freak is seriously not my problem. If you can't find him, then I don't know, pull him out of the hat like a rabbit or whatever it is you freaks do at that school," shouted Petunia, making him jump. He wanted to laugh at her last statement but couldn't as he was too annoyed to do so. "He is 13, Petunia, and mark my words, if anything has happened to him I will be back here and I will not be forgiving. I think I know where he is, but if he is not there, there will be serious problems. I must check the bank at once," he said menacingly as he turned on the spot and was gone in flash, leaving Petunia shivering from his words. He was a creepy bastard and his obsession with Harry was seriously unhealthy. Things were rapidly falling apart and he was so stressed he couldn't believe. Chapter 19. Here is the next chapter. I hope you like it. Please read and review. Love, Hermione XXX. Petunia was concerned for their safety and left with her son and husband to stay with Aunt Marge for a little while until the situation could cool down. This was the best option, as when Dumbledore went to the Leaky Cauldron and found out that Harry was not staying there, he returned to their home ready to do some serious damage, pissed off when he couldn't find them and too lazy to look for them further. He was going to punish them for it, but then remembered that Harry had a wand and they probably didn't know he could not use it outside of school. He probably threatened them with it and they, being scared, let him leave after 2 weeks. Hang on, she had said he'd told her he'd be there for 2 weeks, meaning that he'd asked someone about blood wards. Damn him to hell and whoever had told him all about them. It never entered his head that he could have looked it up on his own. Deciding that he was definitely right, he decided to head to the bank for answers, and even if he didn't get any answers there, he'd get them from Harry in person back at school in a few days. He was worried he'd find out that he only needed to be there for 2 weeks a year, although given what they'd said he'd now know for sure about that. Never mind, then he'd have to ensure he spent the rest of the summer with the Weasleys, where he could get Mrs. Weasley to give him plenty of chores so he didn't feel or indeed become lazy. In fact, she should give him so many chores that he wouldn't be able to think of anything else to do. It would seem like kindness that he was letting him stay there, but she'd work him so hard that it wouldn't matter. He needed to be treated badly so he could perish at the right moment like he wanted him to. Either way, if he didn't need to perish anymore, he would still need to marry young Ginevra so all could be right with the world and people would still trust him. He hadn't seen the papers in relation to him yet, so could have had no idea about it. In fact, most people hadn't seen it yet, but that would change in a few hours and then he would know all about it. He left the leaky cauldron and headed for the bank and entered at once. He approached the counter using the polite greetings of old. There was no need to be rude when it was not necessary. "Good Goblin, I was wondering if you could please tell me whether Harry James Potter has been in here in the last day or so. I only ask as he is not where he is supposed to be and I am gravely concerned he's in danger. I fear the Death Eaters may have gotten to him and I wish sincerely to avoid such a travesty," he said in despair as the goblin looked up at him in disgust. "Yes, he was in here a few days ago, Mr. Dumbledore. He went home and that is all we know, as that is where he told us he was going. It is not up to the bank to track its clients unless they ask us to for a fee, of course. Situations when they ask us to track them usually occur because they feel like someone is following them or indeed feel threatened in some way. I assure you Mr. Potter did not ask to be tracked. I have sent a message to his account manager who said all you need to know is that he has gone home and is safe and well and will indeed see you at school on September the 1st. Good day to you, sir," he said dismissively before getting back to the paperwork he'd been doing before Dumbledore had interrupted him. Dumbledore guessed he wouldn't get much information here anyway, but it was still worth a shot. He was disturbed to hear that not only did they think he wanted them to track Harry, but that some people pay to be tracked. I mean, what was the world coming to these days? He visited the Weasleys telling them all was well with Harry and they would just have to wait to see him until they were on the train in a few days. They were not happy but agreed nonetheless. Ginny was very upset as she was not yet fully grown and didn't have boobs like her mother. "Mum, how will I get Harry to like me when my chest doesn't look like yours?" she said, crying when Molly chuckled from her side. "Ginny dear, you are young yet. When you grow up further you will have a chest like mine and he will surely love you. Do not worry about such things for now," she said, kissing her head and sending her to bed. She then turned to Dumbledore once they were alone for the moment. "Okay Albus, the kids are in bed or otherwise occupied now. Please tell me what really happened to Harry," she asked him seriously. "Well Molly, the truth is someone told him about blood wards and that he only needed to remain with his relatives for 2 weeks. He has done so and was not there when I went to get him. The bank has assured me he is safe and at home, whatever that means. I am assuming he is spending his last days before school in a hotel somewhere and didn't want anyone to know, so probably instructed them to say he was home safely should anyone ask about him. Don't worry, I have faith in the bank and Molly dear, did you see the paper today? Albus, it's really not safe for you to be out and about now given what lies the paper are claiming about you. I would strongly advise you go home and stay there until this situation peters out. Read the paper when you get back," said Arthur, who had burst through the door interrupting them. "Very well Arthur, I will leave now if it is for my safety. Remember, I have faced Grindelwald and survived. I will face this and survive too. I am the leader of the light and not much they say can dampen my mood or plans," he said dismissively, shocked when Arthur continued to look deathly pale. "Unfortunately some of it is accurate and I don't want to get in trouble, so please get out of my house now until such time as we can figure out how the fuck we're going to fix this mess we're all in. Because whether we like it or not, we're all fucked if anyone anywhere finds out what in the blazes we've been doing. I only wished to secure a future for my daughter. I did not realize it was not legal. I thought as Harry's guardian you could sign the contract legally, but you can't. Please leave," he thundered as a suddenly pale Albus did just that. Clearly Albus had been working too hard and was now overreacting about everything. He would soon make the man shut his silly little mouth. He stopped ranting as soon as he entered his office to find it full of unopened letters and howlers. He then saw the paper on his desk and almost collapsed in shock at the title of the heading on it. Nevertheless he sat down to read it, a tear falling from his eyes. He didn't wish to let Rita down as he truly did believe in her, but people needed to see things with Harry were always going to be different because of Voldemort and the actions he'd elected to take that night 12 years ago. Things would never be normal for the boy, and if they were going to kick up such a fuss about the damn money, he'd say sorry and hand it back. I mean, there was no reason he didn't need to get it back. He would simply rob Peter to pay Paul from various other S to overseas which no one knew about, and for good reason indeed. That was his way of solving the problem. I mean, if he got the money back, no one could do anything bad to him, and he wouldn't allow it anyway. Using a standard spell to disarm the howlers, he groaned in anger when he saw that this was not an option this time. He would need to listen to each one in turn, and he was not looking forward to it. He settled in for the night. It was going to be a long damn night, that's one sure thing. Chapter 20. Here is the next chapter. I hope you like it. Please read and review. Love, Hermione XXX. At night, Harry sat up in bed beside Hermione thinking as she read Hogwarts: A History at his side. She was engrossed in her book and not paying him much attention, which for the moment he liked, as it gave him ample opportunity to go through things in his head. There were certain things he was about to suggest, and he only hoped she could understand why. Eventually deciding he was ready, he turned to face her. Hermione, we need to talk about some things I want to do before we go back to school tomorrow morning. Look, to be honest with you, last year was extremely rough there for me. No one actually asked me if I was the heir of Slytherin, they just believed whatever they were being told by whoever it was that was telling them these things, the Hufflepuffs in particular, and to be honest, I can't get past it. I'm sorry, but I just don't trust that house. I heard before that they are usually the house which stays neutral in things, however, because of who I am, they didn't do that. That shouldn't matter or make them change, but it does. Unless that house apologizes to me as a whole, I will never be able to forgive them. I hope you understand, he said seriously as she put a bookmark in her book and placed it on her bedside locker before turning to him once more. She took a sip from her glass of water and then responded. Harry, I am not oblivious to all that has gone on, and although I can see why they thought like that given your initial defeat of Voldemort as a baby, it did not give them a right to condemn you without facts. I mean, take the Ravenclaws. They listened to everything being said in relation to you but came to their own conclusions about you. Once they found out that you'd asked the snake to not attack Justin Finch-Fletchley and realized it hadn't, most of them felt they couldn't dislike you. What the Hufflepuffs did is unforgivable, and I think Professor Dumbledore should ask them to apologize to you, although I know he probably won't, she said, sighing as she cuddled into his side. That's actually another thing we need to discuss, Professor Dumbledore. After what was written about him in the papers the other day, I am not sure he'll even be at school when we return. At least I hope he won't. He ensured I had a shit life, and I don't want to see him again if I can help it. Here he paused as he was very nervous that what he needed to say next would not be received well. Hermione, please don't freak out, but you should know that Draco Malfoy and I have spoken and agreed to try and be friends if we can. Ron was the reason we were not friends in the first place, and I didn't like that because I prejudged him when I shouldn't have. Because Ron said all people in Slytherin were evil, I hated Malfoy when I met him and asked the Hat not to put me there. It was going to be because of Ron's stupid words. I was scared I'd turn evil if I ended up in that house. Draco assures me he hates Ron now and not you. Because I have asked him, he has agreed to leave you alone because realistically you did nothing wrong to him, which Ron cannot say. We are going to continue to feud whilst at school, but outside school we'll try to be friends. We agreed that this way we might be able to find information which could be useful to either of us at school. I hope you don't mind, he said, gulping nervously as she exhaled loudly. Apologize to me, she said suddenly. What? I don't understand, he said, confused. If he can apologize to me and promise not to treat me terribly and ignore me whilst we're at school, I will be okay with it. He should tell his friends I'm so below him or something that he's not even going to bother with me anymore. If he can do this for me, I'll be okay with it. Otherwise, I assure you I will not, and I don't mind telling you that either. Either he apologizes or you can both forget it. He was an ass to me, and I won't be forgetting it either until he says sorry. She suddenly snapped, looking shocked to the core at what he'd even said. He thought he could see a slight feeling of betrayal in her eyes, but she didn't say anything about it. Hermione, I promise he won't hurt you, because on my life and magic I'll never let him do it. I will get him to apologize in the morning as we're getting there early. I love you, good night, he said, kissing her and pulling her into a spooning position as he drifted off to sleep, barely hearing her I love you too response. In the morning, bright and early, Dobby woke them with a prepared hot breakfast and a small basket of goods to take on the train with them. He had prepared tea, ham and cheese sandwiches, sour cream and onion crisps, and finally some chocolate cauldrons. It would be perfect for them to eat on their journey to school. They'd already secured their bags and on the advice of griphook security trunks made by the goblins to look like they'd been normally crafted. If anyone who shouldn't enter his trunk, aka anyone who wasn't Hermione, did so, their hair would turn blue and their face would turn green for a whole day. That would only happen the first time and would only come to someone if something was taken from the trunk. If something was put inside, they would turn neon pink for 6 hours. On the second day of stealing from the trunk, their arm would be instantly broken, as stealing was no laughing matter. The colors were a warning which were designed to make someone think twice, but the broken arm was a sincere and indeed painful warning. The last and final warning would break both arms and legs. If that didn't teach people a lesson, he didn't know what would. Hermione had wanted different warnings on her trunk. The first warning was they would inflate to twice their size for the next 2 days. The second warning was the person would be transformed into a half-troll, half-human, and on the final time they would go into a coma for 4 days, and once they wake up only be able to explain what they were doing before they woke up in hospital. Elsewhere, the Board of Governors had come bursting onto the school premises and headed straight for the headmaster's office. They burst in through his doors, where he jumped. "To what do I owe the pleasure, ladies and gentlemen? To be honest, I'm exhausted. I spent all night listening to howlers I couldn't disperse, so as you can imagine I had to hear them all. I got 1 hour of sleep," he said groggily as they looked disgusted at him. "Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, we here at the school feel that your competence at doing your job and or hiring and firing is way below standards we expect our chosen elected headmaster to perform. In light of this, we have some changes to announce," said Margaret Abbott before continuing. "As of this moment, there is to be no more divination classes. Instead, Professor Hannah Dendani, a recent graduate from Boggart, will be teaching magical arts and music to the students. Professor Horace Slughorn will be taking over the post as potions professor and head of Slytherin House, while Severus Snape attends a teacher training course to update himself and indeed his teaching methods. He is a current disgrace to his profession, and until he remembers why he even started teaching in the first place, he will remain in teacher training. He will get a taste of his own medicine too, and he then will realize the error of his ways, as no one can work in the way he teaches, and it's high time he learned that lesson," she said, disgusted with the man for the time being. "This is a good choice indeed. Professor Slughorn is an excellent choice, and I commend you on his selection. Alt will be sorely missed by his house. Alas, I am sure they will get over it eventually," Dumbledore responded solemnly. "History will now be taught by Professor Maura McKinnon, and Professor Cuthbert Binns has now been laid to rest, God love him. There will be a new course called Magical Studies 101, and it will be compulsory for all Muggle-born students to take in first year and will be an elective after that. This will be taught by Professor Charles Weasley, as we feel he'd be great for the job given all he's been through, and he could really teach people about how things work. Here, the final change is to Muggle Studies. We have sent Professor Charity Burbage on a sabbatical training course to update herself, and once done she will return. In the meantime, Professor Penelope Clearwater will teach that course, and it will be compulsory for all half-blood and pureblood students in first year and an elective after that. Also, Professor Rolanda Hooch will be happy to hear that all the school brooms are now the latest clean sweep models and have been spelled for self-cleaning and care, so they can never harm anyone, unlike those old death traps," she said as he gasped at so many changes. "Why was I not consulted on some of these things? The purebloods will not take kindly to having to take Muggle studies, and I will not be held responsible for what they do as a result of that, okay? No one gets to come crying to me when there is rebellion about that choice because I told you so right now and you didn't want to hear it. As far as I knew, we didn't have enough in the budget for the new brooms, but then again I haven't exactly been checking it, so that could be why I thought we didn't have enough for them too. Is there anything else I should know?" he asked, feeling suddenly a lot older than he was. "Yes, indeed there is. Every staff member will have an increased salary of 500 galleons a week so as to ensure their best work is always put forth. Professor Phileas Flitwick will still teach charms, however. He will be the new deputy headmaster of this fine school now, and he is more than happy to do it. The classrooms have all been updated, and he now has a platform in his classroom so he may walk the length and breadth of it whilst teaching his classes and seeing everyone at the same time. The new permanent Dada professor will be Professor Remus Lupin, as we find him to be most competent. We know about his condition, and letters were sent out to parents about him missing his classes for a few days a month, and all the responses have been great. In fact, they thanked us for telling them plainly the situation as it was." Professor Minerva McGonagall We'll still teach transfigurations and be the head of Gryffindor House. However, you, sir, have lost all our respect in every way you possibly could have. We only just saw the papers this morning and I am most disgusted with you," she snapped, slapping his face as tears fell from her eyes at how low he'd sunk and essentially betrayed them all. This is where Lucius took her around the shoulders, hugging and comforting her as she was visibly shaken up about all she'd had to say. "Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore is voted on unanimously by this Board of Governors. You are hereby fired effective immediately and must vacate this premises in 4 hours' time. Finding your replacement was not easy, so this is what we have done. Professor Septima Vector will be the new headmistress of this school whilst Septima continues to teach arithmancy in this fine school." As her schedule was the least busy, she seemed the perfect candidate, and although surprised at being chosen, has taken to the role with vigor. "Things are seriously about to change around here. You have not sullied this school too much, thank goodness. Good day to you, sir, and time is ticking. If you are not removed from this premises in 4 hours' time, you will find yourself and all your stuff has been transported to your home and you will no longer be allowed to enter the school here," said Lucius, loving his moment to be smug. They all filed out of the room, throwing him dirty looks as he sat at the desk which had been his for many years but was no longer his, and cursed aloud. Why had his life gone so wrong? First all the unnecessary howlers and now this. He didn't think he could take much more. How in the hell was he ever going to control Harry in the way he wanted to? Well, he was banned from the school and not anywhere else. He would just get to him in Hogsmeade or something. There was always ways and means around things. Septima had been in her office when she'd been informed of her new job status and fainted. Once woken up, she set about changing the rules. She added 5 new rules going as follows. Any and all house points which are removed or given are to be done so in a fair and concise manner, excluding favoritism of any kind. Any student who uses the word mudblood or any derogatory term on more than 3 occasions will find themselves expelled effective immediately without warning. As we here at Hogwarts expect only the best. Any detentions provided are to be of a safe nature, and the Forbidden Forest is not allowed as a destination for a detention to take place. From now on, anyone caught in any way at all promoting this inter-house feud we seem to have developed over the years will face serious consequences. All houses are expected to get on, and if you dislike someone from that house, simply ignore them and move on about your day normally. Self-defense is acceptable only in situations where it can be proven that this course of action was necessary, and then all suitable punishments will be handed out. She then went to her new office, which had just kicked Albus Dumbledore out and cleaned it magically. She had a silencing spell placed on all portraits so they could only be party to her conversations when she deemed it fit. Professors Weasley, Dendani, Clearwater, Lupin and Slughorn had arrived early to set up their rooms, and Madame Hooch was thrilled with the new brooms. All of the staff was sad Albus had needed to be fired, but soon understood why, even if that was a hard pill to swallow. Those who had not seen the paper were shown the paper and then seriously understood all that had gone on and why. Back at the platform, Harry and Hermione stumbled out from the flow, their luggage in tow, to find Draco Malfoy had indeed arrived early. He walked over to them, Hermione bristling at his close contact with them. "Hello Harry, it's good to see you again. I hope this summer was good to you. Dad tells me we now have a new headmistress, although he wouldn't tell me who it was, which was annoying. He did tell me I wouldn't know who it was and that I shouldn't try and guess, as I'll get it wrong. He also told me we've got a whole load of new classrooms and some new classes, which sounds exciting. Hermione, I have never liked you, but because I like Harry and wish to attempt to be his friend, I will say I am sorry to you. I severely dislike Weasley, and don't ask me to apologize to him, as it will never happen and you can burn in hell if you think so. Look, I'm sorry, okay? I actually think you're really smart and good at most everything you do, even if you're too overbearing for everyone most of the time. Loosen up a bit and things might get better for you, okay?" he said as she glanced at him. And then Harry. "Does he know Harry?" she asked as she glanced at their hands with their now magically concealed wedding bands. "Yes, Hermione, he does. However, he gave me a vow not to tell anyone about it, which is why he is now speaking the way he is, as he can't speak about it any other way," he said as she smiled slightly. "Draco, the best option I would advise you to take is by telling people that I am so below you. You're not even going to bother dealing with me at all this year. That way you can ignore me and see me only at the summers when you visit our home, should you choose to do so. I accept your apology. Thank you for doing that, although you should have technically done it because you wanted to, not because you'd lose Harry as a potential friend," she lightly scolded. Look, Hermione, I've never for anything in my life and so I'm not used to it. Just know I'm truly sorry. Harry opened my eyes to a lot of things and let's just say I can never see anything the same ever again. Your suggestion is great and I'll definitely be doing it. See you during the holidays. Goodbye. He said, waving goodbye to them both and getting a seat in the Slytherin compartment while they sat in the usual compartment they always picked. It would be an interesting ride to school, that's one sure thing. Chapter 21. Here is the next chapter. I hope you like it. Please read and review. Love, Hermione XXX. As they settled into their compartment side by side, the picnic basket tucked under their seats, they took out some books and started to read them, Harry brimming with excitement for his Caring for Magical Creatures course. He'd had to ask the shop assistant how to open his book for it carefully, but once he knew he read it with enthusiasm. Their silence didn't last long as Ron burst in exclaiming he'd made it at long last. They both rolled their eyes to heaven and ignored him. Harry, mate, how was your summer? I paid you a visit but you weren't there. I really missed you this summer, mate, he said, sounding sad indeed. Oh really? Cause word on the street is that it was my money you missed and not me. Did you really think I wouldn't start asking questions, huh? That I wouldn't find out what Dumbledore had been doing with my accounts, and indeed you lot. You are not my mate and I hate your guts. I hope you rot in hell, you selfish pig. Now get out of my compartment before I make good on Professor Snape's threat. Last year and send you to the damn hospital wing in a matchbox, he snapped as Ron looked shocked. Harry, I'm sorry about that. Mum and Dad did eventually tell me where that money had come from. Initially I had thought it came from them as that's what they told me, however when I learned it had come from you I'd already spent it. You do have loads of money and you can't deny that, so don't even try it. Don't blame me for Dumbledore's mistakes as that's not fair. I'm your best friend and I'd never intentionally hurt you and you know it too, so stop being such a damn prick and accept me back into your life right now, he snapped as Harry looked gormlessly at him. Ron, as I told you last year before I discovered what had been really going on with my money, that had you only asked me for the money I would have given it to you. The fact is you accepted stolen money and when you discovered it was indeed stolen you still spent it. I may have more money than your family put together but that doesn't matter when someone who is supposed to be your best friend turns into a lying thief. Right now you might as well be in Hufflepuff House because you're as honest as Severus Bloody Snape. Get away from me and don't you ever talk to me again. You're a disgrace to the name of wizard and I will not associate myself with a troll like you or a whore like your sister. Thankfully I am aware that Fred and George did not take my money, so at least they can be free from the stigma that is being related to you, he snapped as Ron's face went scarlet and he punched Harry square in the face. Harry, not expecting this, reeled back in shock as his nose started to bleed. He wandlessly used the Brachia Memento curse on Ron so he couldn't be caught for it and set him down on the chair opposite him. He called the nearest prefect, who happened to be a Ravenclaw girl named Samantha Jones. I need help, please. Ronald Weasley attacked me and then fell back on the chair like that. I don't know what's wrong with him or indeed why he attacked me, he said, looking most hurt as he tried to stem the blood coming from his nose. Yes, I can see that. I'll send for Madame Pomfrey at once as she has a way of coming on board the train and she'll get you sorted out at once. Ronald Weasley, for punching your friend you will lose 10 points from Gryffindor when we arrive at school. You should be most ashamed. Say sorry to him at once, she ordered as he looked shocked. I can't feel anything in me legs. I'm not saying sorry to that scumbag, he deserved it and I'd do it again if I thought I could. What the fuck is wrong with me? I feel awful. Fuck you, Harry. You don't deserve me or to live. You selfish bastard. You should have perished, not your parents, he thundered as Madame Pomfrey entered and attended to Harry's nose quickly. Here, take a pepper-up potion and you should be fine. Mr. Weasley, you should be more careful with what you do. You'll serve detention with me when we get back to school for attacking your friend, she said sternly as Harry interrupted her. Excuse me, ma'am, but Ron is a thieving bastard and he's not my friend now, nor will he ever be again. I am sorry I cursed, as I know that's not polite, but he stole money from me and does deserve that title. When I called him on it and asked him to say sorry to me, he punched me really hard in nose, shocking me, and then fell back on the chair like that. What has he done to himself? He asked as she bristled at his tone. Mr. Potter, you are right, it's not polite, however you do know that, so that's good. I can see he tried to harm you wandlessly and managed to vanish his own bones in his 2 legs. He'll need to come with me. I will be telling the new headmistress about you and of course Professor McGonagall too. You should be more careful. Unfortunately for you, I think I might understand what Mr. Potter is trying to say here, and if I am right, I am most disgusted with you. Come along now. Stay still while I transport you to school with me. Mr. Potter, you and I will talk later on, as we need to about a few things which have come up with me personally. Suffice it to say, I am angry and have done some things the wrong way because of personal circumstances, and I wish to rectify things now. I will be seeing you too, Miss Granger. We'll talk more later, she said seriously. Thank you, Madame Pomfrey. We'll be up to see you tonight after the feast, okay? Hermione said as she agreed with that and left, a dazed, confused and still wildly cursing Ron floating behind her. The twins found him and had to laugh before finding Harry. Oi, Harry mate, what happened with Ron? He looked hilarious earlier, they both chorused, grinning from ear to ear. This summer was hard for me. I discovered Dumbledore had been stealing from my accounts and giving the money to Ron and Ginny. I confronted Ron about it, asking him to apologize to me for stealing money from me, and he lashed out, punching me, and somehow managed to wandlessly vanish the bones in his own legs. He was so angry. Last year I discovered him and Ginny had been stealing money from my trunk at school, and when I told your mom, she said they were poor and that I should get over that it happened, but I can't do that. You see, my main problem is, why did they steal from me? When you two didn't, and you're all from the same family. It doesn't make sense one bit, and I hate that. I mean, I hate Ron and Ginny for betraying me so much in the worst way possible, as I'd have given them all the money they needed if they'd asked me about it, but they just stole it instead. Look, I truly do respect you too, and my respect for you doesn't need to change because he and I are no longer friends, he said seriously, as for once Fred and George actually stopped laughing and looked so serious it scared Harry slightly. They looked between each other a few times, not saying anything aloud but obviously speaking via their twin bond, when they finally looked at him again. We have plans to go about opening a joke shop in the future, and we have been devising various items which are both silly and serious to sell in the future. We made a prototype listening device which came in the form of a worn-out teacup, so we could place it in the kitchen with Mum and it would go unnoticed. We thought we might catch some embarrassing footage of her singing, but instead we caught something else. We know that Dumbledore came to our home, but not why. However, we did hear Dad tell him that everyone will know about the money he stole and gave to them when they read the paper, and he needs to a while. I am assuming Dumbledore then left or something, because I didn't hear him anymore. However, Mum did say that Ron and Ginny should be allowed to keep their money without punishment, as it's not fair, said George, shocking Harry to the core. If he'd expected anything, this wasn't it. As Georgie says, we were on our way to find you when we saw Ron's hilarious condition. We just wanted to assure you we had nothing at all to do with it and are indeed still loyal to you. We are just as surprised as you, because it would seem you already knew that. Please just know that you'll always have our support no matter what. We told Percy, Charlie and Bill all about what we'd seen and even showed them. Percy said you deserved it for trying to always be better than others when you're not, but soon changed his mind when the others spoke firmly to him. Essentially, they put him firmly in his place, and he's not been the same since. If you decide not to be Ron's friend, you'll always have us, they chorused kindly. He teared up slightly, shocking them. Oh guys, you have no idea what it means to me to hear this. I was most concerned I'd lose you as friends. To be honest, I really admire you too. I mean, we're on the same Quidditch team and everything good like that. Listen, and I want you to take me seriously here. If you ever need financial backing for your joke shop, I'd love to be part of something which isn't normal. Imagine 5,000 galleons or a few more galleons, then that would do it. You could consider it a very generous birthday gift for the two of you. I'd be honored if you would accept it from me. It would be a gift, however, I would expect to see clear evidence of profits made. If you insisted on giving me back the money once you made it, you could do that, and then the shop would be totally yours. I don't see why good and honest people like yourselves should suffer. Now can I please see the footage you captured? He asked as they frowned. Harry mate, thank you so much. We've been working out how much it would cost us, and already we have 1,000 galleons saved to go into its location and a further 500 galleons to spend on crafting the merchandise. It will cost us 8,000 in total. We've been speaking with the owners of the building, who really like us and have agreed to keep it for us until we're finished in school. We hope to have enough money by then. Thank you so much for your offer, and we accept 2 conditions. Number 1, we can give you back the money once we make it, and number 2, you'll always be a shared holder in our company, even if a small one. We can't show you the footage like that, however you can listen to it here, they said, producing a square box which when open and so Harry could hear everything. He heard all Molly and Arthur had said, and it was like the twins had said it would be. He was most disgusted. Tell you what, guys. You keep saving your money to use on crafting the merchandise, and I will give you the 8,000 galleons for the building myself. I accept your conditions, and I want a 40% stake in the business, with you two having the major sharehold. I'm a big fan of a show at home called Dragon's Den, so that's why I know so much. Can I give you some ideas when I have any? I really think some things would be good, but I need to research them first to see if they're viable, he said as they gasped. What were you thinking of, Harry? Hermione asked him, full of interest. Well, actually I was thinking of a weightless cloak which is very light on but turns as hard as marble when a spell hits it, so that the spell is automatically redirected instead of stopped totally. That way if someone should curse you, the spell they're throwing at you will go somewhere else, such as a building nearby or something, so then people don't get hurt unnecessarily. As it's a cloak you're wearing, people won't understand why they can't curse you so much. We could make it defend certain spells only, and then that would be good. Or we could custom make them to deter spells only the wearer wants. I think it would sell so fast. However, we need to figure out how to go about making it properly first. What do you think? He asked, addressing everyone present. Harry, that was fantastic. I'll help you research for sure. Don't worry boys, we will figure this out one way or another. I think it will seriously involve runes, which both of us will be starting this year, said Hermione, smiling. Harry, mate, that's fantastic. You two look into that, and we're in the process of looking into hats to repel mild charms, so we can come together in a few weeks and see what we've all come up with. They chorused, leaving the 2 third years alone. Hermione was, if she was honest, delighted that Harry was thinking so seriously about the future and protecting people. Deciding to start eating their picnic, they tucked in and were soon joined by a much more confident Neville. It would seem he'd been practicing his magic over the summer, and having his own perfectly suited wand had made him better at magic than he'd ever been. As the train trundled along the tracks, they eventually fell asleep, and when they woke up they would be at school. It would be exciting times ahead for sure. Chapter 22. Here is the next chapter. I hope you like it. There is a lot of dialogue in this chapter, as it was necessary, so please have patience with that if it becomes annoying at any point. Please read and review. Love, Hermione XXX. As the train thundered on down the tracks, Hermione and Harry had finished their picnics and the first 2 chapters of all of their schoolbooks in order to get ahead. It was imperative that you were always ahead in order to prepare for surprises, which were indeed likely depending on what the professor was feeling at the time. As they pulled into Hogsmeade Station, Hermione idly wondered who their new headmistress would be. I mean, Draco had said it wouldn't be who they thought, so that did rule out Professor McGonagall. Whoever it was, she hoped she was nice and competent at her job, something Professor Dumbledore had failed at, unfortunately. I mean, last year's Dada lessons had been a total and utter bust, and she severely regretted how much she'd idolized Professor Lockhart because he'd been good looking. I mean, she knew looks weren't everything and would never usually have acted like that. Her face paled as she had the realization she might have been tampered with at some point. Harry, I think I was tampered with last year. My infatuation with Lockhart was so unhealthy and not at all natural. Yes, he did look good, but I would never have such inappropriate thoughts about a teacher as I had about him. I mean, I thought about what it would be like to kiss him and have him hold me for most of the year, which only dissipated when I'd been petrified, she said seriously as Harry put 2 and 2 together in his head. I think this might have something to do with the fact Madame Pomfrey wants to see us. We should wait until we talk to her and see what she would like to see us about. We can even ask her about it, and she might be able to run tests on you to determine if you were cursed or not, he said reassuringly as she smiled at him. He was so thoughtful and knew how to reassure her at any moment that she would be needing it. They got into the carriages and headed up to the school. Entering the great hall, they could see it looked much the same. However, there were new faces at the top table, and the headmistress's chair was merely larger than the other ones instead of a throne as Dumbledore's had been. She wasn't there yet, as she was waiting for everyone to arrive before making her entrances, after which the first-year students would be entering the hall to be sorted. They went and sat at the Gryffindor table and waited as she eventually came out, and people gasped seeing Professor Vector there. She looked very proud, wearing purple robes and smiling at all of the students. McGonagall came in with the sorting hat on a stool, and the first years following behind her. It asked to speak to the headmistress for a moment about something, and once done he seat, whereupon he sang his song. All the first years were sorted, and then Professor Vector stood up. Hello everyone, and welcome to the school for the next year of education you will receive here. As you can see on the staff table, for those of you who were here last year, we have some new staff. The new head of Slytherin House and Potions Professor will be Professor Horace Slughorn. Now he will say a few words and then we will move on, she said as she stood back from the podium, and he stood up to be greeted with loud cheers from every house but the Slytherin house. They looked dismayed to have lost their old head of house because now they wouldn't get any favoritism like they usually did. Hello all, and thank you for your applause. Professor Severus Snape is currently on a sabbatical training program as he forgot why he even liked teaching in the first place, and that is no way to be. He was my best student in his youth, so as you can imagine I was very upset he'd lost his way so much. Slytherin might be my house, but all other students need to know that if they have anything they need to talk to me about, they may do so, even if it does include a member of my own house. Our aim is to be cunning, and we have forgotten as a house how that works. I promise to ensure fun and enlightening classes for all, and thank you so much for listening, he said as everyone clapped and he sat back down. Professor Vector approached the podium once more. Most of you will be delighted to hear that Professor Cuthbert Binns has been informed he died and has now moved on to the other side. Our new resident teacher of history will be Professor Maura McKinnon. Please, Professor, if you will say a few words, she instructed as a blonde middle-aged lady who was obviously married if her wedding band was anything to go by stood up. She had pale skin and bright blue eyes. Thank you, Professor Vector, and indeed thank you to you all. I know myself from personal experience how bad history classes here have been, as I was a part of Professor Binns' class in my own youth. As you can see, he's been around for far too long. His classes were boring and Goblin Rebellion based. However, there is much more to our history than that, and I don't intend to teach you anything about the Goblin Rebellions, as there is a chapter on it in the books if you really feel you need more about it. Our classes will sometimes combine some information you might find in your Dada classes, but that is only as a description of some things might be dark and we may need our Dada teacher on hand to tell you about it. Otherwise, I am happy to do so myself. Let's make history fun again and prove that learning can indeed be enjoyable if done the right way. Have a lovely evening, and I look forward to teaching for you all, she said as they all clapped and she sat down. As you may or may not know, we have had problems throughout the years of ever being able to keep a Dada teacher for more than a year. We discovered a curse on the room that class is taught in, and it was removed at once. Your new and permanent Dada teacher is Professor Remus Lupin. He is also a werewolf, however that should not impact his teaching too much. He will need a few days each month off, probably around 4 days each month. This is good for you, as you will all have those days free of your Dada classes too. We have calculated that this will be roughly 39 days in total. He is perfectly safe and should not be feared by anyone, as he would not have been hired if he were actually a danger to others. We felt his experience as a werewolf and how badly he was treated in our world would make him the best candidate to teach it. Professor Lupin, the stage is yours, she said, smiling at him as he stepped forward to make his speech. Hello everyone. I understand how awful your previous Dada classes have been, and I can only say that they will get better for sure from now on. Forget all you have learned, as we will all be starting from basics all over again. We need a good solid foundation to build upon, which none of you currently have if your old teachers was anything to go by. If you ever need help or a listening ear, I am always here, and my door is always open. I don't discriminate against others from any house I might not like, as that is not fair at all, so everyone should be treated equally. I know myself how tough it is when you're not treated equally. Thank you all so much, and I look forward to teaching you everything I know, he said as everyone clapped for him, and few students made an ooh sound at him being a werewolf, because at the end of the day they were kids and to them it was indeed cool. Now we have some new classes being added to curriculum and one being removed. Divination class has now been removed, as it is not practical to have that class when so few people ever have the sight which is needed to perform it. In its absence is an art and music class of magical proportions. Our new professor of the arts is Professor Hannah Dendani. Hannah, please say a few words if you will, she said, addressing her old friend with a smile. Hannah was a young, highly attractive lady with sallow skin, brown eyes and brown hair, in her 20s, much like Professor Vector. A lot of the men in the room eyed her up, and she noticed it too, but she didn't take nonsense either, and she wanted them to see this. Hello everyone, as Septima here said, this class will replace divination, so all of you who selected to do divination will now be taking my class. My classroom is a serene and peaceful environment where various different types of magical music and art will be discussed and indeed enjoyed by all. Each year there will be 2 exams in it, one at Christmas and one before the summer holidays. These are not major state exams though, so you don't need to worry so much. Also, if you are an older student and wish to elect to take my class, a sign-up sheet will be on the wall outside the Great Hall this evening and you may sign up to my classes. When you sign the parchment, please also state your year so I will know what to do. There will be 4 classes a week for each year. As you can see, I am well turned out and I present myself very well. I expect the same kind of respect from you. Do not disrespect me by turning up to my class. Less than good looking. I encourage personalizing your style in my class, however, it must still look presentable. Thank you, and I will see you in class, she said as all the boys wolf whistled at her until Professor Vector set off a loud alarm, stopping them. Professor Dendani might be young, but she is married and a dear friend to me. Have as much respect for her as you do for the other staff despite her age. Now caring for magical creatures will be taken by Professor Rubius Hagrid, as we feel his talents are currently going to waste on the grounds alone. I can see some of you are apprehensive about this position being filled by him based on the sorts of animals he has needed to deal with in the past. However, I can assure you all the animals he will be teaching about are Board of Governors approved. Despite his appearance being more casual than ours, you are expected to take him seriously. If you do not listen to him and get hurt as a result in his lesson, you are solely to blame and not him. You will be healed and given a warning to pay more attention to what he says in class. Professor Hagrid, please say a few words, she said as he stood up, knocking into the staff table and knocking everyone's glasses down and blushing. Yeah, thanks Professor. I am mighty excited to be teaching you all, and I've got great lessons planned for ye. Let's make caring for magical creatures a fun and exciting lesson. Enjoy your feast tonight and I'll see you in class tomorrow. Thank you, he said, sitting back down and knocking into the table once more, throwing their glasses back down as the staff exhaled in annoyance. Now we here figured that Muggle-born students who come into our world are unfairly expected to just get on with a fit in no matter what. If they don't understand something, they are branded stupid and a liability. No one ever think our world so they know why we do what we do and so on. We have crafted a class called Magical Studies 101 and is compulsory for all first years who are Muggle-born to take. If older years of Muggle-born students wish to take this class, they can. Professor Charles Weasley will be the new teacher of this new subject. He is very qualified in this area and was a perfect choice for the role. Now Professor Weasley, please say a few words, she instructed as he stood up, smiling at everyone. A lot of the girls were looking glossy-eyed at him as he was rather handsome with his long ginger hair and dragon fang earring. What's up everyone? Listen, this unity problem we have is because we don't understand each other, nothing more. Things we do seem alien to the Muggle-born students, and let's face it, if we went into their world suddenly, what they do would be alien indeed to us. We need to understand this to move on. If someone asks you why you do something, please explain it to them. Muggle-born students have a problem whereby they can get angry if they see us doing something they think of as barbaric instead of trying to understand it. This is where my lessons come in. By the end of first year, I promise you will know the basics of our world and how it works. If agreeable with Professor Vector, we might even take 1 or 2 day trips in order to fully understand this world. It is vital to our society that this lesson happens at all, and I look forward to teaching you all. Thank you, he said, sitting down as Ron, who was now back at the table, looked at his brother in awe. He'd not expected his brother to be a teacher here. At least he didn't need to be in that class, so all was well. Now that is not the only change we've made here. As Professor Weasley said, if any of you who are pureblood went into the Muggle world, you wouldn't have a clue what to do, so a compulsory lesson for first called Muggle Studies will be taught by Professor Penelope Clearwater, and all purebloods up until 7th year must take this lesson. If you don't like it, you are free to leave this school and be educated elsewhere, as we really don't mind. Please Professor, if you will, she instructed kindly. I will be responsible for the new and improved Muggle Studies course. There is no point learning outdated stuff which they don't even do there anymore. That teaches no one anything, and it's about time we all learned what they do there properly. With this course, our aim is to educate ourselves so we don't all look foolish when they mention something and we don't know what it is. This is important, and if you don't like that, well, suck it up, Buttercup, or as they might say, shut up and deal. I am not here to take abuse from anyone, so if you don't like my class, you are free to leave this school. Unity is our main aim, and from time to time we may involve Professor Weasley's class with our own to show the differences in what we do. I hope to see you all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed in the morning. Thank you so much. She had been so blunt they were too shocked to even complain about it, which had been her aim overall. Thank you, Professor Clearwater. Professor Flitwick is our new vice headmaster, and you may reach him at his office if you need to discuss anything with him. Lastly, before we begin our speech, some new rules for staff and students alike have been added to the school, and they go as follows. Any and all house points which are removed or given are to be done so in a fair and concise manner, excluding favoritism of any kind. This means house points may only be given or removed for legitimate reasons and not because the professor teaching that lesson feels like it. Here she paused to see if it had sunken in before continuing. Any student who uses the word mudblood or any derogatory term on more than 3 occasions will find themselves expelled effective immediately without warning, as we here at Hogwarts expect only the best. This means if you slip up 3 times or more, you're out. I don't care how you were raised, and neither does anyone else, so save those terms for outside the school premises. These are old, archaic terms and do not bear any relevance to the current state of affairs in our world. Basically, stop it or else. Do you really want to be known as the student who got kicked of Hogwarts because they couldn't control their potty mouth? I didn't think so. She looked up, seeing most of the student populace gasp aloud in shock, as none of them had expected her to say anything like that, although what they had expected at this point still remained a mystery. There was loud whispering all around the hall until she put her hand up, silencing everyone. Moving on. Any detentions provided are to be of a safe nature, and the Forbidden Forest is not allowed as a destination for a detention to take place. If you as a staff member give out a detention, it should be for a reasonable reason and should take place in a safe destination of your choice. The truth is, we don't yet know all of what lurks in the Forbidden Forest, so unless you go there with a teacher for class reasons, it is forbidden for all to go there. Once finished speaking, she looked to all her staff to see they all agreed wholeheartedly with what was being said to them. From now on, anyone caught in any way at all promoting this inter-house feud we seem to have developed over the years will face serious consequences. All houses are expected to get on, and if you dislike someone from that house, simply ignore them and move on about your day normally. Disliking someone from another house is not an excuse to torture or in any way harm that person. If you know you strongly dislike someone, leave them alone, ignore them, and get on with your day normally. This does tie into my last and final rule change. Self-defense is acceptable only in situations where it can be proven that this course of action was necessary, and then all suitable punishments will be handed out. If someone attacks you for no reason and you defend yourself ably and well, you will be commended for doing the right thing in that situation. If you antagonize someone so much, either verbally or physically using magic, and they defend themselves, you will be punished harshly for it. You don't get to complain when you caused the problem yourself, as you will have only yourself to blame. Lastly, the Sorting Hat has informed me that Harry Potter and Hermione Granger of Gryffindor House 3rd year will be given their own living quarters together, as it is required of them. I do not need to state why, and they will be present in all classes as normal. Please treat them as your friends, as you always have, and may the feast begin, she said as the food rose to the tables, everyone hungrily digging in. It was an interesting start to the year for sure. Chapter 23. Here is the next chapter. I hope you like it. Please read a review. Thanks, love, Hermione XXX. As the feast wore on, Ron looked at Harry and Hermione jealously. Why were they getting their own quarters when he wasn't? It wasn't fair. Nothing good ever happened to him. It never even occurred to him that they might be married. He just assumed they were getting something good he wasn't. If they could help it, he would never find out why they were being afforded this privilege before they were ready for everyone else to know about it. Everyone around them seemed okay with the fact they would be living together, and not too many questions were asked of them. Lavender tried to ask too many questions but was swiftly informed that they were doing as the Sorting Hat had told them to, which soon shut her up. It wasn't exactly accurate, but it did stop her pestering them for more information. Outside the Great Hall, they were met by Professor Dendani, who smiled brightly at them. It is an honor beyond measure to meet the boy who lived in the brightest witch of her age. We have heard all about you two, even in France. What has happened with you two does happen from time to time in France, and I have witnessed it once myself, so I do know what you are going through. If you need any advice or help, my office on the 3rd floor on the left-hand side, the imposter, shall always be open to you. I will now show you to your rooms. Please follow me. I was honored to have been instructed to do this with you now, although I think we all know why that was, she instructed as they gasped at her now, seeing the wedding band on her finger. It would seem she too was part of a soul bond. At last someone would know how they felt, what with it all happening so soon. She led them along the hall towards the dungeons and into what looked like a broom cupboard but wasn't. Once the door closed behind her, the lights came on and she looked at them both. The password to your rooms is Malaka. Once you enter here, no one may follow you even under an invisibility cloak. I will now tap here with my wand and say the password, after which a handle will appear which you are to hold at once. She said, doing so as the handle appeared, which she grabbed with them, after which they seemed to almost rocket at lightning speeds upwards until they came to a gentle stop. The door opened and they found themselves in a nice hallway, with what looked like a nice coat rack on the wall. There were 3 doors on the wall opposite the coat rack. The closest one led to a small study with a bookshelf full of various different books, including some which should have been in the restricted section but which Dumbledore had placed here out of laziness one day. He had truly meant to return them to the restricted section but had forgotten, and when he had remembered he'd been too busy to do it. Hermione would be in her element for sure. This room contained a large desk on which to do study or do homework, the bookshelves and a small couch on which to comfortably read those books. They were very impressed. They went into the next door, which led to a small storage closet which currently contained their trunks and clothing, which was slowly putting itself away in the next room, which they knew to be the bedroom. They entered the bedroom to see a 4-poster double bed in the middle of the room and 2 doors leading off from here. One led to a bathroom and the other led to a small kitchenette. An elf popped in, startling them all, and apologized. I is sorry. I am Shelley and I will serve you meals in here whenever you want them and serve you in any way I can be doing it. Just be calling me and I be here fast. Good night, she said, leaving once more as they laughed at jumping in the first place. It was his assumption based on what Dobby had told him before that because she didn't work for a specific family who treated her incredibly well that her English sounded as it did. Obviously Hogwarts never abused its elves, but with so many of them such care couldn't be given to them all. They would change that for sure. Hermione might even want a personal elf of her own. The more Harry thought about that idea, the more he liked it. Professor Dendani, I need to ask you how you cope without your husband here by your side. I am sorry if this question is too personal, but I really do have no one else to ask, Hermione said as Hannah looked at her with raised eyebrows. Well, I told you I was here to answer all questions and I meant it. Never feel afraid to ask me anything bond-related, okay? I am not as stern as I appear. I must look this way to get respect from the students, as you know. I am not alone in that regard. Each night my husband flows to me and spends the night with me, and then he flows away to work in the mornings. Sometimes, however, his work schedule does prevent him from being able to come and see me at night, and at times like this he remains in our home in France and we deal with it. A few nights apart does us no real harm anyway. Is there anything else you need to know or tell me? She asked as Harry was the one to respond. Actually, there is something you should know about. There is a ginger-haired boy in our year called Ronald Weasley, and we were best friends with him until he betrayed us last year. We are no longer friends, and it is not something he has taken easily. He may try and engage us violently this year, and I do hope not, but if I am put in a position by him where I have no choice but to react, I will do so. I am just forewarning you, and I seriously hope he doesn't try anything funny, because it will be bad for him if he does. He tried to attack us on the train and ended up using his accidental magic to vanish the bones in his own legs. He can be very stupid at times, and although I now hate him for what he did to me, I don't wish him to cause himself any harm either. Truth be told, he broke my heart when things went south, and I am just so lucky to have Hermione by my side. Ron can be a handful, so please be careful, as I wouldn't want him to hurt you or something, he said sincerely. You are too kind, Harry. I hope you don't mind me calling you that in person when we're alone. You may call me Hannah in person when we're alone too. The same goes for you, Hermione. I will only call you Mr. Potter out there in the school area itself when it is required of me. I know many spells he doesn't, and shouldn't he try anything at all, he will be most sorry. I have already been warned by my colleague Charles Weasley about his younger brother. Thank you for telling me about him nonetheless. I am sure with the positions you've been put in the past you feel the need to help everyone, but now is the time to help yourself. Focus on your education and have a wonderful time. I can see you are not on my class list for your year, but I wish to offer my services as a tutor to you in any area you may need help at times throughout the week. I know how tough schooling can be, and I wish to help you as much as possible, she said kindly. Harry laughed at that. Charlie would have told everyone about Ron as fast as he could. He sure hoped he could trust Charlie, as he really liked him, having met him a few times at the Weasley household in the summers previous. He had been fascinated in the work he'd been doing with the dragons, and he knew Molly had always wanted her son to come home. "Thank you, Hannah, for your help. I will definitely take you up on that offer, as there is something I wish to learn which Dumbledore didn't seem to think I needed. He actually seemed annoyed I'd learned of it at all, wanting to know who had told me about it. I didn't bother to tell him I'd read of it in a book from the library. I want to know more about occlumency, if you can tell me anything about it. Dumbledore often read my mind, of that I am sure, and I wish to be as prepared as I can in future," he said as she gasped, her hand flying to her mouth in shock. "That is highly illegal, and he should rot in jail for that. I would be willing to teach you about it, but it does take time. You will need to work on meditation, and based on what you told me, Hermione here will need to learn it also. I would suggest for your mindscapes that you choose something unexpected, so for example, if someone would assume your mind to resemble a kitchen, we show them a library, or if they expected a library, we show them a Quidditch pitch. With these things you can never be too predictable, as that is how one is detected. I will test you both to see what your mindscapes look like now. 1, 2, 3, she called out, casting the spell in Hermione's direction. She was surrounded by lights as she slowly entered her mind and saw a very organized library there, and by her own forbidden section she saw what resembled a Dementor from what Hermione had read about them. She was very impressed, but it was predictable and what people would be expecting. She next went into Harry's mind and saw a small cupboard underneath the stairs with various locks on it and a vicious dog outside it who was not good at protecting it well. He only looked vicious and did nothing of any actual harm to anyone. She emerged from them both looking at their waiting faces, as they clearly wanted to know what she thought. "Well, Hermione, while your mindscape is exceptionally well made and thought out, I expected to find what I did. It was far too predictable. I mean, I should look at you and think library and then get something total head, as it will immediately throw me and give you enough time to kick me or someone else from your head. Your Dementor was amazing and something I would recommend using in your new mindscape. Harry, yours was very good, but while your defense of the vicious dog looked vicious, he actually did nothing vicious. So we really just need to work on changing your mindscape, Hermione, and improving yours, Harry. Have a nice night, and I will be in touch with times I can teach you this. Good night," she said, leaving as they thanked her and set off to see Madame Pomfrey. They thought about the floor they wished to go, and it took them there, which they were very happy about. This meeting would sure be interesting. Chapter 24. Here is the next chapter. I hope you like it. This chapter does contain a lot of speech, so please just bear with it. Please read a review. Thanks, love, Hermione XXX. They exited the lift, making sure to see where it had let them out and remember it so they could easily return again. It let them out by a painting of fruit, of which there was one on every floor, so Hermione had read in Hogwarts a history. This meant that they could access their lift by these paintings on each floor, which was much easier. They reached the infirmary and heard Madame Pomfrey casting a silencing spell on Ron, who was still screaming that he did nothing wrong. He tried to attack Harry on the train and had been informed while in the infirmary that Harry and Hermione would be getting their quarters. He had reacted badly and kicked off once again. Madame Pomfrey was thinking if things didn't improve he'd need to be sedated for his own safety as well as the safety of others. They entered and she turned to see them and smiled. "I'll be with you in a moment." Unfortunately, when Mr. Weasley here heard about your new living situation, he kicked off again and had to be silenced. "I have no idea what you have done to warrant such utter hatred from him, but I would advise against seeing him for another while, okay?" she asked and turned around to address him once more. He was fed a sleeping potion and was out in cold in minutes. She looked highly relieved of the break for the moment anyway. "Now come and sit here and I will scan you both just to be sure you're okay. Yes, everything checks out. Now, Harry, I owe you an apology and I will explain myself, as you may not understand why I do. Have you ever heard of something called an associative spell?" she asked him, to which he replied he had not. Hermione actually hadn't either, but that was merely because they'd not covered it yet in their classes. "Yes, well, I didn't think so. You don't normally learn about it till 5th year anyway. An associative spell is a spell which works only when you are in the presence of an object or person. If the person or object goes away, the spell goes with them, and you remember everything you did or did not do under the control of whatever the spell they used was designed to make you do. It works with any kind of spell, however, you just say the spell a different way to make it an associative one. A spell like this was used on me by Albus Dumbledore, and he attached himself to it so it would always be active when he was around me. When he was kicked out of the school by the Board of Governors, the spell went with him and I was at last released from it, she said as Harry gasped. What did the spell make you do? He asked her seriously, fearing the worst. Well, actually it's what it didn't make me do which is the problem. It made me treat any external injuries and bruises you had without reporting it to the Ministry of Magic, which is standard practice in obvious child abuse cases. I couldn't tell anyone you were being abused at home. It never would have mattered who you were, as you would have been helped no matter what. Unfortunately, that's not all the spell did. It made me heal things internally in a way which was not totally healed. I feel so awful about the fact that he made me do that, and I hope to re-earn your trust this year, Mr. Potter. Quite frankly, I will do anything to get it. I am a disgrace to my profession, she said and burst into tears, surprising him greatly. Well, Madame Pomfrey, if I thought you would say anything, this would not have been it. I have learned so far in life that to blame yourself for the actions of others is not only stupid, but it gets you nowhere. The person who should be trying to regain my trust, as you put it, is Dumbledore and not you. You did only what his spells made you do. I know you would not have done it otherwise. I have seen how well you treated other patients of yours, and I am asking you now to please wipe the slate clean and start again. I need to ask you some things and I want honest answers, please. If someone was drugged, would you be able to tell automatically, or would an investigation need to be taken to find a substance in their system? He asked as she shed some more tears and gave him a hug in thanks. He truly was a great young boy. Thank you very much, Mr. Potter. We will be starting afresh as of now, I assure you. As for your question, it would depend on the poison used to drug someone, as some are more obvious than others. Why do you ask? Do you think you might be drugged? She asked him, looking worried indeed. Actually, Madame Pomfrey, no, he doesn't. However, I do think I might have been drugged myself last year. Last year I thought my boots were bigger than everybody else's, and so I foolishly experimented with the polyjuice potion, which, as you know, went horribly wrong. I learned my lesson from that time onwards to never experiment with something I don't know until I have fully learned it properly first. Now I think I was drugged because all of last year, even with all that went on, I kept having inappropriate thoughts about Gilderoy Lockhart. I kept thinking about wanting to kiss him all over and keep him for myself so no one else could ever have him. I became extremely obsessed with him and even cursed a girl who spoke ill of him and got a detention from Professor Flitwick for it. Is there a way you can know if I was drugged or not, because I am very disturbed by it all and wish to put the matter behind me once and for all, she said as Madame Pomfrey gasped in shock. You have just described an obsession lust draft which, when fed to the person in question, will make them obsess about the person who has fed them the draft. This does unfortunately mean that Professor Lockhart fed you the draft, otherwise it would not have taken effect. Everything you have described is in line with what that draft does. I will test you now too, to be sure, of course. This draft needs to be searched for, so it explains why I never saw it in you during my exams last year. Sit still and I will get a blood sample from you, as trace amounts remain for months after, even if the spell or draft is no longer working, she said, pressing a vial to Hermione's neck and chanting as she felt a small tingling sensation and the vial filled with her blood. Poppy then scanned the vial numerous times and in numerous ways until it lit up red, and another vial emerged from nowhere. When she held it, her eyes instantly closed and she glowed golden. They were surprised, as they hadn't seen it coming at all. When her eyes reopened, she smiled at them. This vial has shown me just now why he did it. We have the resources to know why someone has done things like this, as they may not do it unless they specify why they're doing it. He did it because you are the brightest witch of her age and he knew you'd help Harry Potter and he couldn't have you in the way. It was his ultimate goal to kill Harry and claim his ultimate fame before everyone, as being the one to have defeated the boy who lived, which even Voldemort couldn't do. However, before he could, as you know, his memory wiping charm backfired and he's now permanently insane. It serves him right anyway, as he was always far too into himself for my liking, even if he did have a nice smile. I am only human, so it is only natural that I noticed it. However, it in no way means I liked him as a person. I am so sorry, Hermione, you were so abused, she said as Ron heard her last sentence, becoming very confused. Who abused her and why? Answer me now. No one can touch her, you hear me? I'll kill them, I will, he shouted from his bed, looking deranged and annoyed all in one, and made them all jump. I think your sleeping draft was not strong enough, Mr. Weasley. Do not concern yourself with it now, as it has been dealt with and the man who has harmed her is out of the public eye permanently now. She is most safe. Go back to sleep, please, she said as he looked shocked. Okay, but I don't want harm to come to Hermione, only Harry who ruined my life. I love her, you know. I want her to know I love her. I am feeling strange. Why the hell do I feel so weird? Stop it now, all of you. I love her, I hate him. I hate him. I love her so much. I need food and sex and bath time. And brooms. Oh God, stop it, he shouted out, shocking them all. I am sorry, you two. I should have warned you that the sleeping draft I gave him has side effects, sometimes making people say hilariously confused things. It is rather funny after all. Once he's done making a fool of himself, I'll give him a stronger draft and then we can at last have peace properly. He obviously needs the stronger, as some wizards do. Was there anything else you wanted to know? She asked as she went over and gave Ron the stronger dose, which did keep him asleep. Once Hermione had finished laughing at Ron's ridiculous outburst, she turned to Harry, asking if he needed to say anything. Is there an easy way to clear the mind in preparation for meditation, or is meditation the only way to clear the mind of unnecessary things? He asked her as she smiled at him. Well, Mr. Potter, do you have access to your funds in the bank now? I have a catalog with various pensives of various sizes and colors you can order right now if you like. I would advise getting the ones which come with their own supply of memory vials which automatically date, label and store themselves in this caddy here. They're not cheap at 25,000 galleons each, but it is a lifelong investment which is excellent for overall mental health. This does mean you can view your own memories later on, and who knows, you might see something you missed in them the first time round, Madame Pomfrey said as she summoned the catalog for him. Yes, that sounds fantastic. I can't believe I didn't think of it myself. I will take two. The dark black one with the gold runes here will be for me, and the deep red one with the gold runes here will be for Hermione. She should be able to control her mind and thoughts from time to time like I will be doing. It is only fair I get her one too, he said as she smiled at him. As a healer, it is my job to know things, and just like Professor Hannah Dendani, who came to us this year from Bobatons, I know of your situation personally. Horatio the Sorting Hat is obliged to tell me these things so I can prepare for things such as pregnancies and the like should they occur. As per my healer-patient oath, I am obliged to keep this information to myself, and the oath prevents Truth Serum from being able to make me tell anyone about it, so you don't need to worry about it. Your secret is safe with me until such a time as you share it yourselves or authorize me to share it. I, Madam Poppy Ann Pomfrey, do hereby swear on my life and magic that I will at no point without prior permission from you two, when supplied with a password we will decide on later, reveal your secrets to anyone, and on this I swear it. So mote it be. The password we decide on protects against people using the polyjuice potion, as you can't always detect that, she said, leaving them shocked beyond belief. I didn't realize that about the Sorting Hat, much less that he had a name, which is rather interesting, isn't it? Thank you very much for that vow, as you didn't have to do that but elected to anyway. You have more than proven yourself, and I think that's great. I am so sorry about what Dumbledore did to you though, as that must have been so tough, said Hermione with empathy as Poppy once more teared up but didn't cry. Yes, my dear, it was really very tough, but I am over it now, thank goodness. I have taken countermeasures should he ever somehow see me again by error, so it doesn't reinstate itself by accident, as that would be most disastrous for all involved. Now, all embarrassment aside, as a healer there are many questions I must ask you, whether or which. There is a large potion I can give you now which will prevent pregnancies for the remainder of your schooling. Do you wish to take it? It will in no way affect your periods, and if you have any problems with them, usually this is known to rectify them, she said as Hermione smiled. I had not thought of this, but it is a wise precaution to take for sure. I am still a child myself, and so I don't want any children until I am old enough and responsible enough to care for one. After we leave school this can be discussed further, and actually after we leave school I might like to keep coming to see you from time to time. I just think my healer should be someone I know and trust. I know what happened to you was awful, but I do still trust you. You had no choice but to act the way you did, and I know this, said Hermione, embracing her nurse in a hug. She was fed the large vial of potion which tasted disgusting and almost made her vomit, but didn't. Herself and Harry left hand in hand and headed for their room together. As they entered the bedroom she summoned all of her books to the shelf by her side of the bed and practically fell into bed with exhaustion from the potion she'd just taken. She had just enough energy to kiss Harry goodnight and was out like a light. Tomorrow would be interesting for sure, as she was sure Ron would be back in classes. Chapter 25. Here is the next chapter. I hope you like it. Please read a review. Thanks, love, Hermione XXX. Harry woke up in the morning, determination on his mind. There were things he needed to do, and it was sooner rather than later which would benefit him the most. Dobby, if I ordered you to tell me some things about your last master, would you be able to do it, or would you not be able to do it as you were his before you were mine? Harry asked as Dobby looked at him wide-eyed. Yes, Master Harry Potter, sir, I could. What do you want to know? He asked as Harry looked thoughtful. In theory he could ask him anything really, but for now there was only really one thing he needed to know. Did Lucius Malfoy or his wife have or know any healers who called to the house personally to meet with one or both of them? He asked as Dobby thought about it for a moment. Yes, they did. They had Healer Winters call to the house from time to time, he answered honestly. What was Healer Winters doing there, as in what was she treating? He asked curiously, as he thought that given what Malfoy Sr. used to do it could be for anything at all really. Well, old Mistress Narcissa Malfoy was having treatments because she could not have another baby and wanted another one. She could only have Draco, and even he was a miracle as she kept losing babies before they could be born. Healer Winters said something about being exposed to the Cruciatus curse one too many times. It was sad, as old mistress was truly heartbroken about it. Nothing could be done, and now she has only Draco. What was Draco like at home as a former master? He asked then, his interest more than piqued. Well, Draco was a lovely boy but very arrogant, and sometimes he hit me when I did not do something because his parents told me not to listen to him or something. Sometimes he really needed me and I couldn't help him because his parents forbade it. I am a house elf and used to things like that, so he did not scare me. He was a sensitive and confused boy, but he was always told things which are not true about himself, and he learned that at school. He was heartbroken about it, but it serves him right, as he needed to learn that hard lesson for himself, he answered brutally. Harry was incensed. Yes, he'd agreed to be Draco's friend now, or to at least try to be his friend, but that would have to mean Latines. Not sure that was something he would ever be able to do. Yes, he could say he would do it, but would he ever truly be able to mean what he was saying? I mean, Draco had hit Dobby. Dobby, go now and hit Draco without him seeing you, and tell him in a different voice than your own that he deserves it and that you're now even, and then return to me, he said as Dobby left. Draco was getting out of bed when he felt this almighty smack against his chest, throwing him back onto the bed with his legs akimbo, looking shocked to the core. Then he heard the mysterious voice telling him he deserved it and that they were now even. Dobby returned to Harry, who was waiting, and smiled when he heard what had happened, as even though he ordered it himself, it was rather amusing to hear that Draco had landed in the bed legs akimbo like that. He would for sure find something like that undignified. Dobby, I need you to look for a special mind healer for me. I need to see one about my childhood, as it was awful before I came to Hogwarts, and I feel like my relationship with Hermione cannot progress without it being dealt with once and for all. I am not okay, and I need to face that. It will be hard on me in ways I don't yet understand, but I may need more care from you than I do now. I don't know yet. If you see that I need help and I am in no fit state to ask you for it, please help me as best you can. Do you think you can find the appropriate healer for me who would be sensitive to my needs and not want me just because of my status as the boy who lived? He asked as Dobby smiled. I know just the person, Harry Potter, sir, and he will be prefect for you. His name is Healer William de Souza. He's an amazing healer and will be perfect to help you. I will call and see him when I know he's free later today, and he will write to you later on. Do you agree, sir? He asked nervously. Yes, I trust you, Dobby. You never need to be nervous around me. Contact him when you can, and then he can get in touch with me when he's ready. Thank you, Dobby, he said, hugging the elf, who beamed at him from the praise. He went on to breakfast alone, as Hermione had gone on to the library ahead of him to reference a book for something she'd been thinking of. It was only their first day back, and already she'd made it to the library even before classes. He headed downstairs to breakfast and ate it peacefully while he waited for her to join him. She always was an early bird, something he was still getting used to. He was rejoined by Hermione in a few minutes and told her what he'd asked Dobby to do. Harry, I think that's great. If you need support at any time, please tell me and I'll give you whatever you need. I may not always get that you need help, but I'll always be by your side no matter what. You're my best friend and I love you, she said quietly but sincerely, so no one else could hear her. He teared up at that, as it was just what he needed to hear. Why had no one ever said it to him before? He would need to learn how to be able to love someone properly, as no one had ever loved him before now. Thank you, Hermione. I know I'm not able to properly love someone yet over my awful childhood, but I am sure going to try. I do love you so much, you know. I just need help learning how to express it properly without thinking so much about my childhood," he said quietly as they finished breakfast. Hermione hugged him and kissed his cheek. They went on to potions class, which was their first lesson. The schedule Professor McGonagall had given them. When they went into the room, Professor Slughorn was waiting for them with a huge smile on his face. Harry was very wary of him as he looked too happy to be teaching potions. Then again, he'd been used to Professor Snape, so that might explain why he was uncomfortable with it. "Welcome, class. Now we need to have serious talk before this lesson is commenced. To be honest, I am most disappointed in Slytherin, my own house. We have become so focused on being cunning that we have forgotten what it means to be smart at all. Professor Snape favored his own house so much that he never even bothered to teach the smarter houses anything else. Yes, I did say smarter. Look, I am a Slytherin myself, and if people didn't spend so much time trying to outsmart or cheat people at things, they may actually learn a thing or two. So my advice to all Slytherins is to shut up, put up and listen, as you may learn something," he said seriously, shocking all the Slytherins present, as they hadn't expected their new head of house to be so mean to them, although they did deserve it. People who are educated are lucky to have such an opportunity. I may be a Slytherin, but I am not better than you. I know more than you, obviously, as I am the teacher, but I am not better than any of you. Hell, the best person in this room right now at performing magical spells is Harry Potter, and he's not even then teacher, so don't underestimate people ever. Also, it's not just Slytherin who has lessons to learn. When is the last time a Gryffindor actually thought about something before charging in blind and trying to fix the problem before they knew what it was? When is the last time a Ravenclaw learned something for more than the sake of learning it? When is the last time Ravenclaw learned something obscure and actually used it? There is no power as selfish knowledge attainment. Also, loyalty is great, just make sure you Hufflepuffs don't become so loyal to one another that you no longer know fact from fiction. You are all entitled to your own opinions, and never let anyone or even a majority of your house tell you otherwise. Bullying is a weakness and makes you look 10 times more insecure than you might be. I am looking at you, Mr. Malfoy. Just be careful, okay, because I like you but resent what you do and don't want everyone to judge you unfairly. I warned you, don't come complaining to me later on. He ranted, shocking everyone present, but he was far from finished. He had a point to make and would be making sure people knew that. In a minute I will ask some questions, and I would prefer it if Hermione Granger does not answer them, as I have seen memories of every year's classes to get to know the students, and I can see from your year you do answer all the questions without giving someone else the opportunity to answer them. Take Mr. Longbottom for example. I have seen countless examples in those memories where he knew the answer but couldn't answer as fast as you, and because he wasn't given the time to think, he missed out. Slow down. More than likely you'll never be wrong and get great grades anyway. Also, if you are wrong at some point, which I do doubt, it will be a good learning lesson for you. Look, I don't know why you were placed in Gryffindor, but obviously the hat saw something special in you. Harry Potter may be the best at spells in the room from what I've seen, but it doesn't in any way mean he'll be the best at potions. He could suck at potions and I would never know yet. Never prejudge anyone or underestimate them ever, he finished, shocking people. Hermione's face had gone bright red and looked close to tears, but didn't cry. She couldn't help it if she always knew the answers and did earn Gryffindor the most house points because of it. She never meant to stop anyone else from answering. It was just a habit she had, and one she'd need to breaking quite clearly. For this next part, want you all to put on blindfolds. I will pass a potion under your noses one by one, and you are to tell me what you smell. We'll start with Draco Malfoy and go from there, he said as he sealed the blindfold on Draco so he couldn't cheat, which he was known to do. Draco gasped as the potion was placed under his nostrils. Well, sir, I smell champagne, roses, chocolate, citrus, shampoo and spices. I also smell something I cannot identify, but I think it belongs to a girl in this class. I know that's weird for me to say, but I cannot lie, and that is what I smell, he said as everyone gasped with him. Well done, 5 points to Slytherin. Harry Potter, you're up, he called out as the vial was placed under Harry's nose, who was scared about what he smelled: chocolate, burning logs from a crackling fire, mulled wine, treacle tart and vanilla lotion. The last thing I smell is Hermione's hair, sir. I don't like that, I've been that honest, but I had no choice, it was what I smelled after all, he said as Slughorn clapped. Well done, Harry. 5 points to Gryffindor House, he said as he moved on to everyone else and finally came to Ron. I smell lavender candles, home cooking, baking, rough leather and raspberries. I also smell Lavender Brown's perfume, sir, and it smells wonderful. I mean, why can't everything smell that good? He called out, blushing up to his roots. Because I like to keep things interesting. Hermione, you can go last now. Thank you, Mr. Weasley, he said as Hermione had the vial passed under her nose. I smell fresh parchment, old books, chocolate, lemon cheesecake, spiced oranges, and lastly I smell Harry's hoodie, she said, blushing as all of the blindfolds were removed. You may have noticed the blindfolds were infused with Veritas serum, so you couldn't lie to me. That was Amortentia, and it shows us what scents out heart's desire most. It is the most powerful potion in the room. It does not create real love, as that would be impossible, but it can cause obsession with one person in particular. As you've gathered, it shows us all a different scent based solely upon what attracts us the most. I want for your next class a 1 parchment length essay on how it made you feel when you smelled the things you did. Please listen to me, all of you, now. When I say 1 parchment, I mean just 1. No one gets extra points for writing more than that and not listening to clear instructions. Are we all clear? Ravenclaws, Hermione Granger. I know from those memories you often do more than necessary or was asked of you, and while admirable, it is annoying too. I don't say that to be cruel, I say it to clarify your expectations for the next year in my class. If I am honest, I am rather impressed with what I've seen so far. 10 points to all houses for a good lesson well learned today. You may go, he said seriously. That had been one hell of a lesson, and if everyone was honest, he'd spoken some serious home truths they'd all needed to hear, but Snape had been too bitter to tell them. To hell with that. His house would be one of honor and prestige again, even if he had to claw his way to the top position, dragging the members of his house kicking and screaming with him. It was high time Slytherin House had a real lesson in what it took to be a good Slytherin, because there was no honor in how they behaved any longer. He would die before he would see his house further disgraced. Harry really liked the lesson he had spoken, pointing out fairly the flaws within each house, starting with his own. His idolization of Harry was a bit worrying, but something he was sure could be nipped in the bud soon. All in all, it was shaping up to be a good day so far. Chapter 26. Here is the next chapter. I hope you like it. Please read and review. Thanks, love, Hermione XXX. The next day at breakfast, people started to get some mail, and Harry, who had forgotten about Healer D'Souza, was surprised to get an interesting letter from the man. Dear Mr. Potter, it has been brought to my attention that you are requiring my services by your delightful house elf and dear personal friend Dobby. I have known him years, and he's a truly wonderful elf, so you are lucky to have him for sure. I am sure the same is true of him as well. He does not know this, but as he never asked me, I am not surprised. However, I am not merely a psychological healer but a lawyer as well. I could not decide what I wanted to do after school and decided to do both. From Monday to Wednesday I am a healer, and on Thursday and Fridays I am a lawyer. My weekends are for me to spend doing as I like freely. As I understand it, you will have some Hogsmeade weekends this year, and I would advise meeting me at these times, as people here know what I do during the week and many questions might be asked of me if they knew I was seeing you. Putting it bluntly, sir, I think we'd both be safer that way. Now, if there is anything you feel you must tell me that does not relate to our sessions, such as needing help from a lawyer, I will be more than happy to help and even offer advice as and when needed. I just felt I should put that out there to you. Also, I will be providing you with a journal where you can write to me daily and let me know how things are going with you. It may also be used to contact me for emergency reasons. I am under oath as soon as we both sign the contract enclosed in this envelope to tell no one anything about our meetings, whether they use Veritas serum or other means. As you can see, I have already signed it. I have selected the password of alchemy, which we use each time we meet, to be sure I am meeting you and not someone under the polyjuice potion. Please note that only you can read the password in this letter, as I have charmed it that way. As soon as you sign the contract, it will automatically leave your hands to be filed here with me. I thank you so very much for having trust in me to be able to care for you the right way. Please note that as I have cared for every caliber of person in our world, I have heard many things which have been harrowing, so barely anything surprises me anymore. Our meetings will be entirely confidential, and you may only tell someone about them if need be. I would advise against it myself, but you do not need to take my advice if you so wish. I expect a reply to this letter as when time permits it. Thanking you in advance, signed Lord William Harrison de Souza. Harry read the letter surprised by some of its contents and decided to pen a reply at once as he had some time before his next class. He signed the contract, it leaving his hands at once. Hermione smiled when he told her about it, and he then penned his response at once. Dear Lord William Harrison de Souza, I was delighted to receive your letter and have, as you've probably now seen, signed the contract you had sent with it. I think the password is a fantastic idea and I cannot believe I did not think of it sooner myself. It is definitely better to be safe than sorry. I am actually in need of services legally as well. All my life since I've been in the magical world I've heard of these magical Harry Potter books which I hadn't seen up until a couple of weeks ago. It's utter nonsense, all of it. I am guessing you thought that too, considering you're a smart man. I wish to somehow deal with the fact that they were written without my permission. I am not sure how to refer to that in legal terms, but I am assuming you know what it's called. They neither asked for my permission to write fiction about me or tried to find me to see if I would agree to this nonsense. I mean, I would hope you've seen this nonsense. I mean, they say I defeated a dragon and saved a damsel in distress and so on. I never did any of that, I can assure you. I have told my best friend Hermione Granger about our meetings, and you will see why when we first meet up. In relation to the above-mentioned topic, I have recently discovered a block which was on my mail, so had they got in touch with me they would have been unsuccessful, which would have notified them that something was up, but since they never said anything to me, it is obvious they did not elect to write to me for permission. Even when the mail block was removed, I never got a notification like that from anyone. Also, do some research on this Percival Bryan author, as I want to find out as much about him as possible. He will be made to pay, that's one sure thing. Me being a public hero is not an excuse either, as I am remembered for something I don't even remember doing. These books have caused a girl in my own house to become obsessed with me in a dangerous way. Her stupid parents never told her that these were just stories, and so I've had to deal with that too. Suffice it to say, we'll have a lot to talk about when we next meet up. I am available on Saturday at any time which suits you after 10 am. I warn you to be prepared, as I will probably offload a lot onto use your job. It will take me some time getting used to the fact that I am supposed to do that. I have a newly acquired pensive. Should I bring it with me to meetings? Would that aid you in what you do? If you think it would, please tell me. I'll see you soon. Kind regards, Lord Harry James Potter. He attached this letter to Hedwig after giving her a few pieces of tasty bacon and was about to send her on her way. She stroked herself against his hand, preening herself as he fed her proudly. She was about to take off when Dobby appeared there, taking the letter from her beak and putting another one in there. I want to be sure she is not being traced, so I will send her with this letter addressed to a variation of my name in an unusual location, so she will still get great exercise. I will be there at the end to collect my test letter from her. I'll get this letter to Mr. de Souza myself, he said, popping away as Ginny approached Harry, smiling sweetly. Harry, I hope that House Elf wasn't annoying you too much. Anyway, we have a Hogsmeade weekend coming up and I agree to be your date to the Three Broomsticks, she said sweetly with a hint of force behind her voice. Ginny, I never said I was going to Hogsmeade with you. I am going there, mind you, but I'm going alone. I don't wish to be disturbed by anyone, so unless you want to get your hair cursed off amongst other things, I would leave me alone for now. I am not over what your brother did, motherfucker, he shouted at her, shocked as her face went bright red. I am not my brother Harry. You and I are destined to be together. Don't worry about my brother, I'll deal with him. Don't you ever talk to me in that way again. She snapped, slapping him across the face and then grabbing him and kissing him so forcefully that his lips were bleeding when she was dragged off him by Hermione, who cursed the girl, putting her in binds and banishing her to the nearest broom closet in her rage. Ginny had bitten Harry's lips and refused to let go, hence them bleeding. Professor Dendani came down to them when everyone in their house started to shout at Hermione for what she had done, getting in the way of a personal spat between lovers. Obviously they had no idea what was going on, but still that didn't make it okay either. Enough. Miss Granger was well within her rights to protect her best friend. You should all be most ashamed. I don't see any of you trying to stop Miss Weasley. That will be 25 points from Gryffindor, and may that be a lesson to you all. I sincerely hope I do not have to repeat myself. Miss Granger, please release Miss Weasley from the closet slowly, she instructed as most of their house hung their heads in shame. A screaming Ginny was released. Professor Dendani, Harry has been cursed against me by that bitch Hermione. I know it. He is destined to be mine. I know you can't make him date me, but he will be mine with or without your help. I have tasted his blood and it is indeed pure. She said, moaning as she experienced an orgasm and scared the teacher who brought her to the infirmary where she was kept for observations for the day. Harry went there to have his lips healed, but Ginny's curtain remained closed while he was there. Harry, my love. Harry, come to me, baby. Harry, I love you. I'll never ever stop loving you until I die or you give in to those feelings I know you have for me. She shouted as he rolled his eyes at the drama of it all. His lips were healed and he went on about his way feeling freaked out. Right now he went home to find Hermione there and just grabbed her and held her close to his chest. Right now I just need this. Oh my goodness, I need you so much right now, he said, peppering her neck in kisses while she laughed. Harry, I'm glad you're okay. Oh good God, but I haven't changed that much. Oh yes, right there, that I would ever miss a class or allow you to miss a class either. Oh Merlin. She moaned as he sucked on her pulse point. She was slowly losing her resolve, but she then stepped away from him, panting and smiling. I need to go to class now, but I will continue this evening. I love you so damn much, you sexy man. She moaned, kissing his lips, and then it was his turn to feel as though he was weak. He was panting and red-faced by the time they left their house, but did feel great about his life at the moment. Chapter 27. Here is the next chapter. I hope you like it. Please read and review. Thanks, love, Hermione XXX. Later in the day, Harry received a response from William explaining that he had his own pensive, so he didn't need to bring one to their meetings. He also said he'd be more than happy to help him with his legal matters. In total, his healing and legal treatments would cost him 5,000 galleons, which was the going rate at the time. They agreed to meet on Saturday in a VIP room in the Three Broomsticks, which was charmed so Madame Rosmerta couldn't tell anyone else who was in there, even if she had been charmed to do so. It was the only place that guaranteed them total privacy, as no one would see you leave the room together, either part of charm, of course. That evening in his rooms after classes, after he'd finally had a chance to think about what happened to him that day, he was indeed freaked out. Harry, you don't need to panic. Remember, she can't go to Hogsmeade yet, Hermione soothed. Yes, I know that, but she assumed I'd invite her, which would be the only reason she'd ever be allowed to come. To be honest, it was quite scary. Obviously I'd never invite her, but we'll have to seriously watch our backs. You didn't hear her in the hospital wing. Look at me panicking for no good reason. Oh, come here, you. He said, reaching out and pulling her into his arms, where he kissed her senseless, shocking her. He had put so much passion into it. All of a sudden he had this overwhelming desire to make Hermione come. It would seriously satisfy him and give him a huge ego if he could, and if could be the only man who ever had. He brought her towards the couch and lay her down, waving his wand over her as her uniform took itself off and folded neatly in the corner. He gulped as he instantly hardened at seeing the size of her boobs. Clearly she had bought a uniform one size too large to hide this. He wasn't happy about that, but then decided he didn't want other guys to be able to see it either. She was rather large, there being a C-cup in size. He gently removed her bra, tenderly watching as her nipples pebbled into hard diamond-like mounds as the air hit them. He leaned in, brushing his fingertips over them, loving the feeling of them in his hands. She mewled as he leaned in and sucked on her sensitive buds, feeling sheer ecstasy. Nothing had ever felt this good in her life. Sliding down her body, he gently removed her underwear to look at her sex in all its glory. It was shaved with a little line going up slightly. He really had no idea how to do this and was embarrassed by it. He leaned in, smelling, and realized he could also smell parts of his amortentia. He cautiously flicked his tongue out to gently graze her slit. Oh good God, sweet Merlin on a broomstick, yes. She called out, highly mortified by what he was making her say. She could no longer control her voice, though, and saw that to get angry about it would be pointless. He rubbed up against something firm, shocked when she shivered and gasped. Had he hurt her? Oh my God, Hermione, are you okay? I didn't hurt you, did I? I mean, you shivered, he said, sounding highly alarmed. Harry, that's the spot in which all women love to be touched, and each of us reacts differently. You could never truly hurt me, so stop worrying so much. Besides which, I do have a voice and can say no if I want to, she said, smiling as she slowly dragged his face back to where it had been. Knowing that it was a sensitive spot for her made him super happy and most confident. He licked firmly at it and sucking it into mouth while his fingers traveled upwards to massage her nipples. This was all she could take as she called out fuck a couple of times and came whining loudly. He was most shocked as when he sat back to admire her she had the most satisfied look on her face he'd ever seen. She smiled brightly at him, feeling closer to him than ever. It was obvious they weren't yet ready to go the whole way, but this was wonderful. She leaned down and grabbed him by his arm and brought him towards her for a kiss. With a wave of her wand she was clean and in some fresh pajamas. She waved her wand again as his clothes went to the corner. She slipped her hand into his boxer, grasping his thick hard member, gasping at his size. He was bigger than she'd thought he would be. He wiggled his hips as his underwear slipped down his legs. He was so nervous she would dislike greatly what she saw there, startled as her eyes bugged out and she smiled widely. I mean, the time to go all the way is not now, and even I know we won't be ready for that for a while, but holy hell, you're huge. Will it even fit? She asked him in awe, making him blush deeply, something he didn't like. Hermione, I am sure it will fit just fine. What are you? Oh fuck yes. He called out as she slipped him into her mouth, which was hot, wet and very inviting. As she bobbed her head back and forth, fully soaking his shaft, he mewed out. He was so close. Oh good God, yes. My sack woman. He moaned out, not thinking about how he was speaking, and practically screamed in pleasure as she wrung his sack gently in her fingers. He didn't have time to warn her that he was about to come as she moved away from him and exploded all over her boobs as she released him from her mouth, giggling. He was panting his head off as though he'd run a race, and a quick spell had cleaned them both up once more. They fell into bed that night exhausted but mightily satisfied. It was the morning time when he got a letter waking him up. Dear Lord Harry James Potter, I have done some investigations as per your previous letter into the location and identity of Mr. Percival Bryan. I have done this, as you know, to find out more about who he is as a person. I have discovered he has a bank account with over 20 million galleons in it, only half of which has been spent. When I asked for a description of him, which the bank found very strange indeed, I was informed he had long brown hair, green eyes and a long brown beard. They said he lives the life of a bit of recluse these days, merely enjoying writing more books and the profits they give him. I have researched the books. Nowhere on the books does it say that they are fact, but it doesn't explicitly say they are fiction either, which is wrong. I feel personally, because it doesn't say they are fictional, that people are taking for granted they are factual, something this author is quite frankly capitalizing on. I will be meeting up with him on Friday. I have proclaimed myself a major fan and wish to bask in his genius for a while. We will see who he really is then and what the hell he has to say for himself. It is not safe for me to tell you where we are meeting. On Saturday when I see you I will tell you what happened at the meeting, and then we shall begin our regular healing sessions. I feel that at the start of each of these sessions I may have some legal information we need to discuss, so we'll always do that first if that is the case. I wish you a good day and I'll see you in a few days. Signed, Lord William Harrison de Souza. Harry read the letter, intrigued as to what he'd find out on Saturday, but left now for his classes. That would be an interesting meeting for sure. Chapter 28. Here is the next chapter. I hope you like it. Please read and review. Thanks, love, Hermione XXX. Dobby had hatched a plan he had not told Harry about, as he wanted to test out a theory he had without the risk of looking stupid if he was indeed wrong. He sent a magical letter to Harry requesting his presence with Dumbledore for an emergency meeting in his handwriting. Harry had gotten the message, wondering what he wanted now and where in the hell he was supposed to meet him when he was no longer in the school. He went to find Professor McGonagall, who exclaimed he wasn't there for obvious reasons, and last she'd heard he was in the ministry for an emergency meeting and that he should ignore the message for now. This, to Dobby's mind, confirmed what he thought, that Dumbledore was telling people he was in the ministry. Now it simply remained to see if it was true. He left popping into the ministry and asking if Dumbledore was there, registered on their wizarding register, which automatically named everyone who ever entered, and when they entered, he was informed Dumbledore had been there 3 days ago for sure, but wasn't there now, like he'd been clearly telling some of his old friends. William de Souza was a tanned man with long brown hair, brown eyes, and he was 25 years old. He had also hatched a plan on the way to his meeting with Percival Bryan. He would appeal to his genius, getting the man to open up about things, and he would bring some lemon drops with truth serum embedded into them with him. He cast a notice me not charm on the serum in the lemon drops and approached the house he'd be meeting him in. He knocked on the door, gasping as Percival Bryan in the flesh answered. He was a tall man with pale skin, long black hair, deep blue eyes and a long black beard. However, he was making a massive error which actually have away who was in an instant, not that William would be telling him that of course. Mr. Brian, it's an honor beyond measure to meet you. I truly admire your genius. I had no idea what to bring to this meeting but felt a gift would be most appropriate. I love Muggle sweets, so I hope you won't mind me giving you some lemon drops. I've also brought some fire whiskey with me if the lemon drops are not to your liking, he said, passionately pretending to be overcome with nerves at meeting one of his idols. Percival's eyes lit up at the sight of the lemon drops and he quickly took them from William before inviting him inside for some tea. A quick wandless charm saw that there was nothing in his tea as he slowly drank it. Percival ate a lemon drop, his eyes becoming glossy as the effects of the truth serum set in. Such was it that he'd be telling the truth for 12 hours after this. This would most certainly be interesting. He took out 2 pins, putting them on his robes and tapping them with his wand. One prevented legitimacy and recorded everything said, and the other one would capture pictures of Percival at random intervals. Then he took another sip of his tea and decided to question the man. What is your name, sir? Percival Brian is my name. Do you always appear this way? No, I do not. I only appear this way when it suits me to do so, such as now. Have you stated your name as Percival Brian because that is the name you use when looking like this? Yes, indeed I have. What is your opinion of Severus Snape? I think Severus is a very troubled man, and I am most troubled you have asked me about him. He is a very troubled man, and I look to him like I would a son if I'd ever had one. He truly is troubled and misunderstood by most people who do not know him like I do, he replied, having repeated the word troubled many times. Have you seen him hurt someone and allowed him to get away with it? Yes and no, I have never fully allowed him to get away with it, although sometimes I have made it look as though this is the case. It is for my own benefit I have done this. Severus is mine to use as and when the need for someone like him with talents like his arises. What is your opinion of Albus Dumbledore? Without a doubt he is the best wizard there ever lived, even with his faults. Actually, he does a lot of things the wrong way, but it is always for the best of intentions, and I love him dearly for it. He is my very best friend, and I will personally curse anyone who says he's not good. The reality of the situation is that no one would ever win in a battle against him, so no one ever challenges him in any way, as they would be a fool to do so. Are you Albus Dumbledore? No, I am not. Are you wearing a glamour charm right now? Yes, indeed I am. How does that work? One simply pillory, and there we have Percival Brian. Are you Albus Dumbledore when you are not Percival Brian? Yes, indeed I am. Are you proud of your works and books? Yes, I am. They have always provided me with an extra amount of income, and because I neither state if they are fact or fiction, everyone buys into those stories. I am a genius after all. Did you ask Harry Potter for permission to write these books? No, because when I am Albus Dumbledore I am his magical guardian and do not need his consent to publish books about him, even if they are false. I asked him nothing about them, and to my knowledge he does not know of their existence. What if I told you it was against the law to publish a book about any magical person, senior or junior, without their formal written consent on a contract with a blood quill, no matter your status in that person's life? I would ask you how much money you want or how popular you wish to become in order to drop these charges. Everyone has a price, and I would somehow find out yours and use it to placate you to do as I want. If I could not do that, I would somehow trick you into giving me a vow which prevents you from telling any lawyers about this. What if I told you I was a lawyer? I would say you have a sick sense of humor and to tell me what you truly do for your profession. What is your opinion of Harry Potter? I don't have one as of right now. He is there merely to be used as and when he is needed by me to aid in killing the Dark Lord Voldemort. I know everyone says he died, but he created horcruxes for this exact reason, so that people would assume him dead. He is not dead at all and has fooled everyone. Harry will be there whenever I deem him necessary, and he will then defeat the Dark Lord, crying in the process and leaving me to take credit for more things I haven't done. It's been a long time since I've been in the spotlight, and I'm looking forward to my moment of power when that happens. Do you not realize that by using Albus Dumbledore's old wand people might be able to identify you? Those who even remember my old wand care nothing about who has it now. As far as they know, Albus Dumbledore carries the Elder Wand, and that is the end of the conversation as far as my wands go. I am free to use whichever wand I choose as and when I choose to do so. What do you think of William de Souza? William de Souza, to my memory, was a fine Ravenclaw, and as far as I'm aware is now a healer or some such thing. I am most happy for him. He has proved to be most intelligent at times, although I have not seen him in many years. Do you know who I am? No, I do not, but I am happy to spend time with someone as Percival Bryan, as being Albus Dumbledore does not suit me right now, and besides which it is no longer safe for me to do so. Why do you say that? Because I was shifted from my precious school before I could ensure that Harry Potter got what was coming to him. Now that this is no longer an option, some of the Board of Governors may find themselves in hospital with some injuries. They ruined my plans for control of the weapon, boy, and will not be allowed to get away with it. Why are you threatening the board? Because they not only removed me but Severus Snape as well. Severus Snape had the job of making Harry feel so bad and isolated that he would turn to me in his hour of need, and while I would look like I was helping him, I would in fact be making him do my bidding without him realizing it. Severus was needed in the school, and now because of their incompetence my plans must turn to Ronald Weasley. What do you intend to do, Ronald Weasley? Nothing whatsoever. What do you intend to get Ronald Weasley to do to others? I intend to get him to harm Harry via the use of love potions keyed to Miss Ginevra Weasley, his sister, so that when Harry dies, after getting her pregnant of course, his fortune can go to her and her family. Harry is after all only allowed to be with someone whom I deem to be appropriate and will never be allowed to make his own choices. The love potions are most definitely needed, as while Ronald would have no problem trying to do as I asked of him, he's just useless at convincing anyone to do anything he ever says. What have you promised Ronald Weasley for doing these acts? I have told him that he will marry Hermione Granger and he will like it. He is to feed her love potions keyed to himself and then do all in his power to keep her from Harry. She is far too smart and might seriously make Harry more powerful than he already is via knowledge. For some reason right now he is ignorant to the truth, and the sooner he stays that way the better it will be for us all. Mr. Weasley will take the girl, impregnate her so she cannot escape him, and live his best life if he does not wish to die a most painful death at my hands. When are they to be given these potions? They should be given these potions the second week after they arrive back at school. These potions ensure gradual lust, love and infatuation, plus the extreme desire to mate with one another, and as soon as both of the girls are pregnant, the sooner they can be shoved out of the way for Harry to die at the right moment for us all. These potions act gradually so as not to cause suspicion with anyone there at the school. What would happen if Harry had already married someone, for instance? I know he hasn't, but if he had, I have no idea what would happen, but it would not be pretty. Let's face it, I'd have to kill her and then him after claiming he was becoming a Dark Lord himself. I am not known as the leader of the Light for no reason. Let's just say, however, that the light part is whatever the hell I decide is light in that moment. People follow my every word and would do so in that instance for sure. Not many people out there go up against me, as they all know they would fail miserably and embarrass themselves greatly. The spell wore off as he wandlessly obliviated the interview from his mind and proceeded to have tea, asking him about the books, pretending to be interested. At the end he managed to take the lemon drops away with him without it actually being noticed and left at once. When he saw Harry next on Saturday, it would be interesting for sure. Chapter 29. Here is the next chapter. I hope you like it. Please read and review. Thanks, love, Hermione XXX. Saturday arrived faster than he had thought it would, and he had arranged to meet William in the private room of the Three Broomsticks at 2 in the afternoon. He went down the steps to head out and get one of the carriages to the village alone when he was bombarded by Ginny, who threw herself at him, shocked when he pushed her away with such force she went flying in the other direction, smacking into the door and standing there looking bewildered. Harry, my darling love, what is this? What's the matter, sweetie pie? I'm so sorry I scared you. I didn't mean to do that. It had been my intention to be sexy and not scary, she said, looking sad. Stay the fuck away from me, Weasley. I may hate your brother for all he did to me, but that does not mean I don't hate you too. You and I will never be, and the sooner you get that into your thick head the better we'll all be, he said as she snapped at him. If you reject me, I'll kill myself and take Hermione Granger with me while I'm at it. If I can't have you, she can't either, fucking Scarlet woman, she said, shocked as the air around her got dead cold. She looked around for a Dementor, shocked when she didn't see one anywhere. Say what you like to me, but threaten Hermione again and I assure you it will be the very last thing you ever do. I am not afraid to go to jail or the Vale if it means protecting her from scumbags like you. He snapped as she wet her pants in fear and just stood there quaking as he left in the carriage. She was still standing there shaking 10 minutes later. I mean, he'd threatened her and seen nothing wrong with doing it either. Dumbledore had been wrong. It would seem he didn't know Harry as well as he wanted others to think he did. He had seen nothing her or anyone else for that matter. They would need to go to Plan B and begin with the potions immediately. She could clearly see that he was merely protecting his best friend and that more than likely they didn't even like each other that way. I mean, Harry was always protective of everyone he cared about. She'd need to fix this soon, as there was no way she could be afraid of her husband in the future, as no one would believe their relationship that way, and that would be disastrous for her. She'd get him one way or another, mark her words. Harry arrived in the village heading into the Three Broomsticks and went into the VIP room where William was waiting with some lunch there for him. They had some plates of carbonara and a butter beer each. "Hello, Harry. I am William, but please refer to me as Will. I will start off each meeting with you, with a lunch and butter beer, at which point we will merely discuss how your day went or some such thing. Then we will discuss any information I have to relay to you legal-wise or otherwise, and then our healing sessions will commence. It should take 4 hours in total. For safety reasons, the contract we signed has ensured no one will ever question your absence each Saturday for 4 hours. I just thought that clause in the contract would be better suited to you based on who you are. If you don't like carbonara, you may order something else from this menu here," he said as Harry sat down and smiled at him. Well, it's lovely to meet you in the flesh, so to speak. I love carbonara, so you're okay there, thank you. To be honest, I didn't even think of people asking me where I'd been each Saturday for 4 hours, but at least this means they won't ask me all the time, which is wonderful. Now I should tell you that I told my best friend Hermione Granger about you, but only because she is truly my wife. We were soul-bound over the summer. I can only tell you this comfortably, as I know our vow will prevent you from telling anyone about it. She is actually the reason I even wanted therapy. I am not okay, and it's time to face that and deal with it," he said as Will gasped in shock. He'd never met a soul-bound couple before. He'd need to Hermione once in the future, as it would mean the world to him if he could. What an honor this was. "Harry, this is an honor beyond measure for me. I'll have to meet her one day. I've never met a soul-bound couple. I can easily denote from the name you used with her that no one else knows about it. Which is fine. You can rest assured my vow in the contract prevents me from telling people about it, even under Veritas Serum. You see, most people forget to leave that out of a contract, but not me. You never can be too sure. Now, if you don't mind, you looked a bit freaked out when you came in. Is everything okay?" he asked as Harry exhaled a large breath he'd been keeping in and took a bite of his meal, moaning at the taste as it slipped back his throat gently. Compliments to the chef were definitely in order later on. "Well, actually, I was attacked on the way here, but not in a major violent way. Put it this way, I wasn't hurt. This girl in the year below mine called Ginevra Weasley has convinced herself that she and I are destined to be together, and nothing I say seems to be working and stopping her. She told me today that if I did not agree to be with her, she would kill herself and Hermione. She said if she couldn't have me, essentially no one else could. I guess I just never realized she could ever go that far. I'll tell you more about her later, and both her and her brother, who is now my ex-best friend, did things to me I shall not be forgetting in a hurry. I am sorry to say it will be a long story. As I said, right now I am seriously not okay. Now, how did your meetings go?" he asked as Will regarded him seriously. "Whether or not you were physically hurt does not mean you were not hurt. Hurt comes in many forms, a lot of which are in fact mental. I will be helping you work through this for sure. My meeting was indeed interesting. It turns out, after much questioning, Percival Bryan is in fact Albus Dumbledore. However, his glamour he uses prevents him from telling anyone this under Veritas Serum. He told me only because I phrased my questions in a smart way. How is your food?" he asked as Harry looked thunderous, making all the portraits on the wall rattle with raw magic. Just how many lives is that bastard going to try and fuck up? Well, I want Percival Bryan persecuted to the highest standard possible. He doesn't get to escape this, despite the glamour. He never asked for my permission, which he should have. I did not consent to have this rubbish written about me. I don't care what anyone else says either. With or without my status, I do indeed have rights. I am allowed to object to such things whether they like it or not," he snapped as things in the room calmed down once more. "Does this happen to you often, Harry, where you display such powerful magic?" he asked as Harry looked at him in awe. "Did I? Sometimes I don't even notice I'm doing it. Yes, whenever I feel exceptionally emotional or strongly passionate about something, it does indeed happen to me," he answered, now looking highly worried. Don't worry Harry, this happens to those with a higher magical core than most, myself included. This happens to us because our magic is too powerful and has nowhere to go. It doesn't understand what to do, so releases itself in emotional situations, as that would be the only place where such releases of power like that would be acceptable. I will provide you with a special trunk the same as the one I use and teach you to use it when you need to blow off some magical steam in private without being bothered by anyone. This one can be used in the Muggle world as well without detection. I will teach you how to meditate and use it to good effect, he said, making Harry smile brightly. Yes. At long last someone who is actually willing to look past the whole boy who lived nonsense, see me for who I am and give me the help I truly need, he said, shedding a few tears which made Will's heart swell with pride for Dobby. Clearly Dobby had known just what he would need, and it was wonderful he was so well cared for now. When their healing session began, it would be interesting to say the least. Chapter 30. Here's the next chapter and I hope you like it. Please read and review. Thanks, love, Hermione XXX. After lunch we'll lead them over to the fireplace, in front of which were 2 armchairs facing one another and an unusual looking trunk. Okay Harry, now please touch this trunk for a moment. You will feel a slight pull on you. It will be taking an automatic copy of all of your memories and ordering them in terms of day and date and so on. We'll start with the first memory and analyze it in details, going through a few per session until we have sorted through all of your memories, both good and bad, up until this point in your life. Life is not only for dealing with the bad things, and it's counterproductive to not go through the good things too. Some of the memories will be longer or shorter than others obviously, so we'll just go with it and see how many we can analyze in our allotted time slots each week, he said as Harry looked at him in surprise. He touched the trunk, feeling a pull on his core, releasing a copy of his memories into the trunk. He felt oddly a bit relieved internally from that, but he couldn't quite ascertain why. Maybe it was because he was going to get help and he knew it. Some of the memories he had stored subconsciously, so those would be interesting to watch. Also, as a memory was only as clear as you remembered it, some of them would not be so clear. Floating the pensive over to him, Will started and opened the trunk, 5 vials coming out and settling on the coffee table beside him. The trunk had decided they would be able to go through these in their allotted time slot. We will begin by viewing the first memory and then going through what you feel when you see it again. Come with me into the pensive and let's begin, he said, pouring the memory into pensive as Harry touched the edge and joined him, swirling around in the memory. This was an interesting memory. He could see himself sitting on the floor and giggling as he floated his toys around him, making them dance in the air as he clapped his hands, and Lily looked on proudly. He was having such fun, but burst into an uncontrollable fit of tears as Peter Pettigrew entered the room. As the man drew nearer to him, he threw up all over him and then, using his magic, blasted him against the wall while Lily eyed her son warily. James, do you think he might be dark? I know it sounds bizarre, but you and I both saw Harry attack Peter. I don't want my son to be dark. Do you think something is wrong with Peter health-wise? I read before that sometimes babies can sense things wrong in others, she asked as James gasped, looking at her in horror. He is not dark. I will die before I have a Sneevilius-style person as a damn child. Don't you look at me like that, Severus. Snape is a vile cretin and he will not turn out dark. Like that? James hollered, making Lily jump before she stood and pointed her wand at her husband. Don't raise your voice in front of Harry, as you know he doesn't like it and I don't like it either. It was just a question and I'd prefer you not to mention Severus Snape around me. It was hard enough losing my best friend all those years ago, but hearing his name only brings back bad memories. Oh Severus, why in the hell did you need to go so damn dark? She questioned, lowering her wand in defeat as tears streamed down her face. James looked like he was going to give out to her, but one look at her shut his mouth before he could. He could see how upset she was and chose to ignore how he was feeling right now. Before he could do anything, Harry started crying wildly and had him hanging upside down in the air while sending his wand to his mother. It was almost like the baby was protecting his mother, but why? Was James a violent husband? Harry wondered this as they exited the memory and sat on the armchairs where they had cups of warm tea waiting. Harry held his in his hands, the warmth spreading through him, and took a sip, feeling lovely inside. So Harry, what did you observe there? What do you make of what you have seen? Asked Will, smiling at him. I can see that I obviously had a lot of magical power and used it to harm Peter Pettigrew when he came near me. It's like I knew he was evil or something. I mean, he's the reason my parents died. I found that out at the bank before, and it certainly explains the violence of my reaction at meeting him here. I am alarmed though at how I acted with my father. I hadn't remembered this, so it must have been a subconscious memory. Did I think he was abusing my mother? He asked in confusion, tears leaking from his eyes. Why had he shouted about Severus Snape? It was clear Snape had been his mother's best friend until he had turned dark, which made Harry even more confused as it brought about the question of why Snape hated him so much. Was it because of his mother? He'd need to be asking him that next time he saw him for sure. Will watched Harry internalize his feelings, a thing he'd need to stop doing at once, as it would be detrimental to continue doing this. Harry, you need to stop always internalizing your feelings, as it is doing you no favors. Please express every emotion you are feeling with me in our sessions, and remember that this will always help you with having control over your magic too. Our emotions play a big part in our powers, and that is not something anyone ever thinks to tell us. Although I don't know why. I would suggest meeting with Severus Snape once you have a list of things to talk to him about, and see if he can help you sort through them in some way. We may even be able to ascertain from him why he dislikes you so much. He may have a reason for it we don't understand. If you don't feel comfortable with that, I can arrange another meeting with him, much like the same one I had with Percival Bryan. We will do whatever makes you feel the best, he said as Harry looked at him in surprise at having actual choices. It was quite clear no one ever asked him these things before, a thing which upset Will greatly. What made you ask me if your father was a violent man towards your mother? Will asked carefully. Well, I can see I protected her here quite clearly. I mean, that much is obvious, but did I protect her because of Peter or because of my father? He shouted rather angrily about Severus Snape, a thing my mother clearly did not like him doing. Also, he looked like he was going to argue with her, but one look at her face told him it would not be wise to do so. He did stop, but it looked like he scared me, so he ended upside down. I just don't know. Well, what do you think? He asked as Will smiled at him. I think, Harry, you have very good observation skills and have seen things not many others would notice. I don't think he was being violent with your mother at all, but I think you were a powerful baby who was terrified of people shouting and attacked him for that reason alone. Now let's see the second memory, he said, putting the second memory into the pensieve as Harry joined him there. They were in the nursery this time, and Lily was holding Harry while crying as James looked at her with an angry face. Do you really think this is necessary, James? I mean, he's our son, she said, sounding desperate. Lily, he is dangerous and keeps attacking Peter. I mean, Peter had a broken arm the last time. We have no choice but to bind his core a bit. We can remove it when he is 11. I mean, it's clear his core is bigger than even mine. We made on hell of a strong baby. Just hold him still while I do it, he said, pointing his wand at Harry and calling out a charm which was deflected by the clapping and smiling boy, who it would seem was unable to be charmed at this point in time. James, maybe we need to ask him if we can do it to him first. I don't know why we should have to ask, but you're right. I'm sorry, but he is turning evil. I love him more than life itself, but Peter is simply not safe to come here anymore, as our baby has a serious vendetta against the man. That sounds crazy to say, but it is unfortunately true. We can't say that to anyone else, though. I didn't ever think I'd have a dark son. I am starting to think that if Voldemort got to us all, it wouldn't be that much of a problem now. I hate myself for saying this, but I would rather be dead than see my son grow up dark. I mean, we all know it starts with just one person, but what would he do if he disliked someone else? He is already this powerful at 1 and 3 months. I can only imagine what he will be like when he's older. He'll be a scary force to be reckoned with, she said as she burst into gut-wrenching sobs, shocked as she was covered in a warm glow emanating from her son, which covered her and not James. Again, James had been left out, but the question was why? I will not pander to my damn son. I am not raising some pureblood prince, and that is the end of it. Whether he likes it or not, his core will be bound, and I can only hope he doesn't kill us all in the meantime. I love him so much, but this recklessness must be stopped for the greater good. I mean, what would Albus think of this, huh? I just don't know what to do anymore, as I know it would be most cruel to bind him, but he's just too dangerous, he said seriously as they both emerged from the pensive, Harry looking deathly pale. What the actual fuck, he said, unable to speak any longer. Chapter 31. Here's the next chapter, and I hope you like it. Please read and review. Thanks, love, Hermione XXX. Harry, I can tell you don't understand what you've seen, but it's okay, as I'll explain it to you. You see, our magic works in strange ways if it feels we are being threatened. You see, when James tried to bind your core, he was unable to, as your magic placed an invisible shield around you to prevent that happening. He wrongly assumed you were evil when you protected yourself. What I will say to you is that you were clearly wary of him, and the reason is not yet clear. Hopefully we'll find out soon, he said as Harry looked at him dumbfounded. Will, my magic protecting me from being bound thing, however I can't understand how they could think I'm evil when Peter is the only one I ever seem to attack, as it were. I mean, couldn't they have seen it that way? Did they have to see it the way they did? I mean, all this stuff about the greater good makes Dad sound like Dumbledore, he said, feeling very betrayed indeed, and it was not hard to see why either. Well, Harry, times were different back then, and Dumbledore had defeated Grindelwald. It is for this reason everyone looked up to and believed his every word as the leader of the light. I truly believe that at one point in time he had very good and honest intentions, but he is so far from that now it's not even funny. Your dad probably just agreed with him at that point, as he hadn't strayed then like he has now. I imagine if they could see what he had done they would hate him. Also, if they could see Peter Pettigrew they'd feel stupid for ever doubting their son and thinking him evil when he wasn't, he said as he poured the third memory in the pensieve and waited for it to settle down before stepping into the memory with Harry. They were in his nursery and he was sitting up in his crib playing with a teddy bear and watching his parents warily. It would seem as a baby he was more aware than most would have been. He seemed to have been waiting for something, or so it appeared. James, you of all people should know that magic works for different reasons. For a reason we don't know, Harry's magic won't let Peter near me. I have no idea why he truly seems to hate Peter so much, but when I ordered Peter to go to St. Mungo's they discovered he had a bad chest infection. I truly believe Harry knew this and was trying to warn us to stay safe so we don't catch it ourselves. Our baby loves us, you must know this, she said as James lashed out, backhanding her across the face. Shut up, you stupid idiot. It is clear he favors you, although I don't know why. Every attempt at ever getting close to my son has been foiled by him. He simply doesn't care about me, and if nothing ever told me he needed his core bound, this does. I won't sit by and have a son who resents me for some reason, he snapped as Lily cried while clutching her cheek, which was red in color by now. Please, James, just stop seeing Peter for a while and I'm sure you'll see he really does love you, she begged as Harry cried and James was thrown against the door, knocking him out while his magic reached out and healed the shocked and still sobbing Lily. Oh, Harry, he loves me, really. He's just had a hard time of it recently with everything going on. You shouldn't need to protect me. Be safe, sweetheart. Mama loves you and Dada does love you too. You're my strong, beautiful boy. You've always had to deal with too much, and for this I am sorry. For some reason I know not you understand more than I will ever know. I don't know why, but I would assume it is because you have a stronger than average core. The first Potter in 3 generations to be that strong. Your great-grandfather would be so proud, she said, kissing his cheek. James stirred and looked at his wife before he burst into tears. Lily, I am so sorry. I never meant it, I swear. It's just things have been so stressful lately. I promise to try harder for my son, if nothing else, because I simply can't handle the idea of a son who hates me or is scared of me, he said, crying as she cuddled him close, rocking back and forth with him in her arms, trying to make sense of it all. Harry averted his eyes as James slipped his hand up her skirt and she was heard moaning about how wrong it was in front of Harry and panting as her orgasm overtook her body, and she looked at Harry feeling most ashamed. It will do him good to see that I can make you happy too. Don't shy away, please. Look, I already said sorry and I made you come too. I can do it again if you like, he said cheekily as she blushed, looking around in confusion. Before he had the opportunity to do anything, however, James's expression turned very dark. It would seem we have a visitor, and not a wanted one either. What in the hell is she doing here? He asked, looking bewildered. James the First invited her here to talk to her about some things. Look, she has a son too, and Sirius said it would be good to talk to her. I asked Peter to tell her where we lived. I will obliviate that information from her head once we're done. Now go and greet her at once and get us some tea while you're at it, she said as he left the room, and none other than Narcissa Malfoy entered, looking at her and smiling at her. Hello, Lillian. It is good to see you. Sirius said you wished to speak to me about your son, and Peter told us where you lived. I was surprised anyone wished to speak to me about parenting, but it is nice nonetheless to have someone to talk to. Bella has no children and old Walburga kicked Andy out of the family, so I can't talk to her about her daughter. I am so saddened by that, truly, she said as James came in and handed them some tea as Harry clapped, sending his teddy bear to Narcissa, who gasped as it was animated by magic and gave her a quick hug before returning Harry, who was smiling brightly at her. She smiled at him and went over patting his cheek. "I wouldn't do that if I were you, Narcissa. I am so sorry, but he is far too powerful for his own good. He keeps harming Peter all the time. However, we recently found out that Peter was sick, so that could be why. I wanted to ask you about your Draconis. Is he a powerful baby? I am just worried about Harry. I mean, he's not yet 2 years old and shows great ability to control his powers. I am just so worried about him. We tried to bind his core weeks ago, but his magic stopped us," she said as Narcissa smiled at her. "Draco is just the same himself. He has a great control over his powers too. I mean, just the other day he gave Lucius purple hair. It was exceptionally humorous and wouldn't go away until Dragon's magic had worn off. Our magic protects us when we are children from many things if it feels we are in danger, although we don't know why it happens. It would be my guess that Harry here feels he needs to stop his core from being bound for his own safety or that of you. You don't live with Lucius without learning a thing or two about violence," she said as Lily gasped, her hand flying to her mouth in horror. "Oh, don't get me wrong, he's never violent with me because he knows he'd be dead if he ever tried that, and I mean it. I have just seen him be violent with those who have opposed his political views. We are all lucky to have the children we have. I see Healer Winters all the time hoping to have another child, but it's not meant to be. Bella has exposed me to the Cruciatus curse one too many times. I am okay now though, after the last time, as I rebelled against her so bad she'd be foolish to try again. I realized she only did it because I would not join her cause no matter what she did. She soon grew afraid of torturing me and merely gave up. She tried to torture Andy herself but ended up in the hospital for something or other she wouldn't tell me about," she said kindly as Lily looked at her, shocked tears in her eyes. "Oh Narcissa, I'm so sorry. Sirius doesn't talk much about his family for obvious reasons. I am so sorry you can't have any more children," she said, bursting into floods of tears as Narcissa looked at her awkwardly before patting her back gently. There. It's okay. I've adjusted to it now. You should know, although you were a Gryffindor, bravery starts at home. I know what is going on as I have met women like you before. Suffice it to say, using an ancient black family spell, I have blocked off your husband's core to an acceptable level. If he can prove he truly does love you wholly, it will return to him in full naturally. If it doesn't, you will know he is sadly not worth it. Harry is beautiful, my girl. Love him and make sure he has the best life. He truly deserves it. I must go now too. Draco. Being apart from him too long makes me so sad. I think it's because he's my only child or something. See you later," she said as Lily obliviated her before getting their address. They emerged from the memory, Harry conjuring a bucket to him from somewhere before hurling into it. He was literally sickened at seeing his father quite clearly abuse his mother there. It would seem he had noticed way more as a baby than he could have understood at the time, however he understood now. There are no words for how disgusting that was. I can't believe he did that to her. However, what disgusts me more than anything else was that she merely took it. I am so not that kind of person. I did all I could to get away from my relatives and to escape the abuse, but she simply stayed. I wasn't able to escape them though, but at least I can say the abuse has stopped now that they realize they only need to see me for 2 weeks a year. There is no point abusing someone who will not be there long enough to truly suffer. I think they realize that. At least his core was slightly blocked, so his attacks couldn't be too powerful," he said, crying confused tears. "I mean, why would anyone in their right mind put up with that? It is indeed disgusting to see, but I think at that point in time we must consider how dangerous it would have been for her to leave. She literally could have been killed at any moment by rogue Death Eaters. I know from various other clients I have how dangerous the Death Eaters truly were at this time. She would have felt like she was safer staying with him as she would have been alive to protect you. It would seem he was hell-bent on proving you're evil, which of course we know you're not. Now let's see the fourth memory," he said as they stepped into the pensive once more. He was in the kitchen in a high chair throwing his food at a now laughing James, who seemed to find it very funny indeed as he ended up with mashed banana on his head. Lily was the one complaining this time. "James, please don't encourage him, he needs to actually eat it. You and those damn marauders corrupting our son. Look, Harry sweetie, please just eat it," she said, looking drained as he laughed and threw some at her, looking at her with an expression which said he knew What he had done was bad, but he'd done it anyway. She took him down from the high chair and spanked his bum before putting him in his crib and going off to clean herself up whilst crying about how hard having a child was. Lily, it was funny, you must admit that. I mean, he aimed right for your head and he didn't miss. He'd make a fine chaser, I think. Just like his old man. Oh, for goodness sakes, cheer the hell up. You knew what you were getting into when you married me. He snapped as she rounded on him, looking furious as magic crackled all around her. I married you to stop you going down the same damn dark path as Severus fucking Snape. Did you know that Dumbledore said you would if I did not marry you? James the First, swear to God if he is not raised right, people can forget about Voldemort, as they will end up fearing me motherfuckers. Just keep him safe and I will do the same, I swear it on my life and magic, she said, glowing golden herself, showing she'd meant her vow. He was shocked as he looked at her and was about to strike her when there was a blast sound in the distance. Take Harry and stay out of sight, you idiot. We'll deal with this later. Whether you like it or not, I love you and I always will, even if I resent you right now. You'll always belong to me no matter what happens to us. I swear to God I sincerely resent that Harry was right about Peter. Some fucking parent I am, he said, thundering down the stairs and out of view as Lily ran with him into his room and locked the door, holding him close. She placed him in his crib, looking white as a sheet. Harry, please be safe. We love you so much, brave boy. Please don't cry for me. No, I loved you and always tried my best. James did his best and he was not always right, but I married him because Dumbledore, the leader of the light, said he'd go dark if I didn't. I would do anything to prevent someone going dark. My old best friend Severus was so dark. I am so sorry, my sweet angel. I never wanted children so damn young, but here we are nonetheless. Just know always we loved you so damn much it hurt us, she said as Voldemort entered the room, blasting the door off its hinges. Step aside, you idiot. I only want the boy. I don't wish to harm you. Look, please step aside, okay? I promised Severus Snape I'd save you because the fool seems to love you despite how your husband treated him, he ordered as she looked very faint indeed. He loved me? She asked in a stupor for a moment, forgetting who she was even speaking with. Yes, with his whole heart. I promised him I would save you, so move aside so I can do that for him. I don't have to do that for him, but I wish to do so as he has been my most loyal servant and never did anything he wasn't supposed to do. You are his reward, he said as she teared up. I cannot believe the cheek of him after all this time. He seriously waited until now to tell me this. I mean, what next? You can forget it as well. I would rather die than go to a Death Eater to only kill and abuse later on. The only person Severus will ever love is himself and his ideals. If you want Harry, you must go through me, you half-blood son of a bitch. Thomas Marvolo Riddle, I am not afraid you bastard, she said, stepping in front of the crib. He called out the killing curse as Harry's magic went up around the crib, and it was so strong that it made the curse rebound to Voldemort, upon which it killed him. He then saw Sirius enter, followed by Hagrid, who asked him to be handed over. Harry could see how exceptionally weak his core was after that. When Dumbledore took the baby in his arms, he bound his core in front of Hagrid. Hagrid, it is truly for the best. He'll be far too strong otherwise, and I don't want that for him. He is to be normal like everyone else, and he doesn't get to go around standing out, as it would only further alienate him from people. Lily always was a huge drama queen, so he'll be going to his aunt's house, as no one can truly hate their sister that much, as it's just not healthy. Don't cry, Hagrid, as it's not truly goodbye, is it? Sirius is otherwise engaged right now, and well, he might be, as we'll stop him interfering in my decision. I want what's best for Harry, and he is too angry right now that he may not see that I am right, he said seriously as Harry fell asleep and they were thrown from the memory once again. Harry sat there with an open mouth of shock on his face. What was he supposed to think now? Chapter 32. Here's the next chapter, and I hope you like it. Please read and review. Thanks, love, Hermione XXX. I am so disgusted. I mean, I found out my core was blocked, but we had assumed it was Voldemort trying to weaken me further. We never even thought of Albus Dumbledore, however we should have, and I feel like a complete fool that I didn't see it sooner. Also, he could have saved me a lot of trouble in my youth, as I clearly knew how to use my magic to protect myself. I can quite clearly see he only managed to block off my core, as I had released and used much of my own magic to defeat Voldemort. Anyone could clearly see I was way stronger than Voldemort, but then again a lot of people would have been, he said, looking equally thunderous and disappointed in himself while looking surprised that Will looked fit to spit thunder. I mean seriously, what the fuck was he thinking? I mean, binding someone's core means that they could die if it is not resolved, as their magic has nowhere to go but deep inside them where it is not needed. What an incompetent fool. He's lucky I don't bind his core myself, the idiot. We better look at this last memory for today before I do something else I don't like, he said seriously, stepping into the last memory they'd be viewing that day as Harry joined him. He could clearly see he was flying, and he could see Hagrid's face above him, which meant he was flying with him. The position Hagrid was in told him they were definitely not on Broomstick. It was as they landed in Privet Drive that he could now see it was a motorbike, raising his eyebrows in shock. He knew this was too risky altogether. He'd been in his arms, so if he'd fallen off, what the hell would Hagrid have done? I mean, sometimes Hagrid simply didn't think at all. He always meant well but never thought logically about anything he ever did. When he started to walk towards the house, he saw Dumbledore there using a device to take all the street lights away. There he saw McGonagall in her animagus form. As Hagrid handed Harry to Dumbledore, Minerva revealed herself. Professor McGonagall, why am I not surprised to see you here? Dumbledore said, looking at her seriously. Albus, you can't be serious surely. I came here earlier to monitor them, and they are the worst sort of muggles imaginable. I mean, the child there who is barely 2 had the most tantrums I've ever seen and was physically violent to his mother, who rewarded his behavior with whatever he asked him for instead of showing him boundaries and such. He will not be safe here. It looks like this mother, if that's what you could even call her, can barely handle her own son. How is she meant to handle Harry as well? Are you absolutely certain there is no one else he could go to at all? I mean, I know they had a will because Lily told me that before. What did it say? She asked as Albus looked very angry briefly, then mellowed out totally. The current whereabouts of the will are unknown. It would seem it is missing, so we will never know what they wanted for their son. Either way, what they wanted for their son would be a moot point, as no matter where he goes, Death Eaters can surely find him. I mean, that scar there would be a good identifier. It's not good to remove it, as to do so would likely kill him. I have one the shape of the London Underground on my thigh, and I have never removed it for that exact reason. He must stay here within the blood wards I'll be erecting. He'll be safe with his aunt, of this I am sure. I know Lily said Petunia hated her, but sisters can be melodramatic at times, and I'm most sure it's not true at all, he said as he cast a warming charm on Harry's basket and placed him on the doorstep before stepping away and looking at him. Dumbledore, sir, shouldn't we see him inside and the like? Won't he be cold out here? Hagrid asked. Nonsense, there's a warming charm on his blanket and basket. It is quite late now, so disturb the family in their slumber would be rather selfish of me, wouldn't it? I mean, they deserve one more night of peace before Petunia realizes the horrific truth about her sister. Don't worry, Hagrid, it's not truly goodbye after all. You'll come here to get him again when he's 11, he said as Minerva gasped at his side. But Albus, I usually get all the Muggle-born children. Why would I not get Mr. Potter as well? She asked in confusion as he looked at her angrily. Hagrid has nothing, just shut up and let him have this one thing. Which he can do. He needs to feel useful, and I need to give it to him. If I don't give him this job, it will forever make me feel guilty, he said seriously as she rounded on him, fury in her eyes. Hagrid knows nothing of our world, but so be it, to hell everything you've condemned him to. Do not ever come crying to me if he is treated badly here because I fucking told you so and you didn't want to know. I hope your guilty conscience can deal with that, because if he is abused and I was right about them, Hagrid will be the least of your damn concerns, she thundered as Albus shrunk back slightly. Do you seriously believe I would leave him here unprotected? There are charms built into this ward to protect him from danger at all costs. No one evil will reach him or hurt him here, and I have a squib, Mrs. Arabella Figg, who lives down the street, whom I've assigned to keep a constant eye on him and report on his condition constantly to me, he said as McGonagall seemed to release a breath she'd been holding in. Well, at least you are not doing nothing as I had thought. Please add an extra warming charm and we'll leave then. I'd rather not be here when they get him, as it would break my heart too much. I loved Lily so much, almost like a daughter. She sobbed as another charm was added and they all left. He stayed watching as time seemed to shift, and he awoke to a scream and he was taken inside the house. He was placed on the table and the letter with him was taken out and read as she crumbled into a heap, bawling her eyes out as Harry watched her in shock. Oh Lily, why couldn't you have married a safer man? Warned you not to go back to their world and you did, and it got you killed like I said it would. Oh Vernon, I can't ever apologize to her ever again. She's dead," she screamed, crumpling in on herself as the grief took over. She seemed to calm down some more and continued reading the letter, looking angry. "This is her son, and this here says we need to keep him safe and raise him ourselves. Vernon, we can't raise him. He'll be just like her, and I can't safely raise a magical child. He needs to be with one of his own, anyone at all who is magical and can raise him well. We'll take him to the orphanage and he can stay there. It is the only place suitable for him," she said as they took the baby and left. A while later they came back to find him on the table. "It would seem, Toony, that this Dumbledore man has used this magic stuff, so we can't get rid of him. He'll be a danger to our Dudley, and while I dislike it, he really is not leaving us any choices. I mean, I can't afford another mouth to feed. You know that's why we only have Dudley. He'll have to sleep in the cupboard under the stairs until a permanent solution can be reached. We'll figure something out later on. I mean, this here contains his magical currency for his upkeep, but what use is it to us if it's not in pounds? Is this guy well in the head giving us money to car for him we can't realistically use right now? We'll feed and change him and then he can nap in there. I'll take today off work and be here to support you. Oh my love, I am so sorry about your sister. I know you tried to warn her about dangerous that man was, but this is something you can't always tell people. Sometimes they just don't want to hear it, and she was one of those. It cost her life, but what else can one do when they don't listen to the advice of others?" he said, cuddling her close as she cried again. He saw himself being fed and changed and put under the stairs, still in his basket with his blanket still around him, as he drifted off to sleep and they emerged from the memory. Harry sat there slack-jawed, unable to speak, looking around the room uneasily. It would take him a while to process this particular memory. Chapter 33. Here's the next chapter, and I hope you like it. Please read and review. Thanks, love, Hermione XXX. Harry looked around, tears of confusion and rage in his eyes. I mean, they hadn't wanted to actually do him any harm, but couldn't afford to care for him and couldn't use his magical money either. Vernon had been right when he'd asked what sort of person gives non-magical people magical currency to care for their nephew. I mean, Dumbledore was a complete and utter fool. Harry had been slapped the first time actually by a financially drained and stressed Vernon, who was behind on his bills and couldn't afford anything anymore. I mean, this was the reason they had only Dudley as their son. Petunia had wanted more children, but they simply couldn't afford more, which is why they had never had any more. Initially, the abuse had started out over extreme stress and monetary worries, and while that was ever so slightly understandable, it had formed into the evil monster he grew up with. There was no reason he should have been so vilely treated, even if they seriously couldn't afford him. They could have at least been nice and tried the best they could to deal with it in some way. He didn't need new school books. Those could have been second-hand. He did need a uniform which was his own size, but they could have shopped at cheaper shops to buy cheaper ingredients, but Dudley wouldn't hear of that, so he always looked abused, even at times when he wasn't. I mean, other families did it. There were Ailey, so things worked out. There was no reason for him to constantly wear Dudley's too large cast-offs, so he looked even more abused than he was. Right now he wished to kill Dumbledore for all the unnecessary shit he'd put him through. He thought that if that money had been pounds, it would have been better. What an idiot Dumbledore had been. He then hated the Dursleys because they had elected to make the choices they did, and despite Dumbledore acting like the biggest cunt alive, had still chosen to abuse him. He really couldn't understand his feelings on the matter. I mean, well, what if they had been given pounds to care for me? Would that have made it better? Would they have stopped when I asked them to? I mean, I know stress does crazy things to people. He stressed, his breathing becoming erratic as he tried to process it all too fast. He was very dizzy, and before he knew what had happened, he'd fainted. He was revived by Will, who gave him a sugary drink and had him take small sips from it. There you go now, Harry, come on, that's it. It's okay, and I'm not surprised you fainted. You've had all this pressure all of your life and no way of processing it until now. That's enough to screw with anyone. Stop expecting so much of yourself, Harry. Give yourself a break and allow yourself to feel, he said soothingly as Harry looked unsure before he burst into floods of tears and was inconsolable. It just all came crashing down on him in one go, and Will's heart broke just looking at the poor broken boy before him. He should never have had to deal with all of this, but he had. It was so tough for the poor guy. He just sat there rubbing soothing circles on Harry's back as he cried. It was much healthier to get these things out. It was also better for mental health, and this notion that men shouldn't cry really fucked Will off. They needed to cry from time to time, so let them at it. Half an hour later, Harry has stopped crying and felt truly relaxed for the first time in his life. He had expressed himself openly and he had not gotten hurt for doing it physically or otherwise. It felt truly freeing to be able to express one's self just as you needed to without judgment. Harry never let anyone anywhere ever tell you that men shouldn't cry. If you feel you need to cry, you do it as much as you like. In Hogwarts on the 7th floor you will come across a tapestry of a troll teaching some people ballet. You should walk back and forth 3 times in front of it thinking of a place you would like to go, and then a door will appear there leading you to the room of requirement. This is a magical room which is capable of becoming anything we needed to. I discovered it in my time at Hogwarts, making it become a luxurious bathroom with a huge bath in it to chill out in. It was very sumptuous. I would advise you ask the room for this and anything else you need when you need it. Also, this room would be a good place to go if you feel like you need have a good cry but don't want anyone else to see you do it. Just think about what I'm saying. It truly will help you out, he said as Harry smiled at him gratefully. Thank you so much, Will, for listening to me. I mean, I know it's your job, but you truly do help to make me feel not so shit all the damn time. At least with you I can be myself. I know our time is up, but I've really enjoyed today, he said as Will smiled at him. Yes, you are right, our time is up. Here, take this diary and knife. Slice your finger and drop 3 drops of your blood on the diary. This ensures it can't be stolen or looked in by anyone but you. If you need advice on anything at all or wish to write to me about how you are feeling at any time of day or night, please use this to do it. Also, nothing you ever tell me is too much, okay? Even if you've had a dream or nightmare you need help with deciphering, you can write to me here about it. I will always have this book on me at all times, and it is charmed to go off with a noise at night should you write to me in it past 9 p.m. Have a lovely day, Harry, and we'll continue this meeting next week. You should also note that the trunk never picks a number of memories to view that we wouldn't be able to handle in our meetings, hence why it picked 5 this time, he said, hugging Harry before he left. It had been a warm and gentle embrace which was so different to the smothering hugs he had received in the past from Molly Weasley and the like. It was such a comfort to him. He vowed to cuddle with Hermione much more, as it truly comforted him much more than he realized. He stepped out into the street again, a little red round the eyes from his crying session, but did feel lighter. He went into Honeydukes and picked up a box of chocolate cauldrons for Hermione and a box of sugar quills for him. He had become quite addicted to sucking on them while he did his homework, and Hermione never complained when he tasted like strawberries later when she kissed him, so it was all good. He then decided to do something which he knew was wrong but did feel he had no choice. He bought some cheap chocolates, and a trip to the potion store later saw them infused heavily with a revulsion potion targeting him in them. He had Dobby deliver them to Ginny, who took them with glee after saying he'd had a change of heart. She took the chocolates and giggled like a schoolgirl as she began eating them. She lost control, and before she knew it the entire box was gone, as she'd never had a whole box of anything to herself that wasn't a feminine hygiene product. She didn't once think of Harry, but when she did see him as he returned to school she ran to the bathroom to vomit. My goodness, he was utterly repulsively vile, wasn't he? Ew. I mean, the thought of him even being in the same house as her grossed her out. She couldn't stop vomiting, however, and rushed to Madame Pomfrey for help, as the more she thought about him the more sick she became. Ew. She arrived at Madame Pomfrey's with what can only be described as a sea of vomit coming from her mouth. This is going to be a long damn day, Madame Pomfrey thought, escorting her inside. Chapter 34. Here's the next chapter. I hope you like it. Please read and review. Thanks, love, Hermione XXX. Madame Pomfrey looked at Ginny in sympathy. Unfortunately, there was but one way to treat this. Sit down, Ginevra. Now here is a dish for the vomit, and I will start by listing all the people in your year, she said, doing so but focusing solely on men to begin with. She would do the women later. The more she said the better Ginny started to look. Eventually she came to Harry Potter, and Ginny once again spewed. She moved past his name and the vomiting stopped once again. It was clear it was revulsion charm, and it was clear it was aimed at Harry Potter. Please wait a moment while I step into my office. Dobby, I know you work for Harry Potter, as he told me this a while ago himself. Did he ask you to deliver chocolates to Ginevra Weasley today? She asked as Dobby looked curiously at her. Yes, he did, madam. He responded, waiting for her to respond. She could clearly see he didn't know what had been in them. I will need to take 10 points from Gryffindor, and I can say I do understand why he did what he did, and so no more punishments will be handed out. I dare say he achieved what he wanted to anyway, and she should definitely back off from now on. I can say, although technically I'm not supposed to, she does deserve it and did have it coming. I think the longer healing process for Miss Weasley should be lesson enough. Very well, you may go, she said as he left again. When Dobby was gone, she cast a silencing spell around her office and laughed. She knew she wasn't supposed to laugh, but really Ginny had been creepy and had brought it on herself. She released the spell and left again. Well, Miss Weasley, it would seem you were targeted with a potion which would make you repulsed and sick at the mention of a certain name, and I don't know why, but I would suggest leaving him alone. He has enough problems in his life and he doesn't need anyone trying to harm him or those he knows with potions, she said sternly as Ginny looked shocked. You're saying, but can't for the life of me think of who it might be targeting, she said in bewilderment. Well, there is one person or man you think of the most, and it was targeted at him. You will have to remain here for 48 hours. While it flushes from your system, she said as she left after telling her to rest up. There was a broth which could take it away in 3 of 4 hours' time, but she'd only be getting it tomorrow, as this ensured she'd learn her lesson. I mean, she'd seen how dangerously attracted to Harry Ginny was and how much it distressed him. She hoped being continuously repulsed by him for the next few hours would deter her from doing him any more harm. She then called Harry to her office, who came at once. Come in, Mr. Potter. Firstly, I know what you did to Ginevra, and so I was obliged to take 10 points from Gryffindor. However, I want you to know I personally feel she had it coming, and I'm not that sorry you did it. Obviously, I'd rather no student ever get hurt, but in fairness, she in particular did have it coming. I could treat her in a few hours, but I am choosing to leave her until tomorrow. I do hope the extra hours in here will teach her a lesson. Who knows, maybe this will teach her that there are other men out there for her, if she hasn't learned her lesson. After this, I'll have no choice but to tell Molly about her ridiculous behavior, she said as he raised his eyebrows in surprise at her brutally honest opinion. Well, thanks, I guess, and yes, you were right, she did have that coming. She attacked me before I went to Hogsmeade as well, and so I had to stop her. There was no other way to get her to stop, as she simply refused to hear me otherwise. Can I please go over and look at her one last time? He asked as she smirked and said he could, but just the once, mind you. She heard one large fucking disgusting bastard before Ginny vomited again. The next day Ginny was given the antidote and instantly felt better, although she was now more determined than ever to train herself to not be so afraid and or disgusted of Harry. She would be needing to marry him for her family's sake, and it would not do to be afraid or disgusted of her future husband. Besides which, Molly wouldn't hear of it, and this she knew for sure. At his manor in the countryside, Percival Bryan smiled at his latest penned novella about another false adventure Harry Potter had with a crazy alchemist. Clearly, he wasn't learning his lessons about writing only the truth, but it was only a matter of time before it all came crashing down around him. Just because Harry wasn't reacting now didn't mean it would stay that way indefinitely. The fact that no one had ever connected the dots where he was concerned showed how utterly stupid their society was. I mean, Percival Bryan, come on guys. One only needed to think carefully and they would know who it was, but those fools never did think properly. Percival Bryan, however, decided to be more out and about than he usually was. He even went as far as purchasing an apartment in Hogsmeade, and the people of the village were delighted to have him living there. Imagine a celebrity writer living in their village. They found it so thrilling. They tried to ambush him for autographs when he moved in, something he had not anticipated. However, this is the price you pay when you are always in hiding and then come out into the open. Things like this are bound to happen. He was now more depressed than ever, secluded in his apartment as people wouldn't leave him alone. However, a few days later that did die down, thankfully, so he was able to go out and about. He had subtly inquired about Harry in the village and had asked things like what he had purchased as market research for his next book. Of course, he was surprised to hear he'd bought luxury quills, chocolates, a revulsion potion, and some dinner. He wondered who he would want to be repelling himself against. It never occurred to him that he'd be giving it to someone else. He just didn't think Harry could be that dark, or what he classified as dark anyway. Most people would see it as a good prank and nothing to get worked up over, but then again, he wasn't most people. If he had found out, he would certainly not be saying Ginny had deserved it or anything like that. He would more than likely request a small amount of time in jail for Harry, such a week or something. This would teach him some lessons for sure. They'd need to make trumped-up charges, but it had been done before and could be done again. He was most shocked when the lady in the potion store had told him he had targeted the potion against himself as he had asked her how to do it. That was starting to sound dark to him, but who was he to say it was for sure or not? For all he knew, it could have been an experiment so he could learn how to use it against others by pretending to want to learn how to use himself in the potion. He actually guessed he wished to repel someone else from people and only pretended to need to know how to do it about himself so it would not be suspicious. I mean, kids. Would be kids after all, even if it was a tinge dark. I mean, nothing was ever pure white in the realm of magic. Even he knew lots of magic was gray. A repulsion potion wasn't nearly the worst thing which could be done to someone, so he wasn't truly concerned. He was shocked at how willing they were to talk about what he bought. He would use this to his advantage in some way in the future, although he couldn't for the life of him think of how it would benefit him. I mean, it was mostly sweets and potions things. Maybe Percival could arrange to meet up with Horace Slughorn in the pub and discuss Harry casually. He knew that man inside out and knew that he'd be unable to shut up about the boys, so would eat right out of his hands. Anyway, Horace never strayed far from the pub, so it would be a sure bet he'd find him in here some days in the future. Maybe he could slip a gentle revealer into his butterbeer and it would get him to spill all he knew about Harry Potter, and because he would be talking to a famous author, the revealer broth might not even be necessary. I mean, Horace was notoriously vain and you had but to stroke his huge ego and he'd spill his guts. Maybe he could buy him a rare potion ingredient as an incentive to spill his guts. It would be perfect. As he lay in bed that night, various plans came to fruition in his head. Now just remained the whole process of making them a reality. Chapter 35. Here's the next chapter. I hope you like it. Please read and review. Thanks. Love, Hermione XXX. Percival Bryan, it seemed, was having a good day, and it seemed his luck was indeed turning as he entered the Three Broomsticks and found Horace Slughorn there. He was already a bit merry by the looks of things. He went and sat relatively close to Horace before approaching him directly and asking if he could sit there. He introduced himself as Percival Bryan, and Horace was honored a well-known author would ever want to sit with him, much less converse with him. It was an honor beyond measure after all. However, Percival was about to get much more than he bargained for. When Horace wasn't looking, he tipped the clear potion into his tankard and waited for it to sink in as the half-cut man drank it without much thought. So, Horace, tell me more about yourself. What do you do for a living? He asked casually. Well, I am a potions teacher at Hogwarts, actually. It's my dream career. I wanted a pay rise ages ago and they weren't able to give it to me, but I got it this time and all is good. I do so love teaching the students there. He paused to take a slug from his tankard before he continued, before Percival had the chance even ask him something else. However, I am bitterly disappointed with Albus Dumbledore. He hired Severus Snape of all people, who not only taught his classes appallingly but failed most people who were probably good at the damn subject. I mean, really, Severus Snape left behind this stupid notion that Slytherins are above everyone else, but my view is that they are not. Actually, none of the houses are better than the others, and I allies that, he snapped, seeming more annoyed as time went on. Percival needed to get back on track here. I mean, how had he allowed it to go so wrong? So I take it you teach a lot of important youths then? He asked. Well, yes, every person I teach is important and special in their own way, however not everyone reached the Slug Club. It's my own personal club for talented and unique students, he boasted. Is Harry Potter part of this club? He asked, shocked at the response he got. Alas, he is not. I did ask him to be a part of it, however he requested that I stop acting in such a creepy manner and leave him alone. I am most disappointed I could not convince him to join me, and even more so that he appears afraid of me, which was never my intention. Actually, he is probably the best at potions in his class, if I do say so myself. He's learned awful habits because of Severus, but he is breaking those and is certainly shining, he said as Percival looked freaked as all hell. Why the hell was he afraid of him and not in his club? Why did he think the man creepy? This just wouldn't do. You have to make him be a part of that club, he insisted. To be honest, I'd really like to, but I will not force the issue. He is quite clearly scarred from something I know nothing about, and anyone worth their weight in gold could see it if they only looked long enough to do so. I will support him as much as I can, but I believe he will never join my club until he fixes whatever is wrong with him and sees I am not out to hurt him. Poor guy, the first mean Dumbledore screwed with his life so much it's not at all surprising he's a total mess. I trusted Dumbledore as a friend, and then he did this to our most Important citizen. It is unforgivable, he snapped, getting very angry indeed. Word here is that Harry bought a revulsion potion and had to be shown in the shop how to target it at himself. Now I don't believe he actually wanted to target himself, I believe he merely learned it so he could target someone else later on. Do you think so? He asked seriously. Well, kids do a lot of things these days we know nothing about, but it's nothing to worry about anyway, as revulsion potions are easily healed in a few hours at most, so if he does attack anyone they will be well again shortly afterwards. However, he has attacked no one, so I would assume he has not used it. He does not fully trust me yet. Which is probably why he did not feel he could ask me about it and had to resort to asking the local shopkeeper. He's a very special boy indeed, he said sincerely, smiling proudly. Do you think Harry would make a good match for that Weasley girl? I heard that Dumbledore thought they might in the past, he asked seriously. No one takes that girl remotely seriously. I mean, she is obsessed by the boy of course, but is also terrified of him and angry with herself because she can't understand why. I have heard he had strong words with her, and after that she was very afraid of him but highly pissed off for even being afraid in the first place. I would suggest she stop hounding him though, as it's beyond obvious now that he hates it, he said as Percival frowned. This wasn't going well at all. But surely the girl's mother would ensure that she and Harry were always happy together, no? Well, she could obviously try, but I seriously doubt he'd like that. I'm not at all sure he even likes any girls. I mean, the only girl he knows is his best friend and the incredibly smart Hermione Granger. I dare say that girl would put 20 pureblood men to shame. She knows more than most of the pureblood fools in my class who are used to getting a damn easy ride from Severus. Well, no more. Now if you don't mind, Mr. Brian, I must be getting back. See you around, he said, stumbling as he stood up and headed off towards the castle. He'd have to get a loyalty potion keyed to Horace and feed it to Harry somehow. Harry needed to trust Horace for his plans of control to work out. Actually, Harry didn't mind Professor Slughorn but was merely testing him to see how far he would go to try and get him to join his club. He did fully intend to join with Hermione in a few weeks. It was an interesting meeting for sure. Chapter 36. Here's the next chapter. I hope you like it. Please read and review. Thanks, love, Hermione XXX. Professor Slughorn entered his house to have his first house meeting with them. He was still trying to get them to see how they needed to behave better. When he was sure everyone was there, he spoke. Welcome everyone to our first house-wide meeting. Now, who here can tell me what they think of how I look? No one? Well, I can tell you I look damn right ridiculous. My robes are very flamboyant and my graduation-style cap doesn't always match them. Do any of you know why I look so ridiculous? He asked. Because you are a poor excuse for a man and haven't a tack of sense. Draco Malfoy sneered as most of the house laughed at him. 10 points from Slytherin. You will answer respectfully or shut your mouth, Mr. Malfoy. Did you know about 90% of people judge us based on how we look? I dress ridiculously because it is a way for me to be very cunning. You see, people will look at me and think I know nothing, something I want them to think. I want them to think this so they are surprised when I take them by surprise and whip out my wand, handing their asses to them. You see, no one would ever expect it, and that, my friends, is the point, he said, pausing in. Looking around at everyone who looked shocked to the core. You can be cunning in other ways too. I mean, for example, Mr. Malfoy, if you did more listening than mindless speaking, you'd learn a thing or two. You're not at all good at being cunning, and I'd imagine everyone in this school knows what you feel about people and whom you feel these things for. Please, for the love of God, take my advice and stop telling everyone your father will hear about this, because it's tired and old, and anyway, no one but you cares about the opinions of your father. Besides which, most of us who leave the school do know of his opinions, not all of which are good. But you see, even he is better at hiding them than you. Well, was until last year anyway, but enough about that, he said, dismissing a furious Draco with a wave of his hand. I mean, take Mr. Flint for example. His poor oral hygiene, which makes it look like someone in his family mated with a troll, is a very admirable form of cunning, because he would more than likely be stronger than most in this room. However, no one will take him seriously looking like this, and then those people will pay later, he said seriously. Yes, they will, sir. We'll hurt them all. Crush them all. No one will know what bloody well hit them. We are the mighty Slytherin, and we kill or at least damage severely all in our paths who would wish to harm us or stop us, he snapped as Horace groaned. 10 points from Slytherin, Mr. Flint. It was a compliment and not something to act on, you idiot. You see, it's things like this that get Slytherin a bad image or get some of us thrown into Azkaban. I don't want that for any of you, so straighten up and fly right, or that may well happen to most of you. Then we all have the cheek to wonder why everyone hates us so much. We don't get to think like that when people like Mr. Flint exist and say the things he was saying. It is people like him which are the main reason people dislike Slytherin. People such as Draco Malfoy and Pansy Parkinson who think they are better than everyone else are the other reason. Stop spitting your damn dummy out each time you don't get what you want, he snapped, shocking them all. Sir, that's nor fair. What are you targeting me for? I did nothing to anyone, Pansy snapped, looking outraged. That we know of, Miss Parkinson. You are not as good at hiding things as you think, and remember, I am very good at looking like I am not interested in something, or indeed a bit slow or stupid based on how I dress. You see me the way I want you to. Despite how I look, I see everything, and I do in fact know just what you did, you little troublemaker, he sneered. It wasn't my fault, sir. He wouldn't leave me alone, and he was being a pain to me when I am better, and I told him so. He doesn't get to complain when he is lower than me and always will be. Epic fail. I caught you. I did not know of you doing anything, however I lead you to believe I did, and you confessed. Oh, you have been bold, haven't you? Well, that will have to be detention for you, Miss Parkinson, with me personally, and I hope whoever it is leaves you alone for his own sake, because so help me, if you curse him or anyone else again, there will be more trouble than you know what to do with. This ends now, all of you. No one is so above the law that they don't deserve a good cursing from time to time. Welcome to Slytherin, bitches. Now let's see, shall we? He murmured to himself and then cast a spell in the air which seemed to do nothing. If anyone does or says anything I would not approve of, both they and myself will know about it, but they will, shall we say, know about it a bit more. The bullshit ends now. This is my own house, so I may curse in here if I like. I will never do so in class, obviously. Did no one ever think that while Severus was teaching you properly, and no one else, that you might have gotten yourselves hurt inadvertently? Were you all so sure you knew it all? He questioned as some of them looked mildly ashamed. The world is a scary place, ladies and gentlemen. You can fix your mistakes here in school as there is always tomorrow, but out there in the big bad world, if you fail, there is no fixing it. Sometimes people will look to you for answers and you won't always have them. One of the most powerful phrases we are so afraid of saying is, I don't know. You do not fail if you say, I don't know what the answer is, but I am looking into whatever it is, or I can try to find it out for you. If you choose not to say you don't know and then fail, everyone will judge you way worse than would have otherwise. As I said in class, each house has had dark members. Oh yes, he said as he looked at all his scared and bewildered students who were by now too freaked out to talk back. Starting tomorrow at 11 we will begin elocution lessons for all. It is high time we learned what being fancy and posh is all about, because by modern standards everywhere it is indeed not what we think it is. Welcome to the 21st century Slytherin house. Give yourselves a round of applause. Now good night to you all, and I hope you have all learned your lesson. If someone attacks you, defend yourself by all means possible, which are the least lethal, but do not go looking for fights, as you will not find any help here if you get in trouble should you do so, he said as he watched them all leave, hoping they would understand and that all he had said would sink in properly. Chapter 37. Here's the next chapter. I hope you like it. Please read and review. Thanks, love, Hermione XXX. Now come in, ladies and gentlemen. Have a seat with one girl beside one boy and another girl opposite her, while another boy sits opposite him. In a moment at my command the house elves will bring up a small desert portion and we will go from there, Slughorn said as people regarded him strangely but sat in the formation he had outlined earlier. Okay, let the feast begin, he called out as the desert rose to the table and people started to tuck in. Hold it right there. First off, now place your napkins, which have been provided to you, on your laps neatly. Good. Now then take a bite and put your spoon or fork down in between bites. Also ensure your elbows are not on the table. Do not start to eat until you are sure everyone in your immediate surrounding area has their dessert as well. Tea and coffee pots have been supplied with milk jugs and sugar cubes. This is what those in high society take with their meals. Those who are of age and do not attend school might select to have brandy with their meals, but I only do so on special occasions myself, he said as everyone looked around in awe. The teapots were huge and clearly labeled with either tea or coffee on them. There were two different types of cups as well. There was a fine bone china teacup and saucer and a fine bone china mug for the coffee. The cup and saucer is for the tea and the mug for the coffee. Please pour yourselves whichever beverage you prefer with your dessert. Some people like to put just milk in or milk and sugar. Others like neither, preferring to have whichever one it is black, and no one will be judged for that choice either, he said as he walked around the great hall section they were in, observing them all. A lot of people, however, were slouching, and he was most displeased, although this one wasn't their faults. I will be adding back rests to the seats, which will lower when you wish to leave and rise again once you are seated. You all need something to lean your backs against so you don't start slouching. Ah, Mr. Flint. We talk with our mouths closed whilst eating, or preferably when we have no food in them at all, he said as Flint rolled his eyes to heaven. But sir, what if the hot piece of ass girl to my left wants an answer immediately? He said, leering at her slightly. Mr. Flint, you may, if you feel an immediate answer is required of you, place a hand in front of your mouth as you answer so as not to spray her with your food when talking. Also, although Miss Snipe is rather pretty, you will refrain from using derogatory terms such as hot girl at the dinner table. Now I will pass piece of parchment down the table which has been charmed. You are to press your thumb into it and then pass it on. When you are done, give it back to me, please, he instructed as it was passed on down the table. When it reached Draco, it gave him a bit of a shock. Sir, what the hell are you trying to pull here? This bloody parchment shocked me, he snapped. And for good reason, Mr. Malfoy. You have an allergy to bananas and coconuts, and it is letting me know this so it may be passed on to the elves below. We wouldn't want you to get sick now, would we? I would suggest telling people everywhere you go of these allergies so they know not to give you foods with these ingredients in them, as you could become rather ill if you ate them. I myself cannot eat nuts, so you are far from alone. As I said before, Mr. Malfoy, a little more listening to those who know more and have experienced more than you, and you would learn a thing or two, he said as Draco looked at him as if to say, yeah right, like I'm believing you, buddy, as he put some banana pie in his mouth and ate it, his throat starting to close. As his face swelled up very much, soon all you could see were two slits where his eyes once had been full and open. You see, everyone, Mr. Malfoy refused to believe he had an allergy and is suffering for it now. I will send for Madame Pomfrey at once, he said, calling out his Patronus Adolphine, leaving with a message for the healer, who responded with her own robin redbreast and was in the hall moments later. She took one look at Draco and exclaimed loudly. Why in the hell was he allowed to eat foods he was allergic to? I can save him, but that was entirely reckless. I mean, really, Horace, she said regarding the teacher with a slight look of disappointment. Oh, I performed the allergen test now myself. He refused to believe his allergy to banana and coconuts was real and ate some banana pie before I could stop him. I am most disappointed in his conduct. Mr. Malfoy, that will be 25 points from Slytherin for choosing to never listen to anyone because you are now struggling for that reason, you idiot. He snapped as Madame Pomfrey prized his mouth open and forced a potion into it, which he gulped down, the swelling going away immediately. He burst into floods of scared tears as it would seem his life had flashed before his eyes. I have been most reckless, sir, and I will believe you now. You have more than shown your worth. Can I please request a detention instead of the point loss? There is no sense in the whole house losing out because of me, he said, now better again. Emergent potions really were amazing. They truly acted very fast. Mr. Malfoy, I am pleased you have learned the error of your ways, and I hope you wobble now, as you nearly died from choosing to not believe me. I will let this be an example to the house. We win together and we lose together. I accept your apology, and no detention will be issued at this time. Poppy, while I have you here, Pansy Parkinson, Melody Snipe and Rachel Gross-Swaite are allergic to nuts. Please note it in their files. Good day to you, ma'am, he said as she smiled at him. It has been so noted. Good day to you, sir, she said, leaving and smiling at all of the students as she went. Now then, Miss Greengrass, ladies, please join me here at the top of the room. You are to pick a book of your choice from the selection in my hand here. Okay, great. Now please place the book on your head, balancing it there, and walk slowly to the other end of the hall. If you can successfully do it without the book falling, it will mean you walk and move with grace. The movement does not need to be fast, it just needs to be successful. Everyone watch her, please, as I believe she will be a good example to us all. Remember now, long back of neck and short front of neck, he said as she chose her book and started to walk. It did fall 3 times, but soon enough she was walking with eloquence and poise like she had never done before. All the girls joined her while the men watched. Ladies, think about how you present yourselves. Are you presenting your best selves? Do you wear too much makeup or perfume? Is your uniform embellished in a way unbecoming of you, or do your shoes not suit you practically? Should you wear a lot of jewelry or a minimal amount of it? That is up to you, and it is not fair to judge someone who chooses either way. Support them all. However, if you see any girlfriends of yours and they do not look up to par, please tell them directly and gently, he said, guiding them to a corner of the room where they could practice and converse with one another. He had all the men move to the front of the tables and watch him closely. Now, gentlemen, we will deal with you. You see, manners and a posh outlook on life are not everything if you are not doing it correctly. Are you choosing to shave? If so, does that type of shave suit the shape of your face? If the answer is no, are you grooming your beard so it is respectable? Are you using some beard oil? Also, about your hair. Is it the length you like? Would you like it longer or shorter? Would you prefer it to be slicked back, slightly back, or loose and flowing? What kind of cologne do you wear, and does it suit you? I would suggest getting a girl to answer this last question, as they have very sensitive smells and will tell you for sure, he said, as all the men looked around at each other in awe. They had never thought of this before. It would even seem that some of them had never been asked these questions, as their parents had not thought to ask them or had not cared to know the answer. This was freedom he was granting them, and they were very excited about it, but did not do much to show their excitement, as that would not have looked good. You also need to think about showers, gentlemen. The smell after Quidditch practices is no joke, and sometimes that common room smells like a damn farmhouse. Well, no more. Either shower properly or get out of the common room. You can be any way you want to in your own rooms, but in the common room we respect one another, and that includes smells, both good and bad. Wearing too much of any good-smelling cologne will also be off-putting. One spray on either side of the neck is all that is needed. The common room will be getting an update too, as it is too dark and dank for my liking. It is much too depressing. There will be new green furnishings in there tomorrow, and it will be brighter, he said, as most people seemed shocked he was changing things so much. He went to check on the girls and found them discussing feminine hygiene and grimaced slightly. Sir, we are discussing if we should be excused from class to shower if our period leaks by accident. It happens to most of us from time to time, and it is uncomfortable for us to continue lessons when we are not clean. Also, sometimes the pain at that time of the month is bad and pepper up is not always available, so could we have access to the prefect's bathroom from time to time if it truly gets bad, obviously with your permission first? She asked as he looked at them all thoughtfully. I will be honest, Miss Bulstrode, I had not realized this could be a problem for young women, but then again I am not one myself, so wouldn't know that. I must forbid you leaving class, but I will permit you being excused from your next lesson to clean up. I will be informing the staff of this development, and you will be expected to catch up on anything you missed out on in those lesson slots. As you say yourself, this doesn't happen often, so you should all be fine. As for the prefect's bath, if it is truly free, I see no problems with that, but please ask me first, he responded, pausing before he once again continued. Also, my female friend tells me you all get cravings from time to time, and that is okay too. If you wish to eat something a little strange, request it from a house elf and just eat it with normal manners. The men will be trained to not question it too, he said as he observed the changes going on in the students before him. They were all communicating more and thinking more about the kinds of young men and women they wanted to be and how they wanted to present themselves. As they all returned to their rooms and slept that night, he set about making changes to the common room. The dark green light shades were removed and replaced with plain glass ones, letting in so much more light. The walls were cleaned thoroughly. The couches were replaced with brand new dark green Chesterfields and soft leather couches. The armchairs were now recliners, and the stone floor was covered in a light marble which reflected the new sense of light in the room. It was overall brighter and more comfortable. He went to bed himself that night proud of himself and all of the changes he was installing in Slytherin as a whole. Chapter 38. Here's the next chapter. I hope you like it. Please read and review. Thanks, love, Hermione XXX. In the morning, Harry looked over across the Great Hall and saw Draco. However, he looked drastically different today. Whatever had happened to him yesterday had clearly changed him very much. He wasn't sure if it was for the better or not. He glanced over again and saw Draco looking at him. Upon seeing him, Draco smiled and raised his goblet to him in a salute. Definitely different. He was even more shocked when Draco approached him. What do you want, Malfoy? He snapped as Draco looked at him in awe. Well, suffice it to say my ass was handed to me yesterday and it was entirely my own fault. Let's just say I'll be listening a lot more from now on to everybody. I need to get past this feud with you. Because it's no longer healthy for me to have it. Can we please bury the hatchet and move on? It would set a good example as well. He said sincerely as Harry looked shocked. They had said initially it would be unsafe for them to be friends in school, but clearly whatever had happened to him yesterday changed his mind. He glanced at the extended hand. Are you sure about this? Well then okay, we can bury the hatchet. I have not liked disliking you for so long as it was draining anyway. We can even be friends if you like, he said as Draco leaned in close, whispering in his ear. Meet me in the room of requirement in 10 minutes so we can talk before class. I will of course be your friend, he said, shaking his hand. The last sentence had been said aloud so people wouldn't get suspicious. The reaction from the Griffins was unexpected as some of them clapped and others called him a damn traitor and that he didn't deserve to be in their house even if he didn't actually love there anymore. Up at the heads table, Professor Sinistra called them both forward, awarding each of them 20 points for their respective houses for showing serious inter-house unity. Ron had exploded in Harry's face for giving the slimy snake a chance and had landed himself into didn't care. In the room of requirement, Harry and Hermione heard about what had happened yesterday and were shocked but glad he was okay. They all headed off to their first lesson of art and music with Professor Dendani and were very excited. They entered the classroom and sat down. Ron of course couldn't enter any room peacefully. The room was bright and airy. It was filled with the smell of the gorgeous incense lighting in the corner. Welcome class to your first music and art lesson. This is a peaceful lesson, and so when you enter this room you do so peacefully. I want everyone to close their eyes. Now imagine all the stress and worries you have in your body as a red color which is very vibrant. I want you to take those red stresses and put them into a golden colored box and close it. Place the box outside the door and feel yourself relaxing as the stress of those goes away from your body. Leave that box outside and collect it when you are finished the lesson if you want, or if you don't want it, leave it there permanently, she said as they all breathed out a sigh of relief. Opening their eyes, she pointed a wand at a harp in the corner of the room, making it play a soft tune. We will be creating a very special painting in the next few lessons. You will each paint a painting of a mirror in a beautiful room of your own design. Once you are done, it will be duplicated by me. Then a copy will be sent to your parents and one will be kept by the beds in your dorm rooms. It will have an activation word you yourself will choose, and once done your parents may use it to communicate directly with you here at school. The painting will be charmed, so if you are not available, a character you design will tell them you are not free. This way they may have an insight into magic they would not have otherwise. We will advise them to put it in their rooms at home, she said, smiling at their shocked faces. Harry had been shocked as he'd not expected this lesson to be so cool. He had gotten out his art supplies from the cupboard with his name on it. Each of these cupboards was charmed to change to a different one depending on which class was in her room, so your own cupboard would always remain the way you had last left it. He got out his canvas, propping it up on his easel. I always find that listening to different types of music while we doing the various types of art is very relaxing. I am going to scan my wireless until I find a Muggle radio station which is playing music, and we will go from there. They usually have a good mixture of everything, and anyway it will do us good to hear some of the music the Muggles are listening to, as some of them are great. Anyway, some of their artists are actually members of our community, such as Madonna. However, here she goes as Celestina Warbeck and even releases magical hits too. She's just very versatile. However, her Muggle music is way different and she even appears different there, she said, moving the dial until she finally heard music. It was We Show Me Love by Robin S., and she couldn't help but sway a bit to the song as she watched everyone paint. All the students were surprised by how much they liked the music as Moving On Up by M people came on, and most of them were dancing in their seats while they painted. Why couldn't all classes be this fun? Even Draco was enjoying himself, and he had to admit the song was catchy. Harry had decided to paint a castle room with an elaborate long mirror in it. He had no idea who he would give it to, but thought of giving one to Hermione's parents if they wanted to have one more besides that of their daughter. They had already shown him such kindness. His bank account manager had actually asked if he could have one in his office when Harry was done, if he'd need to get in touch with him securely and talk directly. Harry thought it was a genius idea. He'd just speak to Hermione's parents using her own art painting. As the class wound down, people were halfway through painting their paintings and were delighted with their progress. Most of them had not even realized they possessed a flair for art, so it was great. Each house can take 20 points for a great lesson. Thank you all so much, it was fun indeed. Harry Potter, stay behind please, as we need to talk for a moment. Don't worry, you did nothing wrong, she said as everyone else left. Hermione remained with him and she was okay with that. When I let your bank manager know what I was planning with the paintings in my lesson, he asked me to let you know that he'd like it in his office for secure talking to you about things should he need to get you instantly. As you don't have family to send it to, I am assuming you would like to send it to him. Yours will also have an added feature which others do not. So when you touch the frame in the finish, it will grow and expand and then become a door to your bank account manager's office. That way you can see him securely from time to time. What do you think? She asked him as he smiled at her. Well, actually I was already considering it, as I don't have any actual family of my own aside from Hermione's parents, and I can just speak to them when she does. I would love to do that, and thank you so much for thinking of it for me, as I was going to ask you about that anyway myself later on, he said as she smiled. Glad to be of any help I can. Go on now to your next class. I'll see you both later on, and 5 points to Gryffindor for great forethought, she added, smiling as they left. It was shaping up to be a great day so far. Chapter 39. Here's the next chapter. I hope you like it. Please read and review. Thanks, love, Hermione XXX. Harry had already decided to take art and music class, as it was way better than divination would have been. He had already decided against divination, as it was not something he ever envisioned himself having any skills in. He was right, of course he wouldn't have had any skills in the area of divination. He had decided to take arithmancy and runes too, so his schedule was shaping up to be pretty full. He liked it that way though. Harry was in his room that night getting ready for bed when a howler arrived there for him, alerting him greatly. Hermione jumped when she saw it. Well, go on then, love, open it, she said, coaxing him along as he did so. Harry Potter, you have not seen fit to warn the people of Hogsmeade Village of the presence of Percival Bryan, who has frankly been a pain in the neck, asking everyone everywhere questions about you. Some people say that they have even gone as far as to tell him about things you've purchased. I realize it was all research for his latest novel, but could you not arrange a meeting personally with him so as to get it all over and done with now? I suggest you act now before I must intervene. He's a celebrity, and while I like it, he is indeed scaring my local customers. Just please deal with him or find someone who will, because so help me if I have to do it. Madame Rosmerta. He listened in shock. He had some nerve coming to Hogsmeade and demanding to know what he was buying and so on. It was none of his business, and this whole him being a celebrity thing was ridiculous. Even if he was, his own privacy should have been respected. What if he had been buying something which might look suspect to someone else, even if it wasn't at all dangerous? I mean, there was no sense to that at all. To be honest, he would deserve everything which happened to him. This certainly warranted writing in his diary, and so he set about doing just that. Well, I have just received a howler from Madame Rosmerta stating that Percival Bryan is now in Hogsmeade asking questions about me constantly. She said he has been asking people about the things I have bought, and some of them have even told them what those things are. She said he's scaring her customers away and has asked me to have an interview with him or something to get him to leave them alone. Now obviously we know that's not happening, but what should I do? In his apartment, Will's diary for Harry Potter pinged loudly, and he reached over, taking the book in his hands, not sure what he would see written. The received your message here. To be honest, while I can see where Madame Rosmerta is indeed coming from, a business angle, it's not fair to order you to have an interview with a creepy man like that. Remember, they don't know that it's really Dumbledore. If they did, I can almost guarantee they wouldn't say that at all. As for people breaching your privacy on what you choose to buy, that is against the law. They're not allowed to just tell anyone what you were buying in case the person is dangerous and would wish you harm of any kind. The punishment for breaking this law is a large fine, and if warranted, 2 days in jail. You being you isn't an excuse either, as they all know these rules. I will look into who it was and then make my own inquiries about this. This obviously falls under the legal matter tab. How do you feel about it? Harry read the response with enthusiasm before penning his own response. To be honest, well, I feel scared. I know I'm probably not supposed to say that, but it's true. He is a highly unpredictable man who will, it seems, stop at nothing to get to me, even if that means being exceptionally cunning about it. At least with Voldemort you knew it was him and me he was after. He at least came as himself, not someone else. Even when he inhibited Professor Quirrell, he was still himself, just merely attached. I know it might make no sense to you right now, but I felt somewhat secure knowing that when he was after me, that was all he was ever after. I mean, with Dumbledore it could be any number of things. He doesn't just want me. I am sure he also wants some form of retribution for himself based on what was written in the papers about him. He'll want to somehow clear his name and gain his popularity back, but I can't see how that will be possible. Will read the note and smiled to himself. Harry was finally learning to express himself fully, and he was so proud of him. Harry, the fact that you are able to express yourself so openly is amazing. I promise you will never receive judgment from me about it. Do not think of yourself as unusual for feeling afraid. You know it is through admitting your fears that you get courage. Acknowledging our fears gives us strength. I can't see where you are coming from. You were the only one who was ever able to defeat Voldemort, so him coming after you kind of makes sense in a way. I'm not at all saying it's right, but I can at least see why he did it, as you wounded him 3 times now. And he would want some weird form of retribution for that. Don't worry about Dumbledore, I've got plans for him, and admitting your fear over him actually makes you stronger than him. He is a very scared man, and scared men do all kinds of stupid things. Thank you so much, Will. You've made me feel somewhat calmer again. I would be truly lost without you and Hermione, of this I am sure. I will speak to you tomorrow if the need arises. Good night. Good night, Harry, and you are most welcome. I am more than happy to help you out whenever you need it. It would seem that yet again after talking to Will he felt lighter and more tired than normal. He fell into bed beside Hermione and pulled her close, kissing her neck gently as he drifted off to sleep. Bang. Bang. He awoke with a start. He could see a shadowy figure looming at the end of his bed, leering at him. They did not ban me. Chapter 40. Here is the next chapter. I hope you like it. Please read and review. Thanks, love, Hermione XXX. There was Percival Brian, or Dumbledore in disguise. Hermione wasn't beside him, which was most frightening to him. She, however, had nipped to the toilet and now stood inside the bathroom with a slight view of the room and wondering how to act. She didn't have her wand on her and was panicking. The position Harry was in meant he couldn't access his wand either. She called for Dobby to come silently and get her wand without being seen. If she was honest, she doubted he could do it, but that was only truly because she was panicking. He did it much to her shock and stood there awaiting her orders. Unfortunately for Hermione, she was tired and as a result of this couldn't think properly. She had no idea which spell to use. She finally decided on Incarcerus. She had Percival tightly bound and gagged and then hit him with the strongest stunner she could think of. What had he done to Harry? Harry was sitting up and suddenly fell backwards unconscious. In the time it had taken her to decide what to do, he'd injured Harry. It was while she was tending to Harry or trying to that they were automatically taken away via specialized portkey to his Hogsmeade residence. An alarm sounded in the headmistress's office and she went at once to their quarters, where she found none other than Percival Brian, of all people, there bound and gagged and unconscious. She revived him after removing his wand for safety and sat him up in a chair. Percival, I am Professor Sinistra. Please explain your presence here, and where is Mr. Potter? She questioned him seriously. I came here to do some research for my latest book. I don't have a watch, so did not know the time. When I got here he attacked me and apparated away, he said, sounding most traumatized and shocked. Mr. Potter is excellent at magic. In fact, he is one of the best students magically we have in the school. However, he is not so excellent that he can apparate away without his wand. Either way, come to the hospital wing and we'll get you seen to right away, she said as she levitated him in front of her, heading to the hospital wing with him in tow. He shouldn't have even known where to go, much less find it. He had an inside source and he wasn't going anywhere until such time as they found it. He arrived and Madame Pomfrey was instructed to sedate him magically so tests could be done without complications. Elsewhere, Hermione found herself and her unconscious husband in a bedroom she did not recognize. Thankfully the house was in Hogsmeade, so she could tell that much. She was panicking beyond belief. Placing Harry on the bed, she ran out into the street, frightened beyond belief and crying a little bit. She ran to the 3 broomsticks and pummeled on the door till Madame Rosmerta came and opened it, looking highly disheveled and angry. What in the bloody hell do you want at this hour, Mrs.? And you better have a good enough answer for me, she snapped as Hermione shivered. Please, Madame Rosmerta, it's Percival Brian. He captured me and Harry Potter and we're in his bedroom now. He used a portkey. I was able to tie him up before it took me and Harry away. We need your help. Please, I'm so scared and I don't know what to do," she said, now sobbing. She felt so useless. It wasn't supposed to be like this. She was meant to be the strong one, and now here she was crumbling. Well, that serves Harry Potter right. He was warned about Percival Bloody Brian and didn't want to know. "One moment and I will get my coat and come with you. Is Harry damaged, dear? Please stop crying so I can understand you and help you as best as I can," she instructed as Hermione calmed down enough to be able to do that. "Before we were taken away, he did something to Harry and Harry is now unconscious. I don't know what it was. Oh, I need to help him. But I don't know what to do," she said, sounding desperate. "Well, believe it or not, as a landlady you need to know how to damage and to heal people from time to time. I mean, fights don't often break out obviously, but when they do I need to be able to heal people, and quickly at that," she said, following Hermione up to the bedroom where Harry was actually now coming out of whatever he'd been placed in. "Hermione, Madame Rosmerta. What are you two doing here? Where is Ginny? I much desire to see her," he said, looking insane. "What about her, Harry?" Hermione asked, confused. "Well, obviously I love her, silly. I must tell her at once. I don't even care about the time either. I will suffer the punishment of being out after hours if it means she knows I love her. Why in the blue hell have you taken me to Hogsmeade at this hour, and whose house are we in? Oh, I see how it is. I wouldn't date you, so you kidnap me and Bryn's. I mean, you can't have an uglier soul than that. Just stay the hell away from me," he said as Madame Rosmerta looked at Hermione with such disdain it almost scared the girl. "I will escort you both to the hospital wing at the school, and you had better hope they find something wrong with him. I am so tired of all you teenagers and your daily dramas. I do not miss being a teenager and do not wish to be back there again," she said angrily as Harry, who was going a little crazy, had to be restrained. Madame Pomfrey was shocked to see Percival Brian of all people in her infirmary. She was slightly star-struck but annoyed at what he'd tried to do. She took some blood and began to analyze it, and just as Madame Rosmerta came in with the kids she fainted. Chapter 41. Here is the next chapter. I hope you like it. Please read and review. Thanks, love, Hermione XXX. Madame Rosmerta jumped as Poppy fainted and revived her. "Poppy, it's me, are you okay? I'm here with Harry Potter and Hermione Granger, who tell me that Percival Brian here attacked them in the night and used a portkey or something to take them to his Hogsmeade home. She came and found me, and Mr. Potter was unconscious. Mr. Brian put a spell on him," she said in a tired, almost confused voice. "It was the middle of the night after all." "Rosmerta, thank you for reviving me. This here is not Percival Brian. This is in fact why I fainted. I mean, yes, he looks like that, and if you asked him he would say it was true. However, blood never lies, and this here is none other than Albus Dumbledore in disguise," she said seriously. "Okay, seriously, like I don't give a shit about him. Where in the blue hell is Ginny? I love her and I will die before she's not my bloody wife." "Madame Pomfrey, why are you looking at me like that? I won't apologize for loving her unconditionally. However, this fool Rosmerta here thinks I'm sick, so examine me quickly so I can find my love," Harry suddenly declared when she raised her wand and muttered something as he fell unconscious and levitated to the bed. "I can only tell you both for reasons I cannot disclose, yet I know him to be cursed for sure. Put it this way, he did something yesterday which entirely contradicts his behavior now. Miss Granger, please tell me, how did you get to the house in Hogsmeade? Was it a portkey?" she asked, addressing and now shaking Hermione. The adrenaline of the situation was wearing down and she was freaking out over what she'd done, crying. I don't know actually. I assumed so, but I couldn't tell, to be honest. I went to tend to Harry and it felt like I was being sucked along with him into a tube or something, and then we were in this weird bedroom I knew was his. What did he want? I mean, he obviously told us. I just don't remember. I remember it all being a blur. I did all I could to save Harry. I tried so hard, I swear," she said, bursting into full-blown tears as her panic rose. "Miss Granger, here, take this potion for shock and lie down on this bed now. Don't worry, you did fine. I will award Gryffindor with 40 points for your diligent care and protection of Mr. Potter. You have truly done us all proud, you marvelous girl." In my scan of Harry Potter, I found a concealed portkey stuck to his clothing in the form of a button. It is for this reason that you could not identify it. It was time delayed to go off soon after it had been applied wandlessly, she said as Hermione took the potion, calming down almost immediately and drifting off to sleep. Professor Sinistra had been watching the scene unfolding before her eyes and was most shocked. "Brian, was fed a truth serum and revived while now wearing magic-suppressing cuffs. She decided to question him herself. Who are you truly behind the current disguise you're wearing? I am Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore truly. Why did you come here tonight? To make Harry Potter do as I would wish of him. What did you wish him to do? I wished him to make my life easier and marry Ginevra Molly Weasley so I could give his money to that family behind his back. He doesn't deserve any of it and got it solely because his own stupid parents died. Besides which it will shut that idiot Molly Weasley up. Who never stops tormenting me about her bloody poor situation. She has nothing that I didn't give her from his accounts. I haven't been able to do that recently, so she's probably mad with me, but I don't care. Nothing is ever good enough for that greedy slut hag. What spell did you cast on Harry Potter tonight? I didn't cast any spell on him tonight. What potion did you give Harry Potter tonight? I spelled an infatuation broth into him tonight. He was still rather sleepy when I did it, and because of his quite frankly lackluster response time at that hour of the night, he will be rather infatuated with her for the next few months. Just long enough for her to do as I told her and conceive his baby. It is the only way to owning all of his money and making her whole family happy. She has no choice. She must do it to restore peace. I have promised her a good amount of money, but the whore is truly worth a mere sickle. I will of course give her a few personal thousand of Harry's money to shut her up, but she'll never be good enough for him or any man really. Are you aware there is an antidote to that particular potion which can be used to clear it from the person's system over a 24-hour period? Yes, I am. However, I have ensured he won't be getting it as I am keeping him in my house in Hogsmeade currently. I was kidnapped by someone I do not know and brought here for medical treatment, although I am not sick, and I assure you whoever did this to me will pay most severely. You are not in a position to be making any threats to anyone. Why do you deserve to leave here unharmed? Because I will kill you and anyone else who should try to stop me if I am not allowed to leave. I am not Voldemort, so people do not fear me, and in the same vein will never believe me capable of killing anyone. I can do it when it suits me, however I truly do prefer not having to, as it's messy and you truly could be of use to me in the future. Don't make me kill you, Poppy. You know I respected you once, now I can barely stand to look at your traitorous face. I hate you, Poppy Pomfrey. The interview ended as a Patronus was sent away to the DMLE for them to send a representative to them at once and to bring a pensive with them. Kingsley Shacklebolt was at his office when his boss Madam Bones came asking for him to join her at the school and bring the department pensive with him. He was most alarmed but agreed to do it nonetheless. Harry was taken to a bed where he was informed he was suffering with a strong case of the flu and to take the antidote, which he did thinking he was hearing the truth. He was instantly put to sleep and the healing process on him began. The portkey on him was removed wandlessly and placed in an evidence bag for the DMLE to take once they arrived, along with Dumbledore of course. Amelia and Kingsley stepped through, both star-struck at seeing Percival Brian there in the bed. He was most popular and everyone did know what he looked like, although he rarely did anything publicly. Welcome, Amelia Kingsley. Do not be fooled, Percival is not who he seems. He is in fact Albus Dumbledore in disguise, and he always has been. Please see this memory, both of you, she said, providing a memory which was poured into the pensive, which they both saw. They both emerged white as a sheet and looked at him with a renewed sense of revulsion. Madame Pomfrey, is he still under the influence of the truth serum? Amelia asked her seriously. Yes, it will wear off in 5 minutes, she answered kindly. Albus Dumbledore, I trust you know you have been found out. You are hereby under arrest, effective immediately. Kingsley, take him into custody at once, she ordered. Do this, Kingsley Shacklebolt, and I will ruin you in every way imaginable. I have information on you not even she knows, and I will tell her every bad thing you've done in your life if you proceed with this madness. I will make Fudge fire you in an instant. I will ruin your Lee. Dumbledore snapped as Kingsley laughed, shocking them all. There is nothing I have done she doesn't know about. You are coming with me, and that is final, he snapped, grabbing him and apparating away with him to the courts. It looked like his day had come, and not a moment too soon it would seem. Madame Rosmerta was giving a calming draught and sent home via flow. She would be keeping the 3 broomsticks closed today, as she was simply too tired and worn out to open the business today. It had been a stressful night for all involved, but thankfully some results were happening now. Professor Sinistra gave Gryffindor a further 20 house points for outstanding courage when faced with a highly terrifying experience. She would rest easy tonight, that's one sure thing. As Madame Pomfrey checked on her patients one last time, she retired to her quarters. She had been friends with Albus for many years and he had so casually threatened her life. She felt devastated and betrayed beyond belief that someone who was meant to be a friend could do that to her. She noted it in her diary entry, which was no doubt stained with tears. I mean, who even was she anymore? She made sure to focus solely on herself and her profession from now on. The patients and her real friends were all that mattered to her now. He had given her the job there almost 50 years ago, and while she was thankful for it, that kind of betrayal could never be undone. She fell into a deep and thankfully restful sleep. Tomorrow would be another whole ordeal to deal with. For now, all was well. Chapter 42. Here's the next chapter. I hope you like it. Please read and review. Thanks, love, Hermione XXX. Minister Fudge was roused from his sleep for an extreme emergency Wizengamot meeting and declared that it had better be important if he was losing precious sleep over it. He arrived to find Madame Bones and Kingsley Shacklebolt waiting for him. Minister, before we go into the courtroom, you need to view a quick memory in my pensive here. I'll be showing them in the trial, but it really would be easier if you saw them first so you really understand what's going on, she said as he frowned. Amelia, I truly don't like this. I am awake at an ungodly hour, but if I will understand more by doing this, then I will do it. Someone had better have a wide-awake potion ready for me though, because if it is this important I'd rather not fall asleep, he said seriously as she smiled at him. He walked with her into the side room just behind the courtroom and viewed the memory emerging and looking extremely pale. Well, Amelia, I am not sure it would be right for me career-wise to be head of this particular court session. I hereby place all that power into your capable hands. I will be informing everyone of my decision. Besides which, I was known for being close to Dumbledore at one point, and I'd rather people not think it a conflict of interest, he said as Amelia perked up at that. She had waited her whole career for this opportunity. They entered the court and wide-awake potions were supplied to everyone. They would last 2 hours, and as a consequence of needing to be up so late in the night, they would all be allowed to arrive at work around lunchtime the next day. Okay everyone, welcome to this emergency meeting of the Wizengamot. Quite frankly, what shall be discussed here could possibly be a conflict of interest for me. In fact, it probably will be, so I hereby appoint Amelia Bones the head of this trial. She will see that justice is achieved fairly. Her methods will be different than mine, but treat her with as much respect as you would treat me, he said as everyone gasped and watched him step down while Amelia Bones took his place casually. Welcome everyone, I am about to reveal a piece of information to you which you may find unbelievable, however I do have memories to back me up here. In a moment I will ask for the prisoner to be brought up here for his judgment, she said, pausing to collect her memories into a vial for the pensive. His name is Percival Bryan, the famous writer, however his real name is Albus Percival Wulfric Bryan Dumbledore. Mr. Dumbledore used this alias as a way to write dishonest stories about Mr. Harry James Potter and recently tried to harm him in the worst way possible. I will instruct you all to view these memories with me by pressing on the globes in front of your seats, please, she said as everyone joined her, most people feeling disgusted. To be honest, after seeing these memories it is clear he truly isn't who or what we thought he was. His only are bad and filled with malice. I will ask for the prisoner to be brought in and we will use some Veritas serum where I will question him on things I feel we need answers to as a society before his sentence is handed down. I would appreciate cooperation on this, she said as all the pale people in the seats around her merely nodded as they found themselves incapable of speaking. He was brought up in the courtroom cage where he was fed Veritas serum. Most people there were fighting themselves as they kept going between feeling star-struck and horrified. Percival Bryan for the most part had been amazing until recently and until they had figured out who he truly was. He was fed more Veritas serum, and although they had said they had given him 3 drops of it, 4 drops had been administered just to be sure. Please state your birth name for the court. Well, my name is Percival Bryan, however my birth name is Albus Percival Wulfric Bryan Dumbledore. Have you ever forced anyone in this room to take a vow for you, and who was it? I have never forced anyone to take a vow, however I have implanted in their brains that it would be wiser for them to do so. Cornelius Fudge, Thorfinn Rowell and Lucius Malfoy have given me vows. What were these vows about? Cornelius Fudge took a vow that he wouldn't tell anyone I had given him some money to put some things in the paper for me by force and influence. I erased it from his mind so he would not remember the vow. Thorfinn Rowell gave me a vow that he would not harm the muggle-born girl he'd impregnated on a drunken night out, the idiot. Then he had the cheek to look at me all shocked. Lucius Malfoy gave me a vow he wouldn't reveal any information about Severus Snape which I did not authorize first. He knows Severus very well and anything he should say about him could be defamatory in nature. If I am to succeed, Snape is to be seen as I wish him to be seen and not in any other light. Have you ever seen bad conduct of your staff at Hogwarts and ignored it? Yes, I have, truthfully, because the people who got the flack did deserve it even if it was done in a cruel way. If people spent less time complaining to me about my staff or former staff anyway, there could have been more successes at school instead of problems. Do you know the real name of Lord Voldemort? Yes, his name is Tom Marvolo Riddle and he is a half-blood. All this nonsense he spouts about blood purity is nothing other than self-righteous, hypocritical drivel those fools who call themselves his followers believe. Do you know the names of any of his Death Eaters and how would we identify them? Yes, I do indeed. Severus Snape, Yaxley, Lucius Malfoy, Regulus Black, Bellatrix Lestrange and her husband Rudolphus and of course Amicus and Electo Caro. Well, if you lifted up their sleeves on the right-hand side you would see a dark mark there. It cannot be hidden by magic, so you would definitely find it. However, Severus Snape is a spy for me and relays information about Voldemort to me, so I can hope to beat him properly. Henceforth I will not allow him to be attacked in any way. I have always said he has my uttermost confidence and that still stands. Here the questioning was paused as Lucius Malfoy, who was in the room, was called forward and asked to expose his arms, which he did, showing no mark whatsoever. Lucius, do you think he lied about you being a Death Eater as you clearly have no mark? She asked as he looked at her thoughtfully. I truly believe he thought he was telling the truth. Alas, I have no dark mark and am not a Death Eater. Head after testing him rigorously to be sure he wasn't concealing it. I hereby request that all charges against Lucius Malfoy be dropped and all suspicion be removed of his person. Ah yes, Maloney, did you check on the prisoners as I asked you to? She asked the Auror, who has just entered the courtroom. I did, and it's very strange, ma'am. Both the Lestranges and Caros had died. We don't yet know what caused it, but initial examinations have shown they literally burned from the inside out naturally. Now I know that doesn't sound realistic, but blood tests on the remains have indeed proven that they are who we thought they were. Do you need anything else? He asked as she smiled. Yaxley is homesick today, so please go to his residence and check him out for the dark mark. Arrest him if he has the dark mark, she ordered calmly. I can't, ma'am. Yaxley was dueling some people in the Ministry dueling pit, and when he was removed of his wand shortly after, his arm burst into flames and he died right there. Cornelius Fudge himself asked us to tell everyone he was currently at home sick so as not to scare people. We didn't know what his was but do now. He did have the dark mark, but it rejected him, killing him instantly. If he had his wand on him at the time he might not have died but did, he said as most people there gasped. Very well, you are excused. Lucius, you may retake your seat, and now Mr. Dumbledore, we'll continue with your interview, she said, addressing Dumbledore, who looked bored and as though his time was wasted there. Have you ever kept vital information from Mr. Harry James Potter that you didn't feel he deserved to know about himself or indeed his unique situation? Yes, I did many times, either because he's too young to hear about it or didn't deserve to know about it at that particular time. I have always intended for Mr. Potter to know everything, but only at the pace which I myself set and not any other way as he would have it. What information was this? There was a prophecy about his life which was told to me, but Severus Snape was listening at the door and he got stunned before he could hear it all. He somehow revived himself and told Lord Voldemort about it. However, as it wasn't the whole thing, he then thought it was about Harry Potter and came after them, killing them. Harry doesn't know about the prophecy because I have not seen fit to tell him about it yet. Who was the secret keeper for the Potter family? Initially it was indeed Sirius Black, however I tested James and found out it had been changed to Peter Pettigrew in the meantime. Pettigrew went crazy as all maniacs who haven't had their moment in the damn spotlight do and betrayed the Potters to Voldemort himself. I left Sirius in jail as for me he was safest there. I couldn't tell who was after him and didn't really want to risk him finding Harry and giving him the good childhood he was never supposed to have. Why do you say he was never supposed to have a good childhood? Because the prophecy said neither one can live while the other survives. He was meant to die at Voldemort's hands in order to save us all. He was supposed to sacrifice himself but never would have done so willingly if he'd had a good childhood. I knew his Muggle relatives did not like magic, to put it lightly, and so I knew he would have the harsh kind of childhood I needed him to have there. Have you ever used Legilimensee on your students at school? Yes, I have all the time. In fact, I know I'm not supposed to do it, but I seriously don't see the harm when most of them only think of schoolwork or their latest crush anyway. Have you ever seen anything very dark in the mind of a student and refused to report to anyone about it? Yes, I have. In Marcus Flint of Slytherin House, I did see that he would willingly kill anyone to save his own skin. I did not report it. Because I thought, well, wouldn't we all realistically say or think that at some point or another? I mean, to report his thoughts would have been ridiculous considering he did not, and I repeat, did not act on them. Had he done so, I'd look like a fool right now. Have you ever used legilimency on your staff? Yes, I have, but most of them have very strong barriers I could not penetrate. However, I did force Sybil Trelawney to tell Harry he would die if she ever saw him in the corridor. Again, I needed him to be scared and vulnerable so he'd sacrifice himself to save us all. One life over every single other is a win in my book, and I will seriously harm anyone who ever tries to tell me otherwise. Have you ever used it here at work on anyone? Yes, I have, and on you too. Your barrier is too strong for me though. You are too strong and secure for me, and I am afraid I will have to change that soon. You cannot be allowed to feel secure when all others don't. That's not allowed. I have basically used it on everyone I've ever met, but no one has ever had any thoughts worth hanging on to. I mean, all Tom ever thought about was blood and snakes. I just thought he was a freak. I couldn't have known he'd become dark. Have you at any time in your life actively practiced the dark arts for any period of time? Yes, I have, when it suited me and my needs. I did not do it very often because truthfully I did not like it, but it did get the job done. Have you ever abused an animal? Yes, I accidentally killed a hippogriff in my youth with a badly aimed Defendo spell, but at least his death was a quick one. Why did you attack Harry Potter tonight? Tom Riddle was not fast enough. I wished for Potter to fulfill that damn prophecy now, and so if he would not submit, I did plan to kill him and anyone else unfortunate enough to try and stop me. With him dead, that prophecy could be put to bed and Voldemort would be mortal once more, and then I could kill him and take the credit, which we all know I do love doing. I adore the fucking spotlights, bitches. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, for your crimes you will be asked to pass through a magic door and walk straight ahead, which will lead to your punishment of some jail time. The door will be brought here now, she instructed, banging her gavel on the counter. The veil of death, which had been transfigured into an ornate and old-looking door, was brought into the court, and Dumbledore, believing all would be well, walked forth literally into his death. It was a satisfying end to an old creep who truly did not deserve to live after all he'd done. It was satisfied Wizengamot members who returned home and would surely sleep well tonight.